The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
Woo! Knocked on mid, baby! Let's go!
How do we deal with this?
Okay, Betty. Let's see what you know about Nocturne Mid.
Okay.
How many times has Nocturne Mid been played this summer?
How many times has been played this summer?
Yeah.
In which region?
Any of the top major regions.
Any of the top major regions? How many times has Nocturne Mid been played in any of the major regions in mid lane?
That's what I'm asking.
7 times.
Nope.
No.
11 times.
Nope.
No.
17 times.
Nope.
Nope.
1 time.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay, now give me the answer.
Well, obviously you just don't know. I
Is
don't
it
think
3?
It is 3.
Oh my god!
Go on you!
Okay. So,
Doing B's played it 3 times. He's won twice, lost once.
I love doing B. And
Now,
now, Nuke Duck is my next new favorite mid laner because he's playing Nocturne mid. So, Nocturne mid, why did it disappear and why did it become bad? Riot nerfed his passive. It was very sad.
Yeah, they saw you playing it so much. They're like, we gotta get rid of this.
Basically, what they did was they nerfed his passive. Well, it was mainly because he was very rampant in top lane, but his passive made his wave clear incredibly strong. So they nerfed the amount of damage that it does to minions, but then they buffed the amount of damage that it does to the minion that you target. So the minion hit will still take a lot of damage from the passive itself, but the minions around it will not. This was enough of a buff to bring him back, at least for some people.
One person.
One person, do it be. Let's have a look at what Upset is up to here.
If Patrick gets behind him with the exhaust as well, Patrick's going to be shielded up. Mickey trying to put some damage back down, but Patrick's on the wrong side of this one. He's saying burn both his
Oh, this is crucial. Look at the positioning on the map as well. He's going to be forced to go the other way around, and Razor's on red buff.
What is happening right now?
Where are you going, Patrick? Where are you going? Where are you going, Patrick? Where are you going, Patrick? Nowhere to go. Razor catches him. Patrick dies.
Wow. Okay, that is massive for the bot lane of Fnatic. So it's crucial to remember that Patrick, by running the Ghost, you don't have the same defensive summoner spell like heal, barrier, exhaust. I mean, of course the Mickey does it, but Ignite as well. Your trading power in lane is very weak. Whereas Twitch, early levels, you go invisible, you get that bonus attack speed. You have so much trading tool, especially when paired up with the Yuumi. Fnatic look to take advantage of that. They catch Patrick completely unawares, and now they get an assist early level 1. They're able to pick up a dagger on their first base, and Patrick has lost an entire first wave.
That's the thing, like Patrick had the experience of 1 minion when he went off there as well. So he's going back to this one from square one almost. Just does not have too much in the arsenal. The only thing that could have gone even worse there was the fact that Offset could have picked up a kill. Luckily he didn't. It's only the minion wave advantage you get. It's going to be a dagger. Nonetheless, Patrick, not going to be having a good time down here.
Well,
Does
so
still have the flash.
This is the first time this series that we've really seen Patrick put in this kind of a deficit this early on into the game, and a lot of credit needs to be given to the bot lane of Fnatic, of course. We have not seen Hylissang play the Yuumi yet this split. Really good trade coming out from Finn on the top side of the map. Keep my eyes on the junglers. Marcoon already making a beeline towards the top side. Likely just focused on the crab for now, as Razork will be there to offer protection in case of a die.
Dual wielding his jungle camps, and Scuttle will go over to Marcoon, but I like the fact that Razork was so quick on his reset up towards the top side of the map again quickly. Flash and Razork, so no time to contest that one. And Marcoon can go for the Crocs, can go immediately down towards the second Scuttle to see if he wants to secure that, but it's going to look to reset his own camps.
Some strong early start for Fnatic. About 400 gold ahead. Wave pushing in here means that Upset will have, we'll say, a 5 CS lead at the end of this, guesstimating. Saying about how many minions he's able to clear out underneath this tower.
The biggest thing, even though the gold doesn't look that dramatic, if you could bring up the XP bar for us, Medic, what you can see is how dramatic the difference is actually between the 280 carries. So you can see that right now, there is a 200 XP gap between Upset and Patrick. Patrick is at the bottom when it comes to XP in the entire game, and he's just had to base, which means that Upset is only going to catch this wave and further create that gap. So the first level 6, even the level 4, like all these things are going to be very significant when it comes to the trading in the bot lane 2 versus 2, and the only way you can really fix it is if Mickey roams. Mickey roaming, giving a lot of solo experience to Patrick to help him catch up in that XP department will be really important for him, but if you then leave Patrick alone, he's at risk of getting caught.
Yeah, okay, speaking of diving, Nuke Duck pushing up Marcoon in the background. Here's Razork.
Marcoon's going to find Razork. Nuke Duck gets the fear off. Razork looking for some damage, but the stun comes out, and Marcoon's on the chase. Razork has to flash away. Humanoid next on the menu. A single auto attack would get the stun off, but they can't quite land it. As Nuke Duck and Marcoon are able to force the Fnatic mid-jungle duo away.
Yeah, and there you also have the potency you see from a Nocturne paired up with the Sejuani. The fact that you get that extra attack speed as well to boot up. Or the Sejuani passive really does help.
Oh,
And
they're gonna
Humanoid
dive
might
in,
be in a
they're gonna
position
dive
to
in.
get dove. Razok, he's already back. This is looking dire.
Humanoid still far away from level 6. Good flash though by Humanoid, gets him out. As he doesn't have that summoner, of course, for the next few minutes.
I love seeing Nocturne mid, man. It's so good to see it back. Nuketook played that so well as well. The spell shield is so effective into Silas too. You saw it just there. He was able to spell shield the W that came out from Humanoid, which you expect to be maxing in the early levels. It's a difficult thing to do, but when you spell shield it, he doesn't get all that health back. So when he expects to be able to dive back in and out-trade you, Nocturne can just tank it up, get the fear on you, and then you basically get find yourself in a very difficult position.
But surely, Vedi, this is not going to be too much about the mid lane. We have this Nocturne. When he hits level 6, we've already seen the bot lane shenanigans we've had so far. Surely we're looking to see Twitch get punished as well as soon as that level 6 comes through.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I am a little surprised that Humanoid was actually able to steal this away. Again, one of the great things about the spell shield, hang on, dive in the bot side of the map. Mickey is very low on health, upset, very good damage on Patrick.
Patrick pops the ghost, was back off cooldown, so will just be forced away. Marcoon came in from the side. And the reason Fnatic could try and set this up was they had a control ward and a ward over at the Grump that spotted Marcoon leaving the area. So Razzle could look for something. Meanwhile, Humanoid trading in the mid lane here. The fear's going to come down. A couple of auto attacks coming out from Nukeduck. Sitting on that Dustbringer gives you a bit of extra AED. Helps him out a little bit.
A lot of it. At max level, it gives you 60, which will give around level 9, which is the equivalent of a BF sword and a long sword, and a bit more. It's a lot. But Humanoid playing around the spell shield very well in terms of the 1v1. We can see Marcoon hovering around the mid lane for now. Going to escort Nukeduck out of lane. He is, of course, level 6, and this could be the first roam of the map. Looks like for now they're just going to give him the plant. And Upset going to play defensively, respects the roam, will choose to back away. Fnatic, though, finding themselves with an early lead. Definitely a bit of a difference compared to what we've seen so far in this series.
And if there's one thing you've ever hated if you played against a Twitch yourself, it's obviously that fast Blade of the Rune King rush.
Yeah.
Like in the past, it was like, okay, he needs 2 items, right? The Runan and maybe some Mythics as well coming through back in the day when Mythics didn't exist either. But nowadays, it's just as soon as you finish that Blade of the Rune King, you're a menace to be dealt with. Nukeduck.
There's a spell shield. Razzle looking with the stun into the wall, can't quite land it.
But he is just smiling next to me as this is happening.
Beautiful. It's just exquisite Nocturne play. It's just, it's one of those things where the best, good Nocturne players know what skills to spell shield. If you just throw it out, then you can get punished. But he knew that the thing he had to be careful of was the E, able to spell shield it, walk away.
He knew he had to be careful of the stun in the kit.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone does, and it varies depending on the situation, Medic.
Here's another stun.
Slicing Master coming out, Finn looking for the damage here onto Wonder. Marcoon in the area as well, knocked back there from Wonder, but even with his flash, he hasn't really got anywhere to go. He realizes it. Finn will be gifted the kill. First blood for XL this game.
And great, productivity still in the way of XL here. They find the pickup on the top lane where so far all the actions have been on the bot side. But now speaking of rotations as well, XL, they move their bot lane into the mid lane instead. They gain that priority, move Nukeduck down towards the bot lane. He's picking up the wave, and in turn, they're just securing this Rift Herald for themselves. Right now, the Drake is too tanky for the bot lane to solo ops. This should just be the objective, I say. Going over to XL.
Polymorph? That was very short. That's a perfectly long keeper's verdict. Nothing. Marcoon here with a jump out of the back of the pit, took away the eye of the hell.
Naughty, naughty. Now, let's have a look at what happens off the back of that. They've actually rotated Upset towards the mid lane. He's going to catch that wave. No contest on that Herald. And we can see Nukeduck actually going to secure himself the blue buff. I mean, the advantages, of course, Nukeduck playing both the jungler and a mid laner. No, Marcoon, you're not going to come and take this, are you?
No, he was just giving me a helping hand, man. Giving me a helping hand. And XL have been able to equalize that gold deficit. In fact, gain themselves a small advance, about 300 gold ahead. Obviously, they still have the Rift Herald, and they're trying to lock down Wonder down towards this bottom side. But here, he still has the flash, the explosive cask. About a quarter of its cooldown left for him.
Interesting, we haven't seen DoinB actually go for an early tier, going for more of the scaling Nocturne build, but it seems that Nukeduck just prioritizing getting that early, what I imagine to be Strybreaker. We'll see what direction he goes in for. But both bot laners now find themselves in mid lane. A very early rotation. Not something we've really seen at all so far this series. A lot of focus has been set up on actually enabling Patrick, trying to play through him. A lot of action. We've seen dives, we've seen fights, we've seen TPs. But this game, they're just like, nope, we're just going to move our bot laners into mid. and try and follow some golden.
It's not just that. Finn was just in the mid lane early as well. Then the bot lane was top. Now they're moving down towards the bot side, or actually moving up towards the top side here. Because Humanoid is alone here. There is a cross map you can have with the Drake, but they want to just get this Rift Herald active potentially.
I really love this from XL though, because what they're doing by moving Sivir and Lulu around so much is they're making sure they don't match up into Upset and Hylissang. And Upset and Hylissang have been winning those 2v2s. Every time Upset and Hylissang come to the wave, they move away. They're like, okay, cool, you're trying to join us? Sweet, we'll go somewhere else. We get a plate in the mid lane, we get a plate in the top lane, we put the Rift Herald down, and as soon as they start to see Fnatic funneling in here, I expect XL will look to back away. Razzle, though, has got a good flank position, and the TPs are coming in. Marcoon's getting a knockback. Paranoia taken away as they look for the engage. The slicing mouse though doing a lot of work. Mickey and Patrick trying to back away. The flash is out, and XL will disengage.
It's a good ultimate from Nuke as well. He was not there to join the fight, but he made sure that the rest of them couldn't just open up. Nocturne into the Twitch as well means that whenever Twitch get that long range, when the Paranoia is active, he can't see that far, and you don't get the full value of that ultimate. So it's a really ingenious counter pick in that sense as well. They disengage the play, they force the TP, they get the plates, and they get the push in mid. So XL, brilliant macro play.
And just to demonstrate how important this has been for Patrick, he is 23 CS behind, but even on gold, because he's been picking up these plates in the lanes. Yes, obviously you want him to get as much CS as possible, but if you can't get him CS because he's losing the 2v2, get him around the map and get himself some plates.
Yeah, he is being funneled a lot of gold right now. Of course, the XP department is still pretty much a whole level behind. Next to our icons, you can see these small pink bars.
Not anymore.
Also bringing up the XP per level. You can see that Patrick no longer last place. Ooh, he's moved up to 8th place right now. Slowly catching up to Upset, but still a little bit behind. But these little pink bars you can see next to the champions icons, these are indicators of how close the champions are to their next level. You can see Finn very close to getting level 10, Marcoon about halfway, and Patrick very shortly should be getting level 7 as Marcoon shows his presence there in the mid lane.
It's interesting to see where they put their priority, right? On XL, they continue to move up towards the top side of the map, or at least with Marcoon being there over just a minute ago, and Razor keeps being on the bot side instead. Upset does have that Blade of the Ruined King. He's got a slow active Mickey. Might be dangerous.
We'll have the polymorph, I think. Actually, Mickey's used it. It's 2 seconds before it's off cooldown. TP coming in towards the mid lane. Mickey has to flash. That was just greedy for Mickey. No polymorph, no wild growth. He shouldn't be in that situation.
And that's the Blade of the Ruined King itemization, or item spike that we talked about there. When you get this slow, your damage will just be there. And when you have the cat on top of you, it's a classic Tom and Jerry.
Exactly that. Good play from Fnatic. Small loss from the grab. Good one, GB.
We take those.
See what Tom and Jerry can do this game. Upset slowly ramping up. Doesn't have a significant gold advantage, but we talked about the XP lead that he does have, and I think the most important thing for Upset is he hasn't been shut down. So far this series, he's had a lot of Lucian games, and his damage has been good, but it's not been enough to carry. However, Twitch, everyone here has experienced it in a solo queue game. That game where you're 10k gold up, the enemy mid laner, the enemy top lane, enemy jungle doesn't get to play, but that Twitch, that goddamn Twitch, has still been able to win the game.
Making some forward here. Final chapter coming out. Wild growth used as well. Cleanse. And there's the first kill of the game for Upset. 1-0-1 now on the Twitch. Mickey once again just a bit out of position.
And they make it look easy. They got Mickey's flash earlier on. They had the wave stacking up towards top. Razork simply passed his way up there. Humanoid also hovering around. And Nuke Duck's ultimate was not enough to help keep them.
Fancy there from Wonder, but still just going to be an even trade down towards this bottom side. Well, maybe not as even afterwards. Stun coming out.
Hey, Wonder could definitely re-engage on this. He has the flash. He's looking for it. Yeah, and Finn's
Finn
gonna
knows. Let me step up, just, never mind.
We all could see the kill pressure that Wonder had there. EW into Q definitely would have been a kill, so he's going to be forced to disengage off that. Wonder likely going to secure himself another plate. Not sure he'll be able to get much more off the back of it, especially with Marcoon pathing. Or he's actually going to path towards the top side, but Fnatic in a commanding position right now. The goal difference doesn't look that dramatic, but they are getting plates on the board. They are denying farm from their opposition, and overall, this early game is looking solid.
Yeah, and now Wonder with this priority he's gained in the top side, he might just be able to move that up towards the top side instead, where they can set up for the Rift Herald, because that seems like that has just been the point of attack this game. It will spawn in 30 seconds, and every time we've seen XL hover, every time we've seen them put their bot lane on the map, it's actually not been in the mid lane, it's been up towards the top side.
Kraken Slayer now complete for Patrick, gets his mythic, still well behind Upset in terms of that itemization, but Fnatic have a relatively strong start to this game, and relatively strong start to what would need to be a 3-game sweep for them. Currently sitting 0-2 down. Their hopes at Worlds, the hopes of any continuation of playoffs on the line in this game. XL, if they win this, would only have to go through Misfits to make it to Worlds for the first time ever.
That would be huge for that organization as well, and specifically considering the fact that you'd be knocking out Fnatic, which, you know, always been a name synonymous from the European region going towards that Worlds. So now, trading objectives, Fnatic, starting up that Drake instead on the top side. Raccoon and the rest of XL will be prioritizing that Herald as we already spoke about. So both teams currently happy with this one. First turret still to go down, unless Wonder is clapping away the bot side turret, but Nukedog also with a potential first blood turret on the top side if he gets it, and it looks to be he will be the one taking it.
Level 11 now on Nukedog. Dramatic cooldown reduction on the ultimate means he's going to have that one up available way more often.
I was waiting for the next Nocturne.
Yeah. Do you know that specific one as well?
The cooldown of your ultimate at level 11.
Sorry, I expected too much.
I think it's like
I'm gonna say 90
seconds.
I'm gonna say 90. That's my
Something
guess.
like that.
140, 115, 90 as level 3. So it's 115 right now. Obviously has some ability haste as well, so we'll reduce it. Keeper's verdict going down. Marcoon locked up with the Glacial Prison. The chase is on. The final chapter coming out. Upset trying to get in behind them, but Nukedog now spots him. The fear onto Upset. The jump across the Paranoia coming out. Upset feared away from the fight and really now has to look for the re-engage. Nukedog low flashes. Dustbringer with a bit of movement speed for him as well. Good block from Marcoon. What is the flank situation? It doesn't matter. Upset with cyanide in his veins takes the kill. Poisons Nukedog.
Really good play from Fnatic overall. They punished the regression there from XL. And they're able to get more kills onto Upset, the person that you need those kills on.
Tower fell.
What? Whoa, hang on, I missed that.
That's the Rift just charging in, takes the inhibitor tower.
We were so focused on the fight, we didn't see what was happening on the map. Of course, Humanoid going to be the benefactor of all these creeps, but Fnatic, they changed the game plan up. They secured themselves the Yuumi, and they got themselves the Twitch early on in the draft, and so far they've been making it work beautifully. The big question is, how hard can Upset carry? So here we see Hylissang and Humanoid looking for the engage, and XL try to respond.
Yeah, and there you see it. They wheeled it up here. They just feel like they're going to get disengaged on with Humanoid, but the stolen Sejuani ultimate sets it up perfectly. And the big one really here is Upset. I really like how you phrase this. Can Upset carry? Because he has been the big difference maker in this game. The level 1 ingenuity, the threat you now see in a fight instead. He's the one really making XL sweat for it this time around.
Really good job there by Upset. Of course, you can see that range indicator on the poison, and the control ward helped give him information on where Nukedog was, so he was able to get that last tick off. Another kill goes into his back pocket. Now
Been on the flank, slicing mouse from Upset has nothing to get out of this. The cleanse not enough. Knocked back with the Keeper's verdict, but a stun into a fear, into another stun comes out. Great cast from Wonder, disengages the fight, but Razzle walking wounded back to his base. He's gonna need some CPR to get out of this one.
Yeah, 5 versus 4 situation. XL, they managed to find a play out of nowhere again. They just dive them under the turret. They get the kill. They get the mid lane turret. Humanoid on the top side, not in a position to respond. And just great response to XL after Fnatic dominated them. Well, at least got a victory on the top side fight earlier.
Finn was quiet in game 1, but his Kled definitely came alive in game 2, and now he's looking to do the same thing on the Kennen here in game 3. That's going to be the biggest problem that Upset has to deal with. Hylissang's exhaust and Upset's cleanse are going to need to be alive to get away from Finn, and these flash timers are things you're going to have to track, because I've spoken to a number of Kennen players throughout the years, and I'm telling you right now, the most important thing that they think about is who has flash and when is my flash up, because those will be the deciding factors on whether or not they can make the team fight win for them.
Big one as well is the exhaust coming through from Yuumi. That's the one you want to save for the Kennen as well, diving into your face. But I think we've had a Kennen playing on us before, right? But now you have a Nocturne on the team. You can start the Nocturne ultimate, TP, and not be aware of where that Kennen is going to be coming from. The setup from XL, I think, is something we really have to pay close attention to when we are gearing towards the objectives. And we are leading up towards an Infernal Drake. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds, although the Drake timers have been really slow today, or at least in this game.
You definitely hit the nail on the head there. We didn't talk about it much, but this Nocturne Kennen, it has been seen over in the LPL. Its team fighting prowess is extremely terrifying. And you really summarized it beautifully, Goldberg, because it's something that we haven't gotten to see a lot here in Europe, but I'm super excited to see it play out. We'll see how well Fnatic can deal with it. And keep in mind as well, Mikhail's Crucible actually coming out for Mickey as the first item.
I think that's just crucial as well when you take a look into the CC that can get applied onto you. The stolen ultimates that of course Humanoid can apply, because we see one Kennen ultimate, right? But there's Sejuani, there's a stolen Kennen ultimate as well. Humanoid can be that flank taken into consideration too.
And the final chapter as well for that route.
Fun Nocturne fact number 99.
You
you got to be really careful as a Silas trying to steal away a Nocturne ultimate, because he can spell shield it, and then it will go on cooldown, and then you are a sad Silas.
It's a good one. We'll keep our eyes like oranges for that one.
Peeled.
Peeled.
Go on, medic.
Thanks, man.
Dragon now up in
You've been
20
working
seconds.
with me too long that you got that MVP.
No, Nuke Duck is in the top lane. Almost called him Nocturne. Nuke Duck is in the top lane, does have the TP, and he has the bot wave that he can teleport onto. Fnatic have control over the mid right now. Upset gonna walk up, push that one in. And this should be one of the big fights of the game, unless XL want to concede it, considering the control Fnatic has.
9 seconds away. 7-6, 5-4, just showing you I can count as it comes back off cooldown. And now XL, second to the play here in the river. They have that one ward, they will know that Fnatic have started this. Finn, no flash on him, does have the Hextech rocket belt. And a slicing Maelstrom as a possibility. I don't think there's a blast cone there for him. Fnatic, they're like, okay, Finn could be
They're like,
here.
where is
Let's
Finn?
make sure we know that he's there. Nuke Duck still pushing in that top lane though. I think XL will just give this one up.
Yep.
Marku might step forward, looks for the smite, doesn't land it. This time it goes over to Razork. Paranoia used, that's Nuke Duck's I believe.
Yeah.
As he just used it from the top lane to allow XL to disengage.
But I do like the idea here. They wanted to just be able to smite away the Drake and then Nuke Dog trying to take the top lane inhibitor, albeit quite early still in the game. And I think it was just like, can we get it right? Smite, let's get out. And if not, well, then at least we tried.
Yeah, it looks like that the main game plan there from XL was not to overcommit to the objective. They don't want to run the risk of forcing a fight right now. They are afraid of how strong Fnatic is. So instead, they're going to wait a little bit longer for these further items to come through.
Oh, cool, but can you just read that red number between Twitch and Sivir on the screen for me?
That is 1.1k.
Yeah, Patrick's pretty strong. He's at 2 items. After being put so far behind in the early game, XL have funneled him so well. He now has Phantom Dancer and Kraken before the second item from the Twitch, before the mythic from the Twitch. Now, he did buy a Cull, obviously 300 extra gold for you, but XL have done a very good job of stabilizing the weakness they had in the early game and putting Patrick once again on a platform to carry these later game fights.
Felt like being back in high school there. You've not been paying attention in class. The teacher just asked you a
I
question
was really
randomly.
hoping that 1.1 wasn't like out of your comprehension.
You expect too much of me.
Sorry, Mikkel.
Keeping my eyes on the mini-map, of course. Twitch, one of the scariest things about it is it used to be known as the submarine, remember? Where it could come out
Shen.
of nowhere. The Shen Twitch combo, of course, with Yuumi, it can be just as scary. Here comes Upset.
Looking for it. Final chapter coming out. Patch is going to be boosted up, but immediately the Mikhail's coming out, and now look at him stepping forward because of the paranoia. Upset went too deep, and XL pounce once again. Their collapse, just absolutely beautiful. Humanoid now trying to get away with the other
flash.
Finn with the flank, the slicing mouse from Humanoid down. Wonder tries to flash away. The blasting bow will push him back, and that's another for XL. Fnatic went too deep, and XL just clapped them.
This game lived or died for Fnatic by Upset here, and he decided to face check it while the paranoia was active. They had the ping ward in the bush, but Nuke Dog immediately went for a blackout there.
Razork looking to chase here, Hylissang there as well. Mickey coming in from the side. Razork still with the damage, but the Dustbringer movement, the movement speed for Mickey as well. Gets Nuke Duck out. Baron started by XL. Razork, no flash. No Hex Flash, of course, as well. He's going to be body blocked. He's going to be marked by Mickey and by Finn. Razork can look for Mickey here. The hammer comes down. He'll get one. Hylissang will fall as well. TP coming in. Finn, you need to get back in the pick. Take the blast cone or something. Pops it. Keeps Razork away. Markoon jumps across. He knows if Razork's not in the pit, there's no smite there, but Razork's still on the chase. Trying to do everything he can to deny these Barons off of XL. That's 3. Razork with a triple. 1 recall will come through. Nuke Duck, where you going to go? You got flash.
Paranoia in 2 seconds. Let's see if he can use that to get
Humanoid
away.
has cannon ult.
Paranoia, paranoia. Everybody's coming to get you. Nuke Duck dies. 4 kills over to Fnatic. They wiped the Baron away.
I mean, it's definitely the best case scenario for Fnatic. Considering they just lost the fight, they picked up a lot of shutdowns and they denied a number of Barons, but Patrick still walks away with the Baron buff and XL still walk away the victors.
Look at this fight. This is going to be crucial, okay? So they believe they have vision because of that pink ward in there, okay? So they place another one when the fight comes out. Immediately the paranoia is there. That means you have no vision in the bush whatsoever. So as soon as he flashes over, well, Nuke Dog is still attached to him with the ultimate, and because of that, he's not allowed to stay alive. The rest of the fight, then of course, Finn comes around for the flank, he splits them all apart, and XL, they take the team fight.
Wow, great team fight coming in from XL. Kind of had flashbacks of Reckless 2017 on the Twitch against Immortals. He tried to make a play and everything fell apart. It could be history repeating itself for Fnatic.
Razork,
yeah, doing everything that he can.
Yep.
Doing a really great job, and he kind of set up the play for Fnatic to be able to get a number of kills back.
Fnatic push.
Markoon checks it with the play that Northern wins. They will back away. Obviously, Patrick, the only one with the Baron buff. Nuke pushing in the mid lane.
The other important thing to note is that Finn and Upset's flash cooldowns are basically the same now. Upset's will come up a little bit sooner, but when Finn has flash, Upset has flash. And that's some good news for Upset at the very least. But it's something that he will have to keep track of, because if that flash gets burnt early, you know that Finn is going to be hunted.
Might be a little window because of the Cosmic Insight when Finn has first strike. Don't know what the secondary rune is actually of Upset, but that might give you like a 10-second, 50-second window as well to move in between. Now Drake will spawn in 30 seconds time, and Cosmic Insight as well, yeah, so it was identical coming through. Makes sense. Vision control around the river area in favor of XL, so Fnatic, they need to clear this out.
And it feels like for XL, one fight locks you into round 2. One fight locks you into that fight against Misfits for the final spot at Worlds. Fnatic, one fight could be everything. Like one fight could be your end of your year. It's August and you're done. You don't get to Worlds, you do not pass go, you do not collect any opportunity to redeem yourselves.
Here we go. The dragon has been started. Information. They do not see the cannon.
Blast cone
They
is there.
do not know.
Blast cone is there. Upset doesn't have flash.
Does Finn see Upset? I think he does.
Finn looking for it. Blast cone. Humanoid standing there as well. Patrick pushing in the mid lane. They'll give it up. They want Patrick on the inhibitor tower instead. They might try and stop the ports. The back's coming out, but Patrick's already taken half that tower's health.
I mean, this is a team already in the series that have been willing to give up the Ocean Soul for the Baron itself. So giving up that one Cloud Drake here for the inhibitor turret in the mid lane, surely something they'll be happy about. And still,
look at Wonder. Look at Wonder, he's looking for this flank on a control wall.
Spotted on Vision, Finn is
gone all the way, he's been spotted and Finn is there, and Wonder's in the midst of 5. Wonder dodges away from the Glacial Pism, but there's nowhere for him to go. XL get another.
He thought he had the flank, but it was really XL with the intel all along, and they just scatter around him, and they completely demolish him as he tries to come in for that flank. Wonder, you can see they're desperate. They're looking for plays somehow, because this game is running away from them, and XL on the cusp of making it forward in playoffs.
And the polymorph from Mickey was just so good there. Prevented Wonder from even having an opportunity to make a turnaround play. That will be 2 exposed inhibitors now. XL find themselves with a 4.5k gold lead, 3 of which sits in the pocket of Patrick. 3 items fully completed. He has the components of his GA, which he is not expending right now, so that he still has that stopwatch available. XL is in a commanding position. The only saving grace for Fnatic is this Dragon Soul, and even that, I don't know if it's enough, even with a Cloud Soul, to be able to turn this game around. It's going to come down to some miracle performances from Upset.
Last year it felt weird not having G2 moving forward towards Worlds. This year it might just be Fnatic not joining us towards that right. We have 4 seeds. This would have been one of the easiest time making the tournament, and how incredible would it be, or unbelievable would it be, to see this roster not be making it.
4 seeds, and the 2 seeds, 2 teams hailed as super teams coming into the year might not go to Worlds. Vitality are already out. Fnatic, if they lose this, are out as well. Imagine Perks and Hylissang not making it to Worlds. Imagine like Wonder not making it to Worlds. Upset again, not being able to go there and show that he can fight with the best. And XL constantly this series have just been the better match, just being the better team when it comes to coordinated map play.
Conversely, yeah, XL having the opportunity to go to the World Championship for the first time. Nukeduck returning to the world stage after, I think his last appearance was 2013.
Lemondogs.
Yeah.
It was Lemondogs, where he first met Faker. The famous Swain versus Ari. We see a pick on the bot lane.
Coming out here, good stopwatch, and Razork was in the area. Hylissang there as well, good stun. Will slow them down. Humanoid looking to counter slicing now, so final chapter coming out. The root's gonna land, and now XL have to all come down towards this bottom side to try and protect Nukeduck, but they cannot do it. Nukeduck down, Fnatic find a pick.
Overcommitment for XL. They did not have the information to go for that play, and the rest of Fnatic are ready to answer. But what can they get of this? Maybe the bot lane turret, maybe moving further, but there's not many objectives to take in.
XL, they're making smart map moves right now. They're saying, hey, we're happily trading inhibitor for our bot tier 2. If you want to push for it, then be my guest. But look, they're immediately going to back off. XL, they're making their way towards the inhibitor. It looks like that Fnatic is going to have to give this one off, but Wonder has made it back.
He was Verdict gets the knockback. Wonder has retreated, as you say, so is Razork. Humanoid looking for a flank position here. Fnatic being caught out by this once before, and that control ward is still there. Humanoid on the chase. Mickey trying to get out of this as well, but he's exhausted immediately. TP coming in for Finn. Humanoid's already down! Patrick just slices them up with the boomerangs. Mickey's going to fall, though, with the rat-tat-tat. The spray and pray coming out. Patrick walks away. Marcoon trying to retreat as well, but the poison is ticking, and that arsenic will burn through Marcoon. Stopwatch coming coming out. TP coming as well as Nuke looks to get up to that backline. Dives onto Upset. One down. Patrick continues to just dish out the damage with boomerang after boomerang. And Patrick is just unkillable.
He gets the
With
stun.
Flash stun. From long range, he finds the Shuriken. Razzle gets the stun into the wall, but Razzle, you have to feel what for. Patrick still has the GA. Hillisang will die. Excel will wipe them up. Do they look for the Baron or the win?
And XL will wipe Fnatic off the map. Humanoid will be respawning soon, but those are long death timers. I don't think XL can convert this into much, but what an incredible team fight from XL to be able to turn that one around. Fnatic, they found a crucial pick. They were able to punish Nukeduck and his commitment to using the ultimate in the bot lane, but then look at the response from XL.
And it finally looked like this was going to be the fight that brought Fnatic back into the game. If they pick up this victory, they pick up the Baron afterwards, and they're straight back into it. But look at Patrick in this fight. Look at this CC chain from Akun. Offset trying to be the counter response instead. Wonder if he'd made that cast, would have had it, but Patrick as well, he's held on to this for so long. And the big paranoia coming through. It's been 2013 since Nukeduck was back at that World Championship, but I can argue that this is the best year he's ever had in his career.
And the thing is, Upset committed his flash to getting a kill onto Mickey, and in the moment it felt worth it, but in hindsight you can see that it just wasn't. He left himself exposed to the Nocturne, and the moment that Nukeduck arrived, he had his ultimate back up and he was able to lock that rat down. Now XL find themselves with the Baron. They only need one more win to move forward, and here comes
The final
Upset.
chapter. Not enough from Upset there. They look for the damage. The rest stats had the spray and pray, so also comes out. XL can look to re-engage. What do we got in terms of ultimates? Marcoon, no Glacial Prism, Patrick, no on the hunt, Wild Growth, and Slicing Mouse, so no flashes across the board. Literally no one has one in the game. We're going to see a battle of wits, a battle of punches and hits here in the river. Upset starting up that Cloud Soul. Nukeduck pushing in the mid lane. XL might make...
They're
just
giving
make
it up
run.
again.
They
They're
know
saying
they've got the
they
Baron.
don't care.
Pushing for double inhib, pushing for double inhib. That's what they're going to do. No Baron empowered recalls on the side of Fnatic. 3 members just spent a while taking that. It's 8 seconds before they get back.
They need to be careful though, because when Offset comes around, he's coming out with Home Guards and the cat on top of him. He's
No,
actually
not.
going to... Ooh,
He
he's
started his recall. What are you doing? Oh, he's taking the scuttle crab.
priorities, gentlemen.
I mean, the thing is, they're not pushing for second hit, so
exactly.
I think it's fine to stop at that point, but it's just a little bit of a funny one to watch. A little bit of extra gold in Upset's pocket as well.
Okay, so XL made the call. You know what? It's a Cloud Soul. We don't care. That's not going to be enough for Fnatic to be able to turn this game around. However, what it does bring to life is the Elder Dragon. And in 5.5 minutes time, that objective will be up and raring to go. That could be the deciding fight. Of course, XL still have the Baron for 1.5 minutes. They're grouping up in the bot lane. They've got Nukeduck catching mid. And they see Upset top lane. So they know they have time to siege onto this tier 2 unless Wonder can clear the way.
Yeah, but now Cloud Drake on a Twitch when he ultimates. I don't know if you're familiar with space gliding, but you might be familiar with the term after this game is done once it finally opens up. Because this is going to be a lot of movement speed. Yes, of course, Nukeduck can persuade it with the paranoia coming through, but all eyes on Upset. If you are a Fnatic fan, it's going to come off. It's fine. It was coming
it's
off.
a hijacked ultimate, guys. He had to use it at some point. Marcoon, though,
Good ultimate.
Great question, Prism, as you say.
Trade of ultis here. They know that Upset now doesn't have that available. Marcoon, well, he has invested it.
Look at Nukeduck in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He's being clapped on by
Good
Razzle.
spot there, Medic, but looks like Fnatic, they're going to disengage from that one. Humanoid looking for an ulti steal.
Steal it away, chuck it immediately onto Marcoon. The Mikhail's coming out there, and Humanoid stunned by Finn across the wall. Nukeduck still pushing in the mid lane. He knows he can get the second inhibitor for free, pretty much, because Fnatic have to answer the super minions pushing in mid.
Track the flashes, track the flashes. We can see that Upset has this up very soon. Hillisang has both summoners available, which means the exhaust is there for Finn. This man is sitting at like 4, 1, and 5 right now, has the death gap complete, and can rip through the front line of Fnatic. Upset yet to have his ultimate come off cooldown. XL continue the siege with the Baron only lasts 15 more seconds. I don't know if they can break into the base just yet, but they're gonna try.
Oh yeah, final chapter onto the backline. Marcoon is low. Stopwatch coming out from Humanoid. Mickey on the front line though with the Wild Growth trying to keep himself alive. Patrick putting the damage down, but he's just sliced up by Humanoid. A great slicing match.
Patrick's still alive.
Humanoid almost down. Upset stepping forward though, and this is great for Fnatic. They find 3 kills so quickly. Patrick trying to put the damage down, but the GA will only bring him back in the midst of the enemy team. Nothing he can do to get out of this 1, Fnatic find 4.
A massive team fight win for Fnatic, and they didn't even need Upset's ult to do it. Humanoid with the ulti steal from Nukeduck finds the engage onto the backline Marcoon, and what looked like a good ultimate from Finn just wasn't good enough.
I think that's the big one as well there, Veddy. The fact that all of a sudden XL were the team that had to deal with the paranoia. They get split apart so easily. Marcoon panic button immediately. Mickey get caught up. He's forced to use the ultimate on himself, and when you don't have that for your teammates, it's just not going to be as vulnerable. Patrick gets caught in the middle by a great updog by Humanoid coming through, and then Upset finally unleashing in the backline with the rest of Fnatic able to hammer down the rest of XL.
The front line just melts for XL, and Nukeduck not really having an opportunity to get involved in the fight is just a great play from Fnatic.
I expected them to be happier.
I mean, they seem pretty happy still.
Yeah, some XL fans there as well, and also, we said it was one team fight for XL to get to that Worlds qualification game. It's not that for Fnatic to get back into this series. It's a few team fights they've got to win. There's still a mid-tier 1, for goodness sake, that they have to get through. And yes, if they win a Baron fight, if they win an Elder fight, they are one step closer. They are raging against the dying of the light in this game, but it is still a long walk for them to even have a hope in this series.
See, Patrick has actually traded out his GA for a Bloodthirster. He wants that lifesteal, the shielding. He doesn't have a flash available, Upset does. Level 16 to level 15. Hylissang summoners have been used. These summoners are so crucial this late into the game. But the most important one being Finn does have his flash available. Who can he get on top of? Nukeduck in the bot lane, Finn in the top lane, Fnatic grouping up mid.
Oh, this might be a really bad call by Nukeduck. Grasshog is around Upset as well in the vicinity. He does have that teleport, but
Paranoia popped. Razork looking for it. Nukeduck looking for that fear as well. Upset on his way, now spotted. Nukeduck trying to get away from this one. What are XL doing on the rest of the map? Well, Finn is pushing in the top lane as he tries to put some damage down. Ambush coming out from Upset will get the chase on. Nukeduck's going to try and turn it around with the fear, but Upset could just auto space away from that, and Nukeduck will fall. XL still looking for the inhibitor in the top lane. Can they get it in time, or will Fnatic be able to react quickly enough to defend their inhib? It looks like the inhib's gone, but the final chapter's coming out. Keeper's verdict as well. Final chapter's going to land 2 routes. Wonder coming from the side, has the flash, has the body slam, has everything he needs to get onto Mickey. And now the chase continues, and Fnatic are looking for that hope, looking for the light, the last vestige for them, but they walked into Patrick, and Patrick is not yet dead. He finally falls. He was able to get 2. Finn and Marcoon walking away wounded, trying to find some field hospital of hope, but Upset will take them.
look at the death timers. Look at the death timers. Infernal Drake in 1 minute. Finn up in 1 minute. 40 seconds on Patrick. This setup here is going to get in favor of Fnatic. Yes, they have inhibitors down, but mid lane has just respawned. The only one they have to worry about is the top lane, and they'll have plenty of time to try and push it out. Wonder when he respawns has to teleport, and right now Baron is also available, so Fnatic, they might just have fought their way right back into this game.
Upset was unleashed in that fight, and he had to be because things are looking dire. Marcoon, though, where's the smite?
No.
Where's the smite?
Marcoon can look for it, 5,000 HP still on Baron. Remember, if you're tanking Baron, you do 50% damage to it. Upset there, not even doing DPS to this Baron. Marcoon can still look to get in. Upset forced away.
Hang on a
Paranoia
minute.
popped. They're looking for the TP into the Paranoia play. They're looking for damage here. Marcoon going in. Nukeduck dives onto Humanoid, but Marcoon's already dead. Nukeduck was there
New
too.
teleports.
TP now coming in. Fnatic could try and turn this one around. Counter Paranoia used. Flash away by Nukeduck. Fnatic able to hold on to something.
But now Marcoon is dead for 40 seconds. All of
Super
Fnatic is
minions.
now back up. Upset is to full HP. And this could be a window for Fnatic to get every objective on the map. But you have to keep your eyes on the top
Supers.
lane. Super minions are on the way to the base. Humanoid has gone to answer them. He has the teleport as well.
This game right now has just gone down to the wire. Baron didn't fall, but Infernal, or rather Elder, is on the cards here. 4 members of XL walk into the River of Death, and what will they be met by?
The waiting arms of Fnatic, the open jaws of the beast. TP coming in by Humanoid. XL start to disengage. Patrick now starting to step forward. Paranoia's TP in by Finn. He's looking for the back door. He's looking for something out of this. Can you get there quickly enough? The Elder taken. Of course, no empowered recourse, but he just comes up and Upset just opens up on a Mickey. Mickey able to get a bit of a shielding up, but it's not enough. Upset flashing forward. And you said he reminded you of Reckless. Well, Upset wins this one.
Upset with the massive triple kill to turn the game around. Fnatic, they're going to shut down Finn as well. Oh, Finn actually gets a kill, but the Elder should secure that one. And now Fnatic have members alive. They have a wave in mid lane, and it looks like Fnatic are not down and out just yet.
Marcoon has the ultimate. The cleanses off QSS. There are some Mikhails available, so Marcoon, it's going to be a really tough task to clear the mid-game wave. You have to sacrifice your life for it. You have to somehow trim it away, but no, actually, no, Fnatic, they're not even going for it. They say, screw it, we have the Elder. We can get the Baron buff, and it'll be way more secure afterwards.
Upset turning back around. he will shred through Marcoon.
He
Marcoon's
will.
very tanky, but Marcoon able to dodge every time. What was that?
That was a single auto attack, Medic.
That's pretty darn high DPS there by Upset. Fnatic now going to secure the Baron as well. Still, of course, Super Minions pushing in that top lane for 2 minutes, but Baron remains on the cards for Fnatic, 1.5 minutes as well on their Elder. They can get this Baron, they can reset, and then they can push out with the double buffs for at least a short period of time.
Fnatic have done it. They have been able to find these windows where XL have fallen short. Upset has come up clutch once again. Humanoid has by far and away outscaled Nukeduck and is offering so much value on the Sylas as well. He has found some clutch plays, much needed plays for Fnatic. And now XL find themselves with their backs against the wall.
Okay, so we know it's probably going to come down to one last team fight, or multiple if they kept being, with only a few members falling in them. But one thing to take into account now is these flashes, right? Upset, his flash timer is not aligned with Finn's anymore. That means that they will have a moment where XL, they can strike before they'll have that flash for Upset. Crucially though, he has just picked up that GA, and should he go down, even Humanoid now has become a threat. He's level 18 on that Sylas. Items picked up, does a lot of damage in these instances too. And there's still that last item waiting to come through on Patrick, so there is a difference in the 2 carries.
Baron is up for another 2 minutes. The Dragon drops off in 10 seconds. Fnatic is looking to get as much as possible.
Helicopter comes out just short by Razzle, 3 seconds on the Elder, and XL can now look for the re-engage.
Look at Kennen, look at Kennen!
Good position for the flank, getting off the back line, that's Paranoid. Immediately they dive onto the Twitch. Slicing Maelstrom coming out as well, and they're getting into the GA. Patrick trying to open up onto Humanoid, Nukeduck on the back line, but that Twitch is going to come back alive. It's all on Patrick. Can he slice through Fnatic quickly enough? Humanoid healed up. Patrick stepping forward though, Nukeduck trying to get away towards the backside of the fight. Razzle still on the chase, Upset there as well. Wonder doing what he can. Humanoid maybe looking for a re-engage. Nukeduck going to be chased out by Razzle and by Hillistang. The fear going down. Nukeduck with a Dustbringer gets himself a little bit more movement speed. The Pounding Projectile block there as well. Another fear coming out. Razzle able to dodge away and then back in, and Nukeduck will fall. Upset there with the rest of his team, and Fnatic have been able to disengage. They got the inhibitor, and they get everyone out.
It cost XL so much just to make that play, and what they get in the end, they only got the GA away from Upset. He's just sold that GA, he bought in the LDR now instead, so he just doesn't care about that. The damage will still come through from this Twitch, and just for them to be able to make this play again is going to be so hard, just due to the fact that Fnatic, the vision control was not even their favor here. Huge ultimate from Marcoon.
What an impressive ultimate, and the follow-up immediately from Nukeduck. But the crucial thing is Finn committed the flash. A good Zhonya's comes through from him, but he then gets taken out of the fight immediately. Fnatic do everything in their power to peel for their AD carry, and while the GA does drop, that flash will no longer be available for the next fight.
Mickey, you're going to be okay by the turret just there. Looks like he was being caught for just a second. Now top lane inhibitor is down, and they will have to deal with those supers. Finn does have that teleport. I don't think he'll have to use it, as Fnatic, they're just going to be the team coming into XL's base here.
Pushing forward, Fnatic. They will be able to take this inhibitor pretty much for free. XL trying to defend, trying to find some way back. Of course, only game 3 of the series. This XL 2-0 up right now. Spot for world qualification on the line as Upset opens up. Spray and pray coming out good. Cleanse away, and Patrick ticking away, but does still have the GA. Nukeduck shielded just in time to keep him alive. And now the question is, can XL find something back out of this? Because that was just a spray and pray. That's all that was. Walking forward, menacingly, Upset continues to harass XL. Keep them pinned back in their base.
When you're fighting against a Twitch, it's come down to one thing. Is he the one opening up on you, or are you the one opening up on him? You need to shut him down before he gets to come into that spot where you're already too low HP to actually fight back. And that window you have, when he opens up, it's like half a second. Then your HP is already down to half HP.
You can feel the sigh of relief from the Fnatic fans.
Well, let's have a look how the Fnatic fans are thinking about this game right now. I hear we've got a little vote that's happening in Discord. You guys can vote in discord.lec.gg. There is a bit of a sigh of relief. I agree with you, Betty.
FNC or XL, who will win this game? Of course, Patrick is the man you have to keep your eyes on.
Got the GA now.
He's actually sold the Bloodthirster, gone for the LDR instead. He does, of course, have the GA.
Wow.
Oh, it's close.
I mean, that's a lot more XL favorite than I thought it would be. Like.
With the position Fnatic is in, this looks like it's their game to lose. But the TP flank,
Upset is isolated.
Upset isn't with the team. Finn coming in with that slicing Maelstrom, looking for Wonder as well, but Upset can join this quite late. Paranoia coming out, Upset. Look at the positioning of Upset. He can just open up on the sideline. Immediately, Marcoon, that was bloody gorgeous. Patrick's still alive. The GA will be popped, but XL are gonna win the fight. Marcoon, take a bow, you beautiful man. Immediately locks up the Twitch and locks XL a spot in the second round.
I can't believe he's just done that, dude. Nuke Dog's gonna defend the base. He still has to teleport. Wonder's gonna be backing, and they're still looking. Razok the stun. Can they get him here?
Marcoon's still on the chase. Razok with a lot of movement speed through that phase rush. Patrick, there's no minion wave really apart from this cannon to get a TP in. Wonder, Hittersang, and Razok against the world, against all of XL to try and hold on to some small bit of hope in this game. The cannon minion going to be cleaned out. Wonder trying to step forward, but Patrick's doing exactly the same. The knockdown.
And Patrick's in! Wonder! What's happening?
Wonder!
Wonder was able to do it! Wonder was able to find the kill on the Patrick! Mickey will also die! Wait a goddamn minute! Fnatic have held the line, and XL will fall short!
And now the Elder Drake is alive as well. Upset has just respawned. XL, they could have gone for the Elder instead. They wanted the victory after a tense moment. Wonder's TPing to top now instead. What?
Unbelievable! Marcoon with the hero engage onto Upset was able to win the fight, but then Wonder does one better, and can he now secure the win for Fnatic?
Been trying to survive, they're trying to keep these Nexus towers alive. Humanoid locked up underneath the tower. Stopwatch just in time. That final shot might have been enough. The slicing master coming in as well. Marcoon trying to defend. Wonder's going to fall low. He will fall to those Nexus towers. But his
Wait, they got
team
the wave.
will
They got the
clean them up. They
minions.
got the wave, but Upset is walking in. There's double supers in the bottom lane. There's no way that XL can do anything about it. The Fnatic faithful had to have some pretty damn big hope for this one, but Fnatic keep the series alive.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else. To be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, hey. Are you done now?
Yeah, I need a break though. That was some. Oh,
Hi, babe.
Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
Welcome everyone to the LEC Summer Playoffs live from Berlin, Germany. Tonight we'll see Excel fighting to keep their season alive against a resurging Fnatic for a spot in the final tomorrow against G2 Esports. I'm Law and I'll be joined by Tagda and Goldberg for this strategy check. How are you guys doing?
Good. It's nice to be on the desk for a little change. You know? Get to join you guys for a bit.
So nice to have you around, you know. Sometimes I get to cast with you back in the day. It doesn't never happen now. Now you get put on our desk. It's great to have you, buddy.
Yeah, and it is the reunion, as it will be the reunion on the Rift today with the storylines that we have. But first, let's rewind a bit and recap what happened yesterday as we said goodbye to Team Heretics after the loss versus Fnatic. They are eliminated from playoffs and season finals contention. Dagda, they were close, but yet so far from taking it.
It was heartbreaking. And even the interview with Jankos afterwards was just, I mean, brought a tear to my eye. But genuinely, they tried their hardest. Unfortunately, though, it just felt like they got caught out a little bit. They weren't expecting things like the Rumble to come through, the Ivern that we got to see. Definitely was Fnatic kind of figuring out how they wanted to play in the meta. And then things like the Jace as well coming in so hot, too hot to handle, honestly, as they started to play around those dragons and those big objectives.
Yeah, but it just felt like, you know, the early game, it felt like it was going in Team Heretic's favor. It felt like they had developed that flaw they had from regular seasons. But one flaw that still remained, though, that also persisted in groups, was some of their mid-game. And even though they managed to get those leads in the early game, they could never really convert it into more, and thus Fnatic came back so many times. Great team fighting as we know them by, and they couldn't take it all the way. So yeah, sad to see Team Heretics gone.
It stayed a consistent issue with Team Heretics, and it felt like when Fnatic kept improving, Heretics stayed the same, actually. But we will see Fnatic again in season finals. But I want to point out, they are not locked yet, even though they thought they were, for Montpellier Occitanie at the end of the year. Only top 3 of the season finals will go there. So they would need at least 1 or 2 best of 5s, I think, to get there. Yeah, don't get too hasty.
Yeah, and also top 3 season finals is not what we're doing right now. This is the summer final right now. We'll get there.
Yeah.
I swear we'll all be on the same page at some point.
Summer playoffs, and we'll go into season finals in a couple weeks.
That's right.
Let's focus on summer playoffs for now. With the series we have on our hands today, Excel versus Fnatic for a spot in the summer finals versus G2, and a win here would lock Excel for season finals over Koi. So Koi, I think, are the biggest Fnatic fans today.
Oh, absolutely. Fnatic as well, you know, they managed to qualify yesterday for XL. If you lose here today, that is you out. So it's really just very simple. XL win, you go to season finals. You lose, then it's Koi taking their spot. So, you know, Koi, as you said, biggest Fnatic fans. And for the side of XL, they just want to make sure that Fnatic is not able to get a win today. Yeah.
And it's a do or die series for XL again, and Fnatic proving to that they can save their season again, I feel. So it's going to be an insane battle on the Rift because Fnatic kept on improving. We saw Excel last week against G2. I don't know what to expect today.
I'm just hoping for a banger. I just really want a banger. I think there's going to be a huge amount of contention around like what happens in the jungle, what happens in the mid lane. Like this seems to be the two big focuses that we're seeing, and I'm super excited to see exactly how that's going to pan out today.
And insane storylines on the side of both teams as well. When you look at Odoam, they won his first title last year in Malmö with Koi. He could kick them out.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because you have the two where it's Odoamne finally being able to get revenge on his org, at least on social media. It seemed like he's been wanting to do that.
He said some stuff.
He definitely did.
Strong words.
And for the side of Trimby, he's in a position where he can save his former organization. So the Koi boys, they gotta root for Trimby today if they want to make it done.
And Trimby versus Odoamne, as we said, like former Koi player as well. Trimby was mentioning it in PGL yesterday, that it's going to be both intense and heartbreaking at the same time, regardless of the issue here.
Yeah, I think the fact that you're going to see either these, well, potentially XL not make it into the season finals, and then also the fact that for Fnatic, as they've been improving so stellarly over the course of this entire split, same with XL, the fact that you're going to get these improvements and maybe, just maybe, you're going to stumble at that last hurdle, it's going to be heartbreaking for both these.
And I feel like this is what these playoffs are about, GB, improving and showing how much you've been able to improve to maybe save your season from a doom situation.
Absolutely, and I think both teams here was sort of contested with some of their weakness. I think for sure Fnatic was with their early game yesterday, but also XL when they were playing against G2. So whichever team really can take the most out of their losses and incorporate that to strengths of themselves will definitely be the one making it to finals.
Do or die. We said it enough, I guess. Reddit got the idea here. But Odo shared some thoughts with us on what this do or die series actually means for him. So let's check it out.
It's a big reason of frustration for me, the fact that you know, after playing like this and being in such great form that there's a chance you don't make playoffs. It is quite gutting, you know. So we achieved nothing. We are top 3. We need to win one more. If we don't win one more, who cares that we've been playing good? We're just a bunch of randoms that just didn't make playoffs in that sense. So yeah, I mean, there's huge motivation to turn it around, because people don't really expect much from you when you go twice 10th. At the same time, you know, when you go twice 10th and everything's on fire, you kind of have a point to prove if you wanna stay on a roster for next year. So.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here for players who both want to save their season, their career next year, but also what he said I think is really impactful. The fact that even though you improved, if you can't make it to some season playoffs here, what is the point in the end? How is that even going to matter? No one is going to remember you. So this is the series today that's going to define how the rest of the year is going to shape up.
It's really true. And, you know, we can stand here and say they've improved drastically in terms of what we saw in the beginning. And as you said, it just won't matter in the end. As a competitor, the only thing that matters is winning. For XL, the only thing that matters is winning the summer split. It is making it to season final. It is going to Worlds. And specifically for a player like Odo's caliber, it would be a disappointment not being able to make it all the way.
I do think, though, for these players, they should still be very proud of what they have achieved, though. I mean, the fact that they've managed to come in, not only with finding one identity across the course of this split, but able to find multiple, like we saw with Fnatic yesterday, very different compositions that they brought to the table, being able to figure out how they want to try in multiple different styles. And it's been a similar story for XL, right? Like Odo himself, popping off in a Rumble, which we haven't seen for so long, and then coming back and playing things that he's kind of more, well, known for recently, I'll say. So I think it's been an incredible story for these guys, just how good they have improved over the course of it.
But when you put yourself in their shoes, is it enough, though? Is it enough, especially after bringing G2 to 5 games last week, proving that they could do it, that they had them in them? And when you look at the whole Excel story, I think it's inspiring the fact that I saw the improvements on the mid lane, especially, and on the fact that I felt like every player from the map could carry when it was needed, and especially when you look at Abadagger playing the Azir in the first place, pivoting to Jace, who became one of the main picks. I think it's going to be a central point in the series we have today.
It definitely is. It just feels like whoever picks Jace just turns into rookie, and we've seen it so many times with so many different players.
They lose?
Hopefully not in the same regard, but on an individual level, yes. And I think it's going to be super contested. It's been Humanoid's best champion in groups. It's been Abadagger's best champion in group. I would be very surprised to even see this champion being left open. Whatever red side outside team we will see today will probably be forced to ban this champion unless they have an exceptional answer to it.
And Fnatic playing on red side the first game, I think.
Exactly. And the thing is, as you're kind of looking at that as well, it's like, well, what the hell happens to Fnatic when they're on that red side? Because you're like, okay, we get rid of the Chase, but Rumble's still a big pick, Maokai's still a big pick, Rel's a big pick, and it feels like you have to try and contain Abadage in that mid lane, because as you can see, when he's able to have things like the Jace, or he has the Azir, or these kind of picks where he can work with the jungler well, this is where I think he stands out, helping those teams in the early skirmishes and trying to set them up and prop them up for a strong mid game.
Well, let's hear from the man in the mid lane himself, as Abadage is standing by with Trouble.
Thank you very much, Laure. I'm sitting here with Abadage, ahead of your best of 5 as Fnatic. Thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Now, of course, last weekend was, honestly, I'm not even going to say disappointing, because you guys played so freaking well versus G2. What did you think was the defining factor in this best of 5?
Well, I think they pushed us to the limits. We were very close from winning game 5, we felt like, but in the end, it was small moments that decided everything. Like every game was really close, I feel like. So just small difficulties.
Okay, would that be in macro or how you guys communicated in the game?
I think they were a bit ahead in macro and then a bit maybe mechanical communication. I think they were just a little bit better of a team today, and that's why they won.
So, okay, you guys are taking the long way to the finals, I'm assuming, so you can practice this more. Now, of course, Abba, last time we talked, you had a very strong belief for your teammates. You said you think they're very strong and you're really happy that they get to showcase how good they are on the Rift. Now, part of this Excel story and growth has been you as well and your development. How do you think this has gone this year?
Well, I think when I came in, nobody really expected much. But I knew that I can be one of the best mid laners in the LEC, and I just wanted to prove to myself that I can be at the top. I think I'm on a pretty good journey to keep improving. I think I've gotten into a really good kind of state where I feel like I'm improving every week, and I feel really good right now with the teammates I have around me, the environment and the coaching staff. They help me a lot, kind of summon the best version of myself. So every week is just kind of, it's been a growth journey for me.
Well, Abba, you're one best of 5 away from solidifying yourself in the top 2 of the LEC, for summer at least. But to get through that best of 5, Fnatic is waiting, and they showed a pretty strong face yesterday. Did you and your team see sort of different tendencies than what they showed last week, possibly?
I think they kind of showed a similar drafts and similar gameplay. So I would say we were pretty well prepared. Obviously, we didn't know yet who we were going to play, but we had a feeling it would be Fnatic. So we've prepared our scouting. We're not surprised that they made it. I think they're a strong team and we have to respect them, but we also have good plans prepared for them. So I think it's going to be a very fun series today.
Well, Dylan Falco said that he's expecting XL to play against you 2 in the final. So good luck in your best of 5 today, Abadage. Thank you very much for joining me. And Laure, over back to you.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Amazing to hear from Abadage before this game, as the team is clicking, everything is going well, they understand how to play with each other, but is it going to be enough against a Fnatic that keeps on improving game after game? And yesterday, for me, it was about the objective control setup, especially around the Drake stack, though.
Yeah, I think that was the most important part, was just seeing how well they were able to get mid-party and bot-party and then trying to lean into that equation. And you can see from the kill map here, all those little dots, how often we were fighting around that dragon in the early stages of the game. And I think it became a big focal point, and why we're starting to see the fact that playing for mid and bot party have become such a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's been evolving. I feel like this for a lot of the world, but for Fnatic, especially in that series, you could kind of see it game by game. Everything just became about these dragons checking in with tools like this. We were highlighting the Daisy yesterday, of course, but being able to it was all about Daisy, right? But like being able to secure vision, or being able to basically just have set up or a way to brute force in so that you could remove the opponent from having that steadfast ability to just kind of hold their ground was very very key.
And that's why I think we could see teams that had kind of skipped out on that step of getting mid-priority was actually being fumbled. And I think a lot of that was because of champions like Maokai that were coming in that then would set up with big ultimates that would actually cause issues for you when you try to set up for Dragon.
I love what you're saying here, but I'm just hearing that from producers that Goldberg is actually standing by with a really important message. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much. You cast a minion in River right here. You were talking about Drake priority. I want to say that's absolutely impossible while Maokai is up. You see those disgusting little bastards right there? Makes it impossible to come in and contest. You know what else makes it impossible? His ultimate. So hard to teamfight in. So hard to teamfight in! And just so you understood, that was a team fighting that's super difficult to battle when there is a Maokai.
Okay?
Do we all get that? Yeah, we all okay.
Yeah,
Maokai, Ben,
I mean,
You got to
I agree.
leave with it on your...
But yeah, you got a bit of jungle on your shoulder. But yeah, as we said, I think that Maokai especially is going to come in handy with picks like Jace because this setup is really essential to both teams. So looking at the first game with Excel playing on blue side and Fnatic on red side, how do we expect the first rotation to go maybe?
I think it's super hard when you're on red side to try and grasp the especially the start of the meta that we're going to see in this series. So I think, as you say, champions like Jace, do you give over Maokai? I think you end up banning Jace, Maokai on red side, probably give over something like Rel and see if you can then combat that a little bit easier, because I think Maokai is just so strong at the moment.
Fnatic managed to innovate yesterday, and that's what got them the win. We'll see if they're able to do this today. Do you think they have more tricks up their sleeve, GB?
I actually think that we saw most of what Fnatic had to offer last time. I think this is going to be on Excel, so I'm really hoping that Fnatic's adaptation throughout the series and their willingness to try picks they might not be that comfortable on will be the way that they make it into this series.
Well, it is do or die for Excel in today's series. Can they advance to the semifinal and lock their spot in season finals as well? Or will Fnatic crash the party and send Excel home until next year? Medic, take it away.
Thank you very much, Laura. We are here for Fnatic versus Excel, our lower bracket final. It's going to be a...
Did you say XL or XDD?
I said XL.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we always starting with that up. Put away your gun.
I mean, I watched from home yesterday, you know, all the Pedro fans.
This is already just turned into the...
I'm excited with the boys.
With
Fun
the boys.
TriCast, the British boys, a bit of banter on this.
Bit of banter, yeah.
Yeah, but of
It's
course...
actually the second episode of the Many Vedi podcast. Let's go! Okay,
I'm the host, I'm the host.
What's your real... And the Many Vedi podcast, what's your real name, Kedro?
You're the host.
Okay, you're the host. Go ahead.
Try your best.
Are we starting the game soon?
Yeah, host it.
You have the button.
You do have the button.
Just press the button to start the game. We'll be ready.
Oh yeah, wait, I have to hack into the mainframe once.
Okay,
you guys do your thing.
Start
I'm the host though. You guys talk. I'm the host. Okay.
We're here for Fnatic versus XL.
Good hacking.
Thank you for pressing the button, Kedro. Let's get into draft. Game 1 of this best of 5.
So like you're washing in the rain, there's a lot on the line in this game. For Fnatic, they've already qualified for the season finals. XL need to win to qualify for season finals themselves. We'll say season finals, the tournament after Summer Split in a couple of weeks' time, where we see which 4 teams will be sending to Worlds. If XL fail to win this best of 5, Koi will be joining Mad Lions, G2, Fnatic, SK, and BDS as our top 6 teams fighting for those 4 world spots. Let's get into the draft though. Still at least 3 games to go before we see who manages to get that final spot. Xayah, Maokai, Tristana banned out by XL, Kai'Sa and Jace removed so far by Fnatic.
LeBlanc and Rel, where is it going to go? Still the 2 champions you think of when you look at this draft. Sejuani could be another good one for Peach. And then the Ivern is something that you always have to keep track on when you're looking towards AD mids. We saw Yone from VTO, which seemed to work, but then eventually got 1 shot in team fight. So we'll see what other AD mids these junglers, these mid laners come up with. Is LeBlanc the last ban? No, it's the Rel. So LeBlanc first pick for XL, pretty easy one if you think about it. Otherwise, unless there's something else they're thinking. I mean, Maokai, Rel is down. He could go for Sejuani, but I think this champion is just so strong in this patch, and Abadaga has had great performance on it. And giving it to Humanoid, one of our best LeBlancs, is a mistake.
No surprise. I wonder if Varus will be a high priority in this series as well. We have been seeing it pop up. Whether or not Fnatic want to try and lock in their AD carry relatively early with Xayah, Kai'Sa already taken off the boards. Of course, when we did see XL play into G2, Kalista became a surprisingly high priority for Patrick. Not that I expect that to be immediately prioritized in this series. But of course, the Rumble has been left open. Odo Omni choosing not to go for it in the first rotation means that Oscarinin will take that one away. And it does look like the Varus will be locked in. So already a lot of range on the side of Fnatic.
I'd also be a little bit afraid if I was XL of Poppy on 3 here, especially if they're looking at taking away something like the Rakan. So hopefully they keep their eyes on the jungler coming through on 3 for Fnatic. That's a possibility, especially if they're going to go for more dashes. Really good into the LeBlanc. Going for the Nautilus early, which is another champ that can do well into the LeBlanc. If Fnatic pick that up on 3, they can ban away things like the Braum, and I think limit on engaged supports is a must. I like Zalistar though. Still going to go for that Nautilus.
I do wonder where things like Sejuani fall on the priority list. LeBlanc Sejuani, not the strongest mid-jungle, but Peach, we have seen his Viego here and there. Things like Lee Sin historically have also been very good. Not that we see a lot of it in the current meta. Right now we see a bit of a cheeky hover on the Jhin, but it won't be. That Sejuani is actually going to be brought out. I wonder if this then increases the priority of the Renekton for XL and something that Fnatic can look to ban away.
Having that melee alongside the Sejuani does make a lot of sense. Poppy here still a possibility. I believe you're going to say that K-Draw. Not as strong when you're not playing into the Rakan, but still works well into Sejuani and the Nautilus.
Yeah, I think Trundle is also good here. They can go Trundle, they can go Poppy, they can pick Braum as well if they want to counter support. They have so many options here on 3, and they can go Trundle. So I think out of those 3, yeah, understandable choice. Will do really well into the Nautilus. They will lack a little bit of CC for the LeBlanc, but now it's just a case of what support they can get on 4. I mean, there's nothing really left to counterpick for Fnatic, right? You see their mid support, you still need your mid support. You're not really going to flex the Rumble or the Trundle anywhere. So it's just about making sure you get your power picks while also denying the counters that you've shown. Maybe a Renekton ban, like you said, Betty, could help out the top jungle against this Rumble.
Could also try and limit that AD carry pool just a little bit more. There's the Renekton ban. The Kai'Sa, Xayah, and Tristana already removed as well. Would be falling very far down for Patrick. The Kalista a possibility. I also like the Trundle. I was just going to say, because of the mixed damage threat from that top lane. When you have an AP top laner, you do want some physical damage to come from your jungle.
Yeah, I feel like the Kalista could be a pick, but into Trundle pillar, it's really hard to play team fights. Rumble ult, it's a bit of a pain. I think XL probably looking at Draven or Aphelios for their AD carry. I don't think there's any other really options unless you want to go for Ashe, but I think they would lack a lot of damage.
I like the Rakan ban, taking that away from Trimby. We know that it is his most successful engaged support. He has an insane win rate on it, something like 80+%. It's absolutely crazy, so no surprise to see that banned away from XL. The Gnar also makes a lot of sense being removed from Odoamne. I'm curious as to what direction he can even go now. Things like Cassante, maybe. But so far, I really like what Fnatic have drafted for themselves. The Azir actually going to be taken away from Humanoid. You know, ever since we did see him lose on it in the best of 3s, it feels like that he's moved very far away from the champion. We did see a bit of Annie come out from him, and there we're going to see it once again. I wondered whether or not he wanted that immediate lockdown CC, and he's going to grab it. A fairly squishy composition overall from Fnatic, but a lot of damage at their disposal. A lot of trading power with the mid jungle of Annie Trundle, and a lot of engaged tools and team fighting as well. As XL looking now as to what AD carry they want to lock in.
Yeah, Draven kind of loses part of his safety as soon as you see an Annie locked in on the other side of the board. You are very susceptible to Annie just flash Tibbers-ing you, whereas something like the Ezreal would have the escape. Gwen for Odo in the top lane. We'll see where XL go for their AD carry. I think Fnatic are lining up towards a possible Braum here on 5. Works well into the Nautilus, obviously, in the laning phase, but also gives them that little bit of extra protection and some of that tankiness that you were talking about, Vedi.
Ezreal Nautilus. I feel like XL's damage is a bit all over the place. They've got a lot of AP with an Ezreal now. But yeah, I think Braum would work. Alistar, as much as I think it's pretty good into the Gwen, into Ezreal LeBlanc, I feel like your combos are just dodged around from way too easily. Thresh could be another one that they go for, but into Nautilus it's a pain. I think Trimby, Braum, easy pickup. So Fnatic, really good mid-game, really good engage, really good follow-up. Double AP solo laners against the Gwen is going to sting a little bit though, in terms of itemization, but the Varus Braum should get the push. I think they have a lot of those pushing lanes to work with such a strong early game jungler. XL's comp, yeah, I feel like this Ezreal doesn't round it out very well. They've got decent poke with the Shiv, LeBlanc, and the Ezreal. Very heavy AP topside though.
My initial impression is I prefer Fnatic's composition. I feel like that they just have more tools in the early game. They have answers to a lot of what XL have drafted, and as you rightly said, their mid game just feels so powerful. that I'm curious as to how XL are going to play. When we think about late game, I think of Gwen on the side lane, who can really deal with her. I think about Ezreal and his range and the mobility that he has. You think about their poke in conjunction with another against what are effectively a lot of squishy targets on the other side. I think if XL can play that patient game, can mitigate Fnatic's early aggression, they definitely have tools to be able to turn things around the later we get. But we've been seeing a lot of team fighting in Europe, and I feel like that Fnatic have understood the assignment and they're looking to fight XL as often and as early as possible.
Coming off a win yesterday, it was relatively convincing versus Heretics. Fnatic definitely have the momentum as well. XL, their last series on the stage was a loss to G2 in what could quite easily have been a win at a spot in the finals for them. A lot on the line as well for XL. They have to win today to have any chance of qualifying for Worlds. Let's get it started, Fnatic XL. And on to Summoner's Rift we go as Fnatic set up a level 1. Something we've seen them do so many times across the years here. Limit will be forced to wait. Vision can come down from Fnatic. Trimby has a sweeper, will use it. Limit didn't use his awarding totem. There's one in the Tribush from Patrick, and Fnatic will realize there's no vision around here to be swept.
Braum Trundle, so powerful, level 1 next to the Varus. Halo Blades as well. I mean, they can take the spot side jungle if they want it. They're going to leave Oscar in and out to dry a little bit, though. If the Gwen can stack waves, they should have an easy dive access with an Aftershock Sejuani with the melee of Gwen. Double wards laid down. I think XL would be a bit crazy to face check the spot side jungle, though. Just think a walk up the Krugs and ward over the wall could suffice if they want to just make sure the Fnatic starting there. We'll see if Limit does that.
Abadage is hesitant, but the appearance of Humanoid will force Abadage back. He wants to try and ward. The sweeper will come in once again. I say once again, for the first time this game, rather.
That's the second one. Used it on the initial.
Oh yeah,
as
I
well.
thought so. Yeah, I did think so.
I just heard Noah say, if they fight this bush, they die.
Yeah.
and he pinged the tri-bush, so I think Fnatic are very confident just walking up here. Patrick knows that if they lose, so he's just going to throw a Q onto the Varus.
Just to hit it, Patrick on the Ezreal, something that he has played across the course of his career in the LEC, but not something he's had too much success on. He's had 22 games on it. Any guesses at his win rate?
47%?
38.
You're both way too confident in Patrick, it seems. 27% win rate all time for Patrick on the Ez.
Wow.
Obviously, you have to remember he has been on some teams that have struggled, so your win rate does tend to go down. Not always the best representation of whether a player is good or not.
Got it.
But he'll try and pump that up with a win today.
Yeah, Razork going to take away the bot side jungle. Peach took the Q level 2 and went over to the red. Does that die to the... Ooh, okay, got it. He's going to get level 3 off the Krugs, and then maybe he's going to look for something around top, perhaps. I think on this split map situation, Oscar needs to be really safe and let the waves come into him. Razork's actually crossing. He's not doing his bot camps. He knows that Peach is on his red, and he's crossing up towards his top side. Could be a possible collapse on the jungler of XL, but Peach smartly going to take a reset.
The impression I got was Razork wants to cover for the attack up towards the top lane, but with the push from Oscar in, and Razork is just going to be like, oh, very nice trade.
Oscar is just winning this. He goes overcharged. Noda has to flash and dash away. Noda just under-respecting Oscar in there on the Rumble.
Odoamne is the Rumble player.
Yep.
You know, you would expect him to be able to recognize that damage output, and the overheat from Oscar Rinnan was so high. Caught him completely off guard, forced the flash early, but now Peach on the bot side.
Oh, Limit flashed forward for the root. Noah does have the heal in the flash. Knock back from Peach. They look for Noah first, and first blood to XL. Trimby flashes out of the range of the dredge line.
There's no cleanse on Noah, and he's playing against Sejuani Braum, so the second any of the passives land, if they can get any follow-up from Patrick, he can't really flash. There's no point. He's going to get stunned anyway. Ends up saving his summoner as Trimby loses his, as he would have got hooked and die. But yeah, first blood to Patrick on the Ezreal. Great start for XL.
Yeah, I mean, just great adaptation from Peach as well. Typical expectations are when you do this split map, you can look for an early gank towards the top lane as well. Razork moved from bot into top to cover for that gank, but by spending that time, it meant that Peach, just choosing to go back to base, could actually make his way towards bot lane, and here he is. Fnatic were not expecting this play at all. The flash in from Limit to not lock down Noah, and Peach flashing in catches him completely by surprise.
Yeah, if the Varus flashes, he's got 4 stacks, so 3 stacks on him, 1 more auto, it procs from either Sejuani or Nord. No cleanse, but Humanoid. Once the chain away, the chain connects still, and Humanoid will fall. The ethereal chain's enough from Abadaga to get XL their 2nd kill of the game. Very, very clean there from Humanoid, from Abadaga, sorry. Waiting for the flash from Humanoid to make sure that he lands it. I think he kind of has to flash there, Humanoid, no matter what. He's just slowed by the Sejuani otherwise, so nice patience there. Did Limit get spotted by that wall? I think he must have. Trimby's covering this area, but yeah, I'm not so sure if that spotted out the Nautilus.
Great awareness from both supports right now to cover the top side of the map, while junglers are busy doing stuff. But off the back of that, that's 2 kills that Peach has been able to make happen. And once again, we're seeing some of this early game impact come out from Peach. We saw him have a fantastic early game performance throughout the group stages and playoffs, and it seems that he's looking to maintain that form. And what a contrast compared to when he joined the league. A player that was known for his power farming in the ERLs, very much played for himself, has become a lot more involved with XL's early game.
Doing a great job. You can see his team proximity there. That's how much time he spends around his team in the early game. Very low for a jungler, 7th in the league, but he is so effective at using that time to get his team ahead. We'll have another look at how he does it here.
Yeah, slowed by the red buff there in the W, so decides to flash, otherwise 1 more auto again, procs passive. But Abadaga waits and lands the chain on the flash, and wow.
Okay, observers, that's what today's going to be like, okay? Didn't realize he needed to relive some childhood trauma this early in the afternoon, but there we go.
And he dies.
Yep, and he did die. We'll see if Humanoid can avoid future ganks without a flash. LeBlanc is a very lethal mid laner, now at the level 6 for Abadaga. With the push that they have in mid and the push they have in bot, this does open up the Dragon as well. XL looking to secure that, and so far this early game is looking good. Fnatic don't want to fight.
Humanoid's going to get chained up here once again, though, down towards the bottom side. Patrick trying to escape from Basil, who doesn't land a smite. Peach gets it. First Dragon of the game over to XL. Trimby looking for more, but no flash on him means he can't close that gap, and XL get away with a bit of highway robbery.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic were a little late to the play. Honestly, I think XL were in a better position to be able to start that objective. Abadaga removing Humanoid from getting involved, I think, was super important as well, given that he did have the ultimate available. Limits. Bit of an ambitious play.
Look at how many minions there were.
Yeah.
It's like, Limit, what are you doing, man?
I think maybe, did he try to like dematch or get Abadaga to kill one of them so he could hook through? I don't know.
It's like wanted bend the bullet levels of trying to get your...
But hey, ultimately he does help Abadaga get this wave underneath the tower, and I imagine Abadaga is going to look to base Humanoid. Will he freeze it here? It looks like he's unlikely to do so. I mean, it's not really going to freeze in this position. Humanoid doesn't have the TP, but Abadaga does. He's actually looking for a roam towards top.
I think he's getting the plant to heal up. It was on the top side of the map. Yeah, honey fruit to heal up.
So he's going to stick around. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of gold, I imagine, but TP's available, and he probably wants to get more and more gold. Maybe static shiv on this next base, the TP back would be ideal.
Only sitting at 750 right now in his pockets, so does want to get a little bit more, as you say, Cadril. Razork looking for something around this mid lane. Not spotted on vision as of yet. Humanoid's going to land the stun there with the Tibbers. Abadaga is going to be forced to jump away, and does exactly that. The Tibbers pressure play is one we have seen many times across the course of 2023. And Humanoid not really expecting to get a kill there against someone as slippery as LeBlanc.
Yeah, about 50 gold on the Tibbers.
It's the same as the Nexus.
True.
Tibbers is worth a Nexus?
Yep.
Apparently so. Better than the Dragon is worth a Nexus that we see many teams do.
Nexus not hitting inflation like housing prices are at the moment, you know. Invest in your Nexuses today. Keeping my eye on Odo Amne though as he moves into the river. Herald now going to be started by XL. Base from Abadaga hasn't completed the static just yet. We'll return to the mid lane with the TP, help push out this wave. Humanoid had to base too, so he's going to be a little bit later to the play. Trumby making his way up the river.
Watch Odo.
I mean, it's such a greedy fight for Fnatic if they take it. You've got no Tibbers. Limit the first one to move here. Razor's going to get chained up by Abadaga. Equalizer being used by Oscarin, and he has to flash away from the needlework, and Fnatic look for something, but once again, just way too late to the party.
Yeah, they're late to both these neutrals now. They just watched XL take them when there's no cross map available. See if Noah takes the 1v1 against Patrick here on the bot side.
Chain of Corruption cleansed immediately. Patrick can walk back to the safety of his tower.
Nice trade from Noah, but I will say huge credit to XL. It's just their lane states have given them optimal setups to start off these objectives, and they've been able to secure both of them. Fnatic arriving late is just XL recognizing the map state quicker and being able to take advantage.
I think those lane states are mainly just mid, to be honest. I think bot they're getting pushed in against the Brown. Modoame was struggling in the 1v1 against Oscar, but Abadaga is always first to sides, and I feel like Humanoid's just kind of stuck under his tower. He has the flash up now, so maybe he can force his way into these side lanes, but the Annie Trundle can't really impact the LeBlanc or push her back. We saw a gank mid with the Tibbers. He just clears the wave, TP's back, and now there's no pressure again.
Well, I think it was after Humanoid died, he's then forced to TP earlier than Abadage is. In the moment that they push in that wave and reset, Abadage can cheat by going back to base, TPing back into lane. They brought Limit into mid as well, and they used that prior to then moving to the topside river. So I think that off the back of that single kill, they were able to convert it pretty effectively. Ultimate from Humanoids.
Abadage should be able to walk away from this one. Once again, the Tibbers applying pressure, but not really too much more. Limit and Patrick working their way up towards the mid lane here as they manage to get the push in that bot wave. At the moment, though, not much doing. With a minute on the Drake, expect to see resets coming out. And that vision control gained once again. XL have actually been really good at securing these neutral objectives, though, throughout the course of groups. You can see 65% of all dragons in games are taken by them. In 40% of their games, they get a soul as well, which is incredibly impressive. Across the board, their ability to either sneak or have more players around an objective to take it is top-notch at the moment.
Peach looking for a gank in top lane. Oscar Renin, no flash. Remember, does have the equalizer in 5 seconds.
He's dead, isn't he?
I think he might be. The needleworks come out, and usually needles are curative, but here they're causing more harm than anything else. Oscar Renin used the equalizer on the wave to make sure he's not going to lose any plates off this. TP now invested down towards the bottom lane. Limit lands the hook. No one under tower yet as Raz looks to burst the tank. It's Subjugate coming out as well. The Chain of Corruption is going to hit on Patrick, but he dodges away from the side of it. Limit's already down. Abadage now coming in to join the fight, but it's 2v4 once again. Abadage dashes in. No spells really left as Trimby flashes forward. No one attacking the tower yet, but Patrick one, and Abadage is going to answer with 2. Patrick falls, and they're looking for another as he gets his second. The Zero Chain is going to land on Razork now, and it's a disaster for Fnatic, and absolute elation for XL in the bottom lane.
That is an ace at 11 minutes for XL. Phenomenal response from the XL bot lane. XL and Patrick and Limit rather with the outplay.
Yeah, Patrick was the one that really smurfed this, didn't he? Limit tanking the damage, dodges the chains of corruption, dodges the Q, sorry, and then ease away from the chains of corruption. And I think the flash reaction was great from Patrick here. Fnatic, I'm not sure why they're not just walking up and committing. Maybe they're scared of the LeBlanc, but she's already used her combo. Q flash, instantly flashed away from, no pillar. Patrick reaction was great there. Just does all the damage to Trimby, knows he can trade one back. Gets as much damage down while he's being focused. Tower shot comes in, and then it's Abadage that saves his chain towards the end here to land it onto Razork to make sure with that static shift from base that he can just auto attack him down.
I mean, you can see the idea from Fnatic cross map. The fact that Peach is ganking in the top lane, commit the TP advantage that you have over the enemy mid. But the fact that Patrick and Limit could buy so much time to allow Abadage to get that roam, the static shiv damage hitting onto all 4 members, just beautifully played from XL. Now they have a 2.5k gold lead 12 minutes in.
Oscar no flash still, I think. That could be a kill for Peach. And Glacial Prism comes in, might try and gift it to Odo, can't quite do it. The flail comes forth, and Peach gets on the ball.
Still have the Herald, don't they? They could pop it top. That's exactly what they're going to do. I think it was running out there towards the end from Peach, Stronger of XL. So Herald should crash. No TP on Oscar just yet. It's coming up in 3 seconds. I don't think they'll get many plates, really. Just 1.5 at best, perhaps 2 for Odo, and then they'll back off. But I think the damage is already done in this top matchup. Oscar was able to push him back early here against Odo Amne, getting his flash level 4, level 5. But now I think this matchup's going to sway so heavily in the Gwen's favor, as I think Odo might be able to pick up the Rift Maker in base.
What a glow up from XL.
Yep.
You know, 10th to top 3, fighting for a spot in the season finals. The organization does not have a good history. Not that long ago, we were talking about how this organization had never made playoffs. And now they may very well be making their first finals. They will need to take down Fnatic 3 times. And if they do that, they will lock a spot in the season finals as well and have an opportunity to represent Europe at this year's World Championship. Of course, only the first game of many, but wow. What an incredible start and what a statement XL are already making in this game 1.
And so much on the line for them as well. Very important you come out swinging in game 1 of a series like this. LeBlanc getting through, I think, is a little bit of a surprise when it comes to picks and bans. Has been banned in 100% of XL's games across the course of playoffs so far. They have banned it in some of them, usually that red side ban, but Fnatic thinking they could deal with it. Here now, Abadage sitting at 4-0-1 with a 2.2k gold lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think this LeBlanc is a huge problem already. I think yesterday, though, Fnatic's adaptation in the drafts against Heretics was really good. The way they read how the series was going. As much as there's always a meta, and there's meta picks, there's series picks as well, and I think they realized quite quickly what the series picks were, and I think LeBlanc could be one of them already. Coming out the gate here, instant denial if they go blue side next game. So they won't be thinking about that just yet. It's not completely doomed. 2 minutes 30 seconds on the Dragon. Mountain Soul will be very powerful for XL against things like the Annie and the Poke Varus, which will basically do nothing against the Mountain Soul, right? You'll basically get the shield off and it'll be back before you can land it again. Well, Tier 1 might go down here soon as Abadag is playing in isolation. XL picking up their 4th neutral objective of the game, the Rift Herald, and Fnatic just kind of have to sit and wait. They need more items to be able to fight back here. Not even got first item onto Rumble yet.
We talked about the scaling though. I do like XL scaling in this game. Gwen on a side lane. Who's really going to deal with her? Maybe if Trundle got late enough, maybe. But like, the Gwen is going to be an absolute monster. And then you've got the same problem with the LeBlanc on the other side. They just have so much side lane threat. LeBlanc can just keep pushing these waves, as you are witnessing right now. And XL can just kind of keep playing the map 1-3-1. Ezreal very safe in the mid lane. And so XL have all the map control right now.
All of that off the early game, obviously getting them 4,500 gold ahead. Fnatic trying to find a way back into this. They do have some strong team fighting. The Rumble ultimate with the Equalizer, and then obviously the Annie Tibbers, Chain of Corruption. A lot of CC layering for them if they can find a fight like that. But XL don't seem willing to give it to them. They are now pushing forward into that blue side jungle, gaining vision control because the 3rd dragon of the game is up in a minute's time.
XL have so many options with this map state. When you have 3 pushing lanes, Herald mid, expected to come out a little bit later, but that should be a dead tower within the next couple of waves. Fnatic can use as much as they want to defend, but Abadag has bot push to collapse. They can even base with the LeBlanc with this much pressure and run top and shadow Odoamne, kill the Rumble, take a tower, TP in for Drake. They can do literally anything, but it looks like they're just going to hold this bot push and keep sieging down mid. There's no real response from Fnatic on mid or on bot. Top's the only real even lane state, but it's only Oscar clearing out wave. So the second you put one number up there from XL, that tower is gone as well. So I think in the next couple of minutes we'll see Dragon fall for XL. We'll see mid and top tower fall for XL, unless Fnatic can find some kind of fight. No TP on Oscar just yet though.
Wow. Flawless play so far from XL. Very patient, taking their time. They don't need to overforce anything. They know that by moving slowly and calmly around the map, moving their vision. They've moved their vision to the bot side, getting ready for the Dragon. Fnatic now contesting this mid wave as Razork fishes a little bit in the bot river to gain some information.
TP behind from Little Blanc. Oscar still no TP on him. Abbott spotted on the far side automation. Razork now needs to flash away. Glacial Prism was homing in on the back of that Trundle, but the flash does mean he's not CC'd for now. However, Big Summoner burnt for the next fight.
Fnatic can't cross-map top, Odoamne's keeping top waves in, and maybe they're going to try and find a way into this Dragon. Oscar will need to reset if they want to fight this, because he's going to have to TP in with at least an item. There's a TP from Odo. I think they might just give now. Let top push out, give the Dragon, let them have soul point, but I'll wait to see what Oscar does, because I feel like Fnatic really want to fight this with the items they have. It's a bit risky. Each on the front line, there's the hook. Unbreakable eats up the True Shot Barrage. Step charge on the back line, limit very low already, but Abadag trying to get the damage down on the back of the fight. Now Patrick Sasha across the wall. Already one down as Trimby falls. Razork short to follow, but the subjugate and the chomp heal him up just enough. Oscar in though, left to the wolves as XL descend.
Wow, another one-sided team fight coming out from XL as they find 2 kills and push Fnatic back. An easy Dragon secure as the engage starts onto Trimby, but then the ultimate from Limit kind of connects onto Razork. Abadag is going to find a good fight. Keep your eyes on the LeBlanc here. Goes over the wall, attacks the backline. The entire backline melts. Odoamne with the ultimate too. Tears Fnatic apart. And while Oscar Renin does what he can to try and get something back, Fnatic just can't find any kills.
Limit used the hook there to KS at the end. Cheeky support. So yeah, 2 fall. A lot of summoners burned by Fnatic though. They have no flashes left whatsoever. Look at XL. It was only Odo and Limit that had to flash there. So this game is going to be horrific the later it goes, it feels like. Because now with these flashes down and Baron up in 140, I feel like XL can force it if they want. They don't have TP on the Gwen. But when it comes to turn potential, no cleanse, no way out of CC, no Merc Treads on the support or the Rumble. As soon as they look for turns, they should find easy kills. Now, XL sends some things up here. The river is dark, no one's showing on lanes, there's pings on midwave, Abadag wants to catch top.
Ward.
Yeah, recently placed ward. There's a lot of signs that if you're a detective, you'll think that someone's been here.
Oh.
But we'll
Elementary,
see.
my dear Kate.
Abadag falls for it. Abadag just kills Humanoid.
Chain's going to connect, not quite enough damage to kill off Humanoid. 4 members of Fnatic appear from the bush. The True Shot Barrage eaten by the Unbreakable, but Abadag looking for a little bit more as Peach goes in. Glacial Prison hits onto Razork, and now Fnatic trying to retreat, trying to find some semblance of safety here, but really, XL are just shooting them like fish in a barrel. The tower holds the line for Fnatic for now, but it was they who were looking for the fight, and XL who bit off their hand at the chance for a Barney.
I think they were hoping for a LeBlanc face check there. Abbedagge goes for top wave, Farasul, Braum's passive proc, they get the shutdown onto LeBlanc, then they get a top tower, right? That would have been a huge breakthrough of the game to actually start to even it up, but yeah, Abbedagge reads it well, goes through lane, plays it safe, and then the collapse comes through. Top tower is going to fall, red buff taken away, top jungle taken away. Noah almost got the snipe.
What was crazy in that last fight was Abbedagge, he kept trying to proc the static shiv to actually get that execute onto a humanoid on the backline. Then the lock-in actually came out from Trimby to keep him alive. And there are a couple of very close instances where Abbedagge almost got that execute without even being in range of hitting humanoid. Nearly hitting level 14 on the LeBlanc right now. An incredible game for Abbedagge. 10-2 is the kill score, a 7k gold lead for XL. We're 20 minutes in, and this has just been a one-sided stomp. XL have looked dominant. And you know, there were question marks. Was XL looking better because maybe G2 is having a bad series? Fnatic has looked good. Surely they should come in as favorites coming into this matchup. And XL very quickly silencing some of those doubters here in game 1.
I think a lot of credit has to be given to Hidon as well, coming in alongside this team. Obviously the players are the ones that do it on the day, but the coaching staff and the change that's happened for XL over the last couple of months has been exceptional, to say the least. Peach now stealing away his Razor Beaks. Razork looking for something. Peach 2 levels up in the jungle now. Basically, like exactly 2 levels. Razork's only half the way to 11. Peach, I mean, we'll say a 10th of the way to 12. So Fnatic just really don't have control over anywhere on the map. Only superficial vision for them in their own jungle.
Yeah, Summoner's slowly coming back up, so actually face checking this top side is becoming a bit easier. Their only problem is 1 minute 40 seconds on that Dragon spawn should be Mountain Soul for XL. Fnatic, the worst part about all of this is they don't have the damage to get a Baron down if they want to sneak it while XL go to Dragon. I think they're just going to have to match. And there is a world where XL decide, you know what, we'll go Baron, you guys can have the Dragon, but in that world is very unlikely. XL are so far ahead that they should be able to control both sides of this river. You can see where Humanoid and Oscar are standing right now, catching waves on their tier 2s. Noah is standing in his tier 2 as well, waiting for the waves to come in. They own the entire map right now, XL, so I don't think they will want to give up any of these objectives. And it's just a case of whether Fnatic can get enough items to just fight in the next minute. Banshees looks like it's being built up for Oscar. Void Staff not too far away for Humanoid, but I've got one fight left really, it feels like.
Yeah, it's not looking good, K-Drop. It is not looking good for Fnatic at all. XL slowly moving a bit of their vision towards the top side of the map as Abbedagge continues to apply pressure. Odoamne doing the same thing down bot lane. You can see him stealing away that blue buff earlier, but continues to push in. Oscar and in. Gonna struggle now to really hold him in line. Patrick pretty much throws his ultimate off on cooldown. And yeah, again, like you can see how difficult it is for Fnatic to really get any sort of vision in this bot river. Observers, if you could highlight what Fnatic can see right now. They can see a little bit, but a bot side of the map is slowly being plunged even deeper into darkness. Patrick's going to keep that push in mid. Limit hiding in the fog of war. And with 13 seconds on the Dragon, XL looking to secure that one.
Yeah, Limit and Patrick can just act as bouncers in the jungle here alongside Peach. Odo can take that Dragon by himself. Peach a little bit overextended, but can dash across the wall. The Glacial Fissure now used by Trimby. And XL can turn their attentions over to the Dragon.
They still kind of have to fight. No Braumels. That kind of sucks for Fnatic, but at least hope for a steal from Razork. 1 or 2 kills would be great.
Flash, Tibbers, stopwatch coming out from Limit as he tries to survive, paddling now up towards the top side. The Humanoid's already down and Abbedagge is dashing in. And Fnatic walk straight into their deaths, an early grave for them as Razork tries to get away, but he's shut out. Managed to pick up a double kill, but for it he loses his life and the Mountain Soul.
And he loses 3 more members of Fnatic as well. Only Oscar lives and lives to tell the tale. I think XL should easily be able to pick up this Dragon. You can see it on screen, and they'll move towards the Baron as well shortly afterwards. 15 seconds on Humanoid. They could play it safe and wait for respawns and just look for more vision topside and turn, but you can see Fnatic flashing onto the Nautilus here, just trying to get the kill, but he has stopwatch. Such a shame for Fnatic. If they could just get that kill, then regroup and escape through a choke and reset, that would be great, but yeah, the chase potential from XL is so good with the LeBlanc and Ezreal, so much gap closed. The equalizer barely hits onto anyone, and lucky for them, Razork finds the kill onto Limit finally.
Yeah, like, the problem with kind of this more lethality Noah build is there was no opportunity to get any of the poke down. They just tried to force a fight when they felt like they had a numbers advantage, and the turn from XL was just too quick, too clean. And now they have the soul. They can make their way towards the Baron. No need to rush things. No need to get overzealous. The Baron will make ending this game that much easier. Once again, a convincing performance here in Game 1 from XL.
8,000 gold lead at 24 minutes is pretty darn convincing to me. I'm buying what XL are selling right now, as Fnatic are buying the bad end of the stick, it seems. Only managed to pick up 4 kills through this entire game, not even taking down a tower, not taking any of the neutral objectives. XL have had total control, and a lot of it has been off the back of Peach just constantly being in the enemy jungle, and he's doing it once again. It's a 4v3 right now in favor of Fnatic, and Limit will fall first. The Timber's coming down, and Patrick's going to have to deal with that. Peach perhaps a little over eager, but Abadage now on the flank looking for the damage. Dashes back onto Noah, who's down to 300 HP, and somehow manages to survive. A good equalizer position, but no damage to back it up. It feels from Oscar winning. Patrick flashing forward, and all of Fnatic turn immediately onto him, and Patrick went a little bit too deep there for XL. Abadage now trying to rescue the situation, salvage something from this fight that Peach elected to take, and Odo's there to join him. They find another, and now Fnatic have to back away towards their inhibitor.
A bit of an overextension there from XL. They're able to make it work. They find 2 for 2, but trying to force these fights feels a little unnecessary for XL. It was Limit that kind of, well, Peach is the one that starts things off as Fnatic immediately collapse onto Limit.
Fnatic is the mid jungle together, trying to escape, but I think on this choke area, it's so good for Fnatic with the Brown to just change to see up north. There's no stopwatch. The Marisol follows up. Good damage takes down Limits, but it's Abadage that gets the tower to stop the TP from Oscar, which means that the situation doesn't improve for Fnatic. If they could get that Rumble in earlier, that would have been great for them, but Razor's trying to stop this Baron from going down.
And he's going to have to try and stop Southpaw from blinking so rapidly. He manages to get the Subjugate off the Ignite, not quite going to be enough damage. Now XL turn their attentions over to Trimby, the True Shot Barrage, the True Shot Barrage. Not quite lines up, and Noah feels the bad end of it as he falls. Odo now chasing Humanoid back, will stun him up. Razor's going to join the party here. Subjugate's back in. Limit looking for the Hex Slash hook across the wall here as Oscar Winning joins the fight. The Glacial Prism hits onto Humanoid underneath the tower. He will fall. Razor next up on the menu for XL. If they can keep chomping through Fnatic, maybe they can chomp through the rest of this Trundle's health bar. They'll take him. Abadage goes legendary, and Fnatic forced to run away.
Fnatic just don't have the damage to answer back in return for these kills. Everyone from XL escapes alive. Abadage will base and TP in, top tier 2 will fall, and so will the Baron. This LeBlanc is causing so many problems for Fnatic. They don't actually have the lockdown to stop Abadage from weaving in and out of these fights. And let's not forget, it was the LeBlanc for Abadage that won them their series against SK the second time around. Had an amazing game. It's been banned ever since. And we'll see it again. Razor knows that the Baron's going down, forces his way in. TP comes out from Humanoid on the back end of this fight, but you can see his team is kind of left to die. There's nothing really he can do there. Humanoid coming around on that flank, he would just fall as well.
Yeah, it's a one-sided stomp from the side of XL. Fnatic, basically only desperation plays left. We're going to see the cleanup of the rest of this fight, but Razor finally gets that Subjugate back. But XL are just playing with their food at this point. Humanoids.
Oh, red buff? But no enough. Not enough. 4 members of Fnatic having to deal with Humanoid as the rest of XL can look towards the other lanes. Patrick and Limit going up towards top side. It's going to be Odo 1 pushing in mid, and we might see a bit of a 2-1-2, 2-2-1 here from Fnatic. Actually looks like Limit's coming towards mid, so it is a 1-3-1, just with Patrick on the side lane, which is not always the configuration you see from these teams.
Yeah, a lot of ones, but it's a 14k gold lead. So I think XL should be alright. Noah's basically dead. Humanoid's almost dead. Elder's up in 40 seconds though. If Fnatic can regroup and just run headfirst into this Elder Dragon Pit, maybe they can find a fight, but yeah, I think XL will keep them underneath their Nexus towers. Ultimate from Patrick! Ooh, Noah.
Nice heal reaction there from Noah, gets him to safety. But now the siege will begin from XL. Re-engage from Fnatic.
Flash, Tibbers only onto the 2 tanks though. Limit is low, concussive blows not quite procced on him as Peach is now the front line. The equalizer coming in across the wall as Limit tries to get away, hooks himself back in, and Abadage finds the perfect flank.
Oh god.
He distorts them out of existence, and now Noah will join his teammates in the grave. A quadra for Abadage to wrap it up as XL make quick work of Fnatic.
13-0-6 this LeBlanc. Abadage single-handedly just one-shot 4 members of Fnatic in a couple of spells. That's going to be banned for the next game. Maybe Fnatic want to go blue side and Humanoid can show them how it's done as well with the LeBlanc. But yeah, Abadage's LeBlanc so far in these playoffs has been exceptional, and I will hold my breath for now when it comes to Fnatic. I mean, we saw a similar thing happen with G2 XL in Game 1, where you think that this series could be a one-sided 3-0 stomp. But it's game 2 really where the teams that lose need to come alive. If they drop the ball there, it's almost pretty much gone really. It's hard to come back on a blue side loss.
I feel like it was that cross map for Fnatic where things really
top dive into the 4 people who are all dying.
When Peach went to gank top and then Fnatic TP cross map to try and attack the bot side of the map, I think that the idea was very good, but the fact that Limit and Patrick were able to buy so much time, and then Abadaga getting a triple kill off the back of that as well, just snowballed amount of control. And well, Fnatic could never find a single good fight. I mean, it was near enough. If it weren't for the kills, you know, by our definition of a perfect game, it was like they didn't drop a single objective, no towers lost, no dragons, no heralds, no barons. They only dropped kills in that entire game. It was a complete stomp from XL.
Absolute shellacking from them. We're going to hear more from the analysts about how they break down that game, but I think it's just going to be XL were pretty good.
Yeah, thank you, Medic. That was a stomp. That was a real stomp on the side of XL here. But XL fans, don't get too excited. We saw the same thing with Fnatic yesterday. But before we get there, I want to talk about the draft, because one of the main talking points we had going into Reddit check was what kind of OPs should be prioritized, what should be banned. I think here that's it goes with what we predicted with the Jays getting out. But what do you think of the damage distribution and the peak priority on both sides?
Well, I think that it may seem weird at first with a Maokai ban here as well, but it clearly spoke to the fact that they were actually willing to go in for this LeBlanc, and then they actually had the Gwen in the back. Not necessarily as a hard counter, because the laning phase did still seem hard for the Gwen, but it most certainly outscaled it later on the side lane. And I think that was one of the few Sejuanis we saw from Peach that actually worked on XL sides. Often when we see the Sejuani specifically into the Trundle here in Europe, the Trundle has come out on top every single time, but not this time.
Yeah, it was quite interesting as well, because I feel like Fnatic kind of had the setup to really abuse that specific kind of dynamic as well, with, you know, such strong lane and setup around basically anywhere Trundle wants to walk. He should realistically win a 2v2 or a 3v3, right? So it was definitely quite interesting that, for me, the fact that Peach was able to kind of make plays pretty much undisturbed. I feel mostly apart because of the way that the map split ended up playing out in the first maybe 6 or 7 minutes of the game.
But then Peach was just on the ball in the early game. Like, he made the most of this Sejuani. And if you were watching the show yesterday, you heard our complaints about this champion that most people don't utilize the early game. Peach was most certainly utilizing it this time around. And it wasn't just up towards the top side where it could have been nice to proc the passive. It was everywhere on the map. And they were very good at syncing up. In this specific play, Oscar had already lost his flash just 1 minute earlier. Very annoying lane state for Oscar. Just Peach up here quickly to punish.
Yeah, it feels almost kind of illegal in a way that he had that much access to every single lane. Considering again the setup that Fnatic have, and I feel like this is the big turning point for the game as well, because this is maybe where, you know, Fnatic can come into it. This cross map looks pretty good considering what just happened on the top side.
Exactly.
Abadaga gets this roam down and turns it into absolute mayhem again. You know, great play from Patrick as well.
It's execution, I feel.
Yeah, but there you, for example, see Winter's Bite and Trundle Pillar come down at the same time, so the communication from Fnatic under that dive there is not fully set up either. And I think most of us was probably saying when we saw this happen, with how Peach dominated the early game, how Abba suddenly got this kill, this game is already over.
Yeah, and I mean, both Peach and Aber, these are players that we've praised and talked about a lot, but it feels like for both Fnatic and XL, when junglers can get things done in the early game, usually it's hard to recover from either team. So here it was XL on this side, but we'll see if Razor can come back on the next game. Abadaga, though. That's the player I want to highlight here. We praise him for improving over the course of the past weeks, and here on Le LeBlanc again, I feel like he didn't miss at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of absurd, right? I feel like even from the early lane setup, giving access to Humanoid on that mid gank where Peach, again, you know, going back to that point, again, there's them both syncing up. He was just really on the money, and I think as soon as he got those kills, a champion like LeBlanc, when you don't really have a side lane answer as well, I feel like I've seen it so many times where she just goes almost 3 levels up just because she's got so much easy access to lane, to wave states on the side rather, and then she brings that to the team phase, and that's exactly what Abba was doing here.
Absolutely.
And for Fnatic yesterday, we praised the fact that objective control, especially, was stellar on their side, and that's what kept the ball running for them. Here, they didn't see a single Drake, they didn't see a single Herald, and I mean, it feels like when you don't have the lane prior that you want, and when laners are snowballing so hard, it's gonna be back to contest these neutral objectives.
It's just so unlikely the Fnatic that we saw from regular season. They used to play through a Razor who was dominating the early game, a bot lane that could take control, but this time around, it was XL on the objective first every single time, and they got every single neutral objective in this game. Fnatic never really got access to it. The only one that was a bit risky might have been this flip and some of the setup, but outside of that, XL gets it every time.
Yeah, I think the reason as well is actually more on Fnatic in my mind. Not to, you know, take away from what XL did in some of these setups, but I feel like with Fnatic, this composition is so well geared to early skirmishing, right? Like sort of at 6, around sort of up to level 11. And then, yes, into this XL comp, you can kind of get picked and torn apart.
But they are a bit slow.
But that's the problem. Yeah, exactly. The fact that they're just way too slow every single time, they don't really get to flex the strength of this composition. This is one of the only times where maybe they could have this fight into the choke is awkward, but then Arbor just 1v9s it again and just hits 3 people.
But that's the
But he should not be able
yeah.
to access Klein that much, and that's the issue.
That is the issue for sure, because the setup there for XL wasn't really that good.
No.
It's 5 members from each team meeting at the same time in River, not really set up with good vision control, but at this point in the game, the goal difference is just too big. And you can see there from the damage distribution, there's a clear leader.
Yeah, it was all about LeBlanc here. And LeBlanc.
Blank.
I can actually say it right, guys. You can convince me on this one.
I'm not getting in the middle of this.
But for me, actually, this LeBlanc pick is going to become an issue because we've been talking about how you should prioritize the OPs and what is worth being banned on blue side and red side. Fnatic is going to play blue side on next one. Yeah, that's the info I have. What do you want to prioritize? Which picks do you want to get rid of based on guess one?
I feel like you drop the rail ban. Unless, I mean, the Jace ban, maybe you can keep the rail ban. Right, if you're moving over to blue, you want to force that Jace ban out of XL. I guess it's a bit of an awkward
I
position
think it
to be
can
in.
become a hot swap a bit there. I think the Jace, that has to be a red side ban of this series. Unless XL has something prepared for it. I think both mid laners are just too good on that champion right now. But I could see them hot swap that, so the former Jace ban will then become a LeBlanc ban instead. And you can do that on 3 on blue to make sure the adaptation of the bans are not revealed too quickly. But red side will always have that advantage where they will know the full picture and they will decide with their last ban. So it's going to be curious to see what will be let through. But I think it's definitely on Fnatic to find that one OP, because either way, one of them will be let through.
There's also one other thing I want to highlight is Peach on Sejuani or Maokai, right? I think the fact that if you look at his last 6 or 7 games, it's been one or the other. There's like one Trundle game mashed in there somewhere.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about the Trundle game, though.
No.
We don't bring that one up. I'm kind of curious about what the approach will be from Fnatic on whether or not they also think about, you know, if it's not picked up early and Maokai is banned or one of the other is banned, if they want to take Peach off that, because it does feel like that enables XL so just well. I feel like from the early stages, apparently in this game, the Sejuani is being used excellently. And of course, when it comes to the mid-game setups as well, it really did kind of just embolden, again, some of these melee bruisers from the side of XL to continue their moves forward.
Quick hit on what I was saying at the beginning of the desk. We saw the same scenario in yesterday's series. Fnatic getting steamrolled in game 1 and then taking the series in their hands. Do we expect the same scenario here with the understanding we have of both teams?
I think it was so much more difficult, or easier actually, in the series yesterday, because it felt closer at times, whereas this time around, it just felt like Fnatic didn't even connect to that game. So first they got to fix that, then we can talk about the adaptations.
Well, for now, XL continues their impressive performance and strike first in this do or die series. We'll be right back after this for game 2.
Abadage now coming in to join the fight, but it's 2v4 once again. Abadage dashes in. No spells really left as Trimby flashes forward. No one's attacking the tower yet, but Patrick takes one. And Abadage is going to answer with 2. Patrick falls. Abed looking for another as he gets his second.
They're very deep.
Can you
Just poke. I stop watch.
Coming.
Any flash in. Any no flash?
I'm dead, but everyone's gonna die.
Yeah, kill Trundle. You can.
Kill Trundle. Just play slow if you can. Ezreal. He's in thick. IV, no IV.
Tries to get away, hooks himself back in, and Abadage finds the perfect flank. Oh gosh. He distorts them out of existence, and now Noah will join his teammates in the grave.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Welcome back to Fnatic vs XL, where we were discussing what music we listen to while doing bench press. Betty, any thoughts?
Yeah, I listen to EDM music. I don't know why you don't believe me. Why you?
I listen to Baby Metal, okay? Great band. You should listen to Baby Metal.
Unbelievable.
I've just heard some great conversation.
You're just happy to be here.
Yeah, just happy to be here.
All right.
Just here so you don't get fined. Anyway, game one was pretty one-sided there for XL over Fnatic. We'll see if Fnatic can strike back in game two. A lot for them to do. And I'm actually not quite sure what side they selected. Do you guys know?
Blue.
They're on blue side?
Yeah, I do my job properly.
Wow. It's a bit aggressive, I feel.
It's just annoyed because I had to carry him in solo queue earlier today.
Oh my word.
Yeah, his Rakan was pretty
Really?
good. I think Carrier was team viewed on his PC though.
Yeah, that was the problem.
We're a good duo. We're a good bot lane duo.
Good casting duo as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm having doubts right now. There seems to be a lot of animosity.
This is our way of showing
here.
affection for one another.
I see.
Words of affection.
Yeah.
It's one of the
Isn't
ways
it words
of,
affirmation?
I mean, that's also one, I'm sure.
No, that's the same thing.
No, because affirming someone is not the same as being affectionate. I can say, you're really good at something. Or I can say, hey, Veddy, I really like your eyes. Two entirely different things right there, you know?
Well, one's just a compliment.
Yeah, one's words
The
of
other one
affection.
is words of affirmation.
I'm affirming that you're really good at something.
I'm affirming that.
Please start the draft.
Yeah,
thank you.
Can you press the button, please, Mark?
Yeah,
Fnatic now on the blue side. We'll see if they get rid of that LeBlanc, or if XL will have to ban it on the red side so that Fnatic don't get it for first pick. Yeah, I will say.
Normally, like, I watch your co-streams a lot, Cadril. Normally, you're listing off like 7 different champions.
He doesn't have his epic pen, Vedius.
Right,
So
my epic pen. If I have my epic pen, I'll go wild.
I will say,
go wild.
Fnatic have a trend of banning Kai'Sa blue side, which is not something we see other teams do, and kind of implies they don't really want to play her too much. Now they've added the LeBlanc to their blue side bans, and I'll say it seems to be a little bit of a struggle for them in the draft that they have this crutch that they have to rely on. The Poppy and the Xayah now removed by XL as well, but they have a lot of freedom because they don't have to get rid of the OPs.
It's a valid question. Does Noah play Kai'Sa really? You know, he's got 1 game on it against SK where he went 2-0 and they lost, but I think he definitely does. But they must have some other strategy up their sleeve. That's why the Xayah bans come through. So maybe Varus is going to be another priority pick. We saw the Ezreal from Patrick. Kalista could be another one with that Poppy ban early. You might look at something like the Kalista, but Jace is open, Maokai is open. What is going to be the last ban here from XL? I think Jace would be a bit of a mistake to give over. But then they get Maokai and Tristana's up, so you have AD mid. So they're going to ban Trundle, and I guess they're just going to deny whatever the pairing is that Fnatic go for. I think Fnatic should go Maokai though. If Jace and Tristana are up, I'd be surprised if they go for Jace. And they
Couldn't
have
you go Jace Sejuani?
Well, so no, I actually think it's Jace Ivern.
Oh, true.
Or Rumble Maokai though in a team fight, especially with a Tristana on 3. I think Fnatic should have really gone for the Maokai, but yeah, Jace Ivern, I think that's what they ran yesterday, wasn't it, in one of the games? They ran a Jace Ivern game. Oren picked up instantly for Oscar into Odoamne's Rumble. How long has it been since we've seen Odoamne on a Rumble?
Pretty sure you played it
Well,
in
it was round 1 of groups. He was like the first person to bring it out and remind everyone, hey, I'm pretty good at Rumble. I'm wondering what, like, do they just do the Tristana here?
What AD mids does Abbedagge have? He needs AD.
Go on, Abbedagge.
100%.
Go on, do it. Go on, you won't.
That's like Veddy in front of the TV watching football. Go on!
Sag.
Veddy watching the football. He's a rugby man.
True, I am actually. I was optimistic, but no, we will see Tristana. So far, this is about as meta can be. 2 teamfight compositions, a little bit more damage in the top side of the map for XL. But now, because XL have priority on AD carry, they can actually pinch that role, and then they can lock in something depending on what is left over. With the Varus being removed, they might even go for a Kalista, maybe, but against...
Nah, no way.
Yeah, nah, it's a little sketchy versus Fnatic's composition.
Yeah, I think Rakan is really important now with Poppy being banned away. Nautilus is another one, but I think Braum is also really good, especially if XL are running double AD carry.
That's a good point, Braum, yeah.
Like a Philios Braum for XL, that draft, against Ornn especially, rounded out quite nicely.
And the Braum, I think the Rakan though does give you a bit more follow-up on the Maokai and the Equalizer. Right? If you charm someone, they're just all locked up on that Equalizer.
I think they need to ban Rakan here if they don't want to play it. And they've actually banned the Philios, so I'm a bit confused here, because if XL give over Rakan, I think Fnatic will instantly pick that one up. They ban Nautilus. Braum Rakan should be favored, right? And now you sit here wondering what AD as well now that the Aphelios is down. So maybe they are playing some kind of Kalista. But into Ornn, I feel like it's quite difficult to play fights overall. The instant slow on the ult. Ashe is another one that you could expect with the engage already.
I'm also wondering if Fnatic might flex to something like Zeri just to mix up their damage profile a little bit. We have seen Noah on it a couple of times, and you can go the static Shiv mixed AP build.
I think Braum blind here is really good,
I agree.
But I think Fnatic have set up a trap. Maybe they've got a Melio lane prepared.
I was thinking Melio myself,
especially against Maokai Rumble. I think Melio
Cog would give you that mixed damage that you're looking for a little bit.
This Kalista, I'm not so sure if it's good. Patrick's squinting his eyes. Maybe they're discussing whether they want to go Kalista. The AD pool is pinched a hell of a lot. But I think a Melio lane is going to do pretty well here.
I think a Jinx could also be decent.
Alistair instead, a bit safer. It also limits Alistair. Last week was absolutely sublime, so no surprises that he is comfortable on that champ. Where will Fnatic go, though, is the next question that springs to mind.
Ezreal Braum could work. Easy 4-5. Safe. I think they could play it risky with the range.
I have a feeling they're going to do Jinx Braum, to be honest.
They did play Jinx Thresh as well. Jinx Thresh, Ezreal Braum, or some Melio lane, I think, is the 3 options that they probably have.
Yeah, I agree. I'd actually love Melio into Maokai. I think it could be really good.
Now we're very experienced on the Ezreal. As second most played all time, 65% win rate on it over 20 games. Obviously, some of those games coming in ERLs and in Challenger League, but still very comfortable on the champ.
And they've picked Ezreal into Alistar, which is quite smart. I think Noah should be safe up against that Alistar. I don't think XL have a choice. I don't think they kind of have to go for Kalista or something, because they're going to play something like Ashe Alistar. I'm not really sure what the Ashe is going to do.
Sivir was the other one I was thinking about, but I don't know.
Yeah. Bit of a tough one. Oh, Patrick, God.
You can't.
What would you say, Betty? Go on.
I mean, go on, mate. You wouldn't.
Go on, mate.
Go on, you
Go on, mate.
Bet. Kalista. They have to go Kalista and Snowball bots, but I feel like Fnatic's comp is so long range and so good at shutting down Kalista. I'm a bit worried. But I said this last game. I said Fnatic's draft last game was pretty good, but then the LeBlanc just solo-handedly took over the game. So let's see what happens in the main phase.
I think the thing about Fnatic's comp is I think with poke comps, it's really important that you can be first on an objective so that you can actually leverage your poke. Force your opposition to walk into you so that you can, you know, poke them. The problem with that is Maokai's ultimate is really good at just forcing you off of objectives. So even if Fnatic are able to get first to the dragon, it's so easy for XL to reclaim that space once they drop that Maokai ultimate. And it's not like they're relying on the Maokai for engage, given that they do have Kalista Alistar as a bot lane as well.
I think the main issue with the Maokai ultimate into a Braum is he puts up the shield and everyone stands behind him, right?
Also
and
true.
that always becomes a bit tricky if Fnatic are well coordinated around an objective that they can just stop you from actually managing.
Look behind you.
Get onto a fight. I am looking behind me. There's pizzas.
There's pizzas everywhere.
But no one, like the audience out there can't see it.
They just spawned like 100 pizzas.
Just 100 pizzas on the
What happened there? That's crazy. At least
the
here for the pizzas.
Could be a thing that you're not supposed to talk about.
Yeah, maybe. You were in the meetings. You were there. Fnatic versus XL. Huge game for XL. If they can win this, they're just one win away from making it to the season's finals. We are going to hear it backstage from Trouble, who's standing by.
Thank you very much, Medic. I'm here with Hidden. Congrats on the 1-0 so far. Now, I spoke with Abadage earlier, and he told me, you know what? We've seen the same tendencies from Fnatic 2 weeks in a row. Nothing surprising. Any surprising in the way they play or the draft so far from Fnatic?
I mean, nothing too surprising. No, we did good scouting, and we're happy with the first win, but the job's not finished.
And something else, people say that Peach looks really good on the likes of Maokai and Sejuani.
Yeah.
Do these two get taken away? Shall we expect something a little bit more aggressive, maybe?
I mean, you saw his Lee, you've seen his Viego. There's other picks in the back, so if they choose to take them out, we will find something else.
All right, can't wait for that one. Good luck, Hidden. Over back to you guys in the game.
I regret to inform you that Kadril has been fired.
Sharing
confidential information.
I didn't know it was confidential.
Nah, it's all right. It's fine. It's all good.
But what isn't confidential is that ward, because Peach hit it. Huh? You like that?
Yeah,
true.
True. Great segue.
Yeah,
It's like a wits end joke all over again.
My wits end joke was a banger.
That was a good joke.
Wasn't a banger.
That was
Stop
a good.
enabling
Vedi
him,
is
Vedi.
just
If you
a
haven't watched
hater.
Euphoria yet,
Vedi's a hater.
do.
You're in for a trip.
You'll get
I
two
can promise
casters
you.
selling out a product that they're working on.
Anyway, do you guys want to talk a little bit about the other games here? Like, often in draft, when we're not talking about pizzas, we'll talk about prio. Who's going to get pushed in the lane? Where do we expect the junglers to go? Do you want to do any of that for this game, or are we good?
Why wouldn't we? Why has this suddenly come on that we're gonna not do
Talk
it?
to me about Ivan pathing. You're always so smart.
Oh, okay. Actually, I want to. Can we check if I'm gonna check with myself because I'm in the game? Oh no, he killed the blast cone. Sad. There's an Ivan tech where you can. Oh no, he didn't kill the blast cone. Yes. So let's watch Razork. He's gonna go towards Crux here. Mark the Crux, and I think did he mark his top camps? Yes, he did. He marked blue and wolves. Interesting enough. So the Ivan tech is this: you walk up the blast cone, you Q. The blue buff, you blast cone over to the wolves, mark the wolves, and then fly over to the blue buff. Yeah. If he doesn't do that tech, he's a bad Ivern.
Okay.
I decided.
Wow.
Here we go.
Does he use the blast cone
Whole
tech?
series rests on this moment for Razork.
Does he use the blast cone tech?
Okay, so you walk up to
You
the blast
Q
cone,
the blue buff, blast cone over,
Q it.
take the wolves.
No!
There
he
it is.
did, yes!
Boom!
Oh!
That's the Ivern tech. He's a good Ivern. And now he smites the Gromp, gets level 3, and goes bot side. My Ivern seal of approval, complete.
Wow. See, I knew you were a smart Ivan player. Look at you.
My one trick.
I mean, I've
Very
also seen
insightful.
people just complain about it a lot on Twitter when people don't do it. So
I see.
My one trick.
Yeah.
How insightful. Thank you for that, Kadril.
And now I have smite up again for the next crab.
will be spotted on this ward that Ambadage placed.
Look at this clear though. It's crazy, isn't it? It's going to be a 3 minutes clear. And then he's going to walk into the bot side. Maokai still has to do his Gromp. And now he's going to walk into bot side river perhaps, shield the Braum, smite away the crab. He could also, Ivern mind games, just mark it, force out Maokai with his support, and then try and smite the top side one. It depends how much bot prio he has. Right now it looks like XL have the wave in. So I think it'll be a bit risky for Razork to try and take this one away. Could try and sneak it though. It's just spawned in about 10 seconds. And Peach just finishing his Gromp. Yeah, he won't be able to take this one. You go top.
There he goes. Just lolloping through the mid lane there. Peach will be able to take the bot side. Scuttle Crab, and in the end, both the clears, although Razork's finished slightly earlier. will end up after the first clear on an even keel.
Do you know my fun Ivern story?
Oh, yeah.
One time. Oh, hang on a second. Peach looking for a play in mid.
Humanoid. Oh, he jumps in, go down. Abadaka jumps forward and immediately realizes that might not have been the best idea.
He just sent a message.
Yeah.
The message was,
I have no flash.
Dear Humanoid, my flash ceases to be. And Razork, he's looking for a little bit more.
Ash recall, like Humanoid's going to get that gap close in as Peach trying to get away. He doesn't have the flash knocked back. As Razork takes the kill. Now the trigger seed coming out from Humanoid. Zolo tracing the top lane with Oscar in. Abadaka is able to jump across the wall. Odo continues to put the damage down on the Ornn.
Big kill over to Fnatic in this early game. Nice first blood. Oscar might have the flash unless he gets the
He's got the Ivern.
He's got the null magic as well that he's crafted up as the Ornn. But yeah, Razork didn't smite the crab. Went for the... He's got smite up in one. He went for the contest on the Raptors and actually flash queued the Maokai. Unfortunately, Humanoid was in ranged form, so he didn't actually get that much distance, but he did have the range for hammer form. And then the Q managed to get the kill onto the Maokai. Surprised Peach didn't flash away earlier, though. He got knocked over the wall. I feel like he would have flashed after around this point when the Jace goes hammer form.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they stuck to the fight. The damage was good there from Fnatic's mid-jungle duo. They put Humanoid off to a good start. They forced Abadage out of the fight. Remember that they did get his flash earlier as well. Razork counter jungles a lot of the top side. Now Peach may be in some danger. Does have the flash, of course.
Have to use it to escape this.
Does he?
Ella's breath coming out. Peach trying to turn it in. Odo Omni pushes the wave in and flashes forward. Oscar in and flashes away. Peach still chasing. The Bramble smash back into the trigger shield. Odo Omni able to trade back onto Razork though, and in the end, meanwhile in the mid lane, a move from the XL bot lane just gets them another kill, and after a bad start for XL, they're now in the lead.
Wow, okay, so a lot just happened. Peach tries to get some of the camps back, so he invades in the topside jungle. He then gets collapsed on by Razork and Oscar in. Odo Omni reminds everyone, hey, my Rumble pretty good. Immediately follow-ups on Peach to offer support. And then let's have a look exactly at what happened here in the bot lane. Well, from the bot lane, I should say.
They've moved towards mid. I think they have already based here because Patrick, I think, has a recurve bro longsword. Humanoid no flash after the combo, and then Patrick just flash Qs. Nice land there. Abadage also rocket jumping forward gets the reset, so winning out on this top side of the map.
And they get bot lane ahead by going mid. Is that the future tech, perhaps, with Kalista lanes? Don't bother playing into the lane, just bring the lane out and look for plays everywhere else.
Just gank everyone.
Yeah.
Bot lane roll. 4 summoner spells and can gank lanes. Very balanced. This Patrick tries to dash forwards there.
Wow, your argument is that 4 summoners... You know, there's also like 6 summoner spells on the top side of the map.
Matter. 1 lane, 4 summoners.
It's a
Very
YouTube video I would watch. Yeah. XL now have to deal with Razork coming down towards this bottom side. Patrick looking for some damage, no flash on him as Limit goes forward, and Limit now realizes it's a 3v2, but not for long as Peach looks to join the fight. The stun onto Trimby as he flashes away. In the end, Summoner's burnt out of Fnatic. Their flash on Trimby and the Ignite.
So both junglers getting involved in the bot lane skirmish. Peach primarily there to cover, whereas Razork looking to punish. Nothing really comes off the back of it except for Trimby losing both of his summoner spells.
Maybe Limit can Hex Flash over there and look for a combo.
Odo just looking to win this. Like, Odo is so experienced on this Rumble, and Oscar in and feeling the bad side of the burn there. Odo, all time, 35 wins, 20 losses on this champ. And it's a surprise to see it get through a draft like this. He's definitely in control of this lane right now. The question is whether he can then migrate that to the rest of the map later on, because right now, it seems like we'll have a fight around the dragon.
Peach is level 5, Razork's level 6. I think they're just going to have to give their XL kind of leashing it. Does
X-Flash.
Limit.
Ooh. Oh, Limit. 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 You're meant to do the combo WQ, not just the W, as Trimby is able to get away.
What is going on right now? Okay, Humanoid and Razork stayed on the dragons. They will secure that objective. Trimby just going to get punted back by Limit. I did enjoy watching Patrick, Abadage, and Limit all come over the wall. But not going to result in a huge amount for XL. The gold remains dead even here, and Fnatic definitely much more alive in the early game compared to game 1. Humanoid trying to unlock himself on the map a little bit more, does have a small gold lead. But alright, overall relatively even as Fnatic secure the first dragon. Now we have to draw our eyes towards the first herald of the game.
Maybe they're dive for here, but Alistar level 6, nice EOA from Noah. A lot of chunk damage, Razork's around, Humanoid has mid push too. They only have one rage
now
creep
as well. The last time Fnatic died like this, it went very poorly for them. Limit so low. We're trying to bait them. Humanoid coming in with that shock blast. Land acceleration gate, Patrick tanks it. Unbreakable used by Limit. Patrick tanking everything. Oh, they kept him alive. No, he dodged it. He's still alive. It went in. What? They're still alive. Limit will fall, but Odo's TP finds 2 for XL.
An insane play, but the action isn't over yet.
Abadage with a good knockback with a buster shot. Odo Omne now coming in from the side as well. Razork and Humanoid will be forced away. Meanwhile, Peach on the Rift Tower. Does Oscar in and pushes in top?
Patrick and Limit. That is a gold star performance if I've ever seen one. Humanoid will go for a bit of a trade onto Abadage, but wow. Game 1, they were able to circumvent the dive from Fnatic. Game 2, they do the same thing. The TP in from Odo Omne was a much needed one as it secures XL 2 kills. Let's look back at this play.
I thought they were dead for sure. I mean, look at Limit Health. He gets hit by the Iron Q here. Ezreal Q, Braum Q, and a second an Iron Q's gonna land. Jace has Shock Blast. They have Ezreal Q's as well. So you'll see it here. Ivan Q lands. Shock Blast lands. He ults it to get out of the CC. Q hits. Patrick gets autoed. The W goes onto Limit. He ults the auto attack in the Q.
My God.
And then he goes in. Dodges the Q again there, Patrick, on the backstep. Limit goes in, gets the Q. Gets a little bit of healing. Noah luckily gets 2 auto attacks in there, or the creeps finish him off, but the amount of skill shots there were... Oh, toys in the audience. I should not have fan of that play.
What a move from the XL bot lane once again. Fnatic feeling the pain that can come with a botch dive. A Rift Herald was picked up for Peach, hasn't been placed as of yet. Odo now 3-0 with a 1,000 gold lead on that Rumble. And Fnatic, they do have the poke. They do have a lot of pressure as the game goes on. They have Humanoid on his Jace as well, a very comfortable champion for him. Only lost 1 game in summer on that pick. Question is, can they stabilize from here? It still is only 1,000 gold lead for XL, nowhere near as big as it was in game 1, but it's the consistency of the outplay for XL that should bring their fans hope. Nature's Grasp being used here. There's the equalizer as well into the Twisted Advance, and Humanoid is just locked up. And in a side lane, Humanoid dies.
And he flashed as well.
I love playing the game. Do you love playing the game?
I love moving. I mean, I think he should have flashed the Malka ult perhaps, but yeah, the second that lands, he's changed his seed and died. The flash was a bit useless towards the end there.
Yeah, Humanoid was not having a lot of fun there. That's the problem with Maokai, man. That's a lot of chain CC. Peach now completing the Demonic Embrace. XL, once again, have been able to swing this game in their favor. 1.5k gold lead is definitely nothing to write home about. Peach makes his way up towards top lane, though. Patrick has ulti. It's a hard lane to gank, though. Ezreal Braum is very defensive. So I think Peach mainly just moving topside to clear his camps and offer a bit of protection.
Humanoid started to move from mid there as well, was spotted on a ward, and as you say, it feels like more safety from Peach rather than looking for any action himself as Trimby now steps in.
I would love for Fnatic to try and use this top TP advantage, because XL are going to play hard topside with their 4-man, right? And Odo Omne is playing in isolation. Oscar has TP advantage. If they keep the lanes matched like this, I think XL could be in trouble. See if they go for a mismatch here and just try and avoid the Ezreal, but basing on this wave is going to suck for Patrick. And yeah, we'll see if Fnatic can use that TP advantage. Limit's onto base. Dragon spawning in 40. Patrick stopped his recall to catch this wave, but I think that if he goes for that wave, he's going to get dove. So what is he really achieving here? Dragon's up in 30. Waiting for Fnatic to back off perhaps, and he's in a show. Waiting for the Daisy to die. We'll get the last hit maybe.
Not quite. Patrick gets the stop on the recall there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rift Herald has been put down. I didn't see earlier. Does Abadage not running the Demolish? So won't be able to take down another plate out of that charge, but still gets quite a bit of damage down. Explosive charge going down.
XL are in a scenario now where all of them wanted to set up for Dragon. Limits ran down towards the spot side, but look where Patrick is. He still needs to base and run down. Maybe he needed gold for his Blade of the Ruined King, and that's why he didn't want to reset. He's got 1.4k, so he should be able to pick it up no matter what. And we'll see if XL can stall this with their saplings. Fnatic will know that Kalista overstayed top, and they should be able to force this one down. Abadaga's taking a reset. Might have some kind of Berserker Greaves in base on the TP back. Let's check
Odo moving
where
up.
he TPs. Patrick's still quite far away.
Miles away. There's the Nature's Grasp. Odo looking for that equalizer as well. The Dragon low and Peach takes it. It's a heist from XL as they look for more. Trimby burning, tries to flash away but can't escape. Abadage now on the resets as Peach flash Twisted Advance. Razork might die to the explosive charge. He does. And it's hop, skip and a jump for XL into the lead.
Wow, another team fight victory for XL.
Limit's gonna Hex Flash.
The setup looked so good for Fnatic. The fact that Patrick was so far away from the fight, but it was XL that initiated that fight, and all comes back down to this Maokai ultimate. How many times have we said it? How many times have we seen it around these neutral objectives? It is just too powerful, and Fnatic could not respond.
And with Maokai open, and Jace open, and Tristana open, you always feel like the Maokai might be favored. For this reason entirely, the Maokai Rumble. This was a 4v5. Kalista is not even there. He's just gone past the base gates. Maokai ult lands, Rumble ult lands, limits combo here, W's the Braum, and then Q flashes on top of the equalizer. Razork's out the fight. Trippy doesn't really have any defense, no damage to help push them back. Abadage lands the flash forwards with the ult and the E explosion onto Razork, and then Noah's dead, so XL in a 4v5 win. Patrick says, guys, I've got Blade of the Rune King, I'm coming, and instead I'll just push bot.
It's, I feel like I've said it a few times now, but wow. What a performance from XL. Where has this team been all year? Obviously, they've made a number of roster changes. They've had to find the formula, but 10th to now top 3, looking to cement themselves as a top 2 team in the summer split and lock a spot in season finals. The evolution from this team has been absolutely phenomenal.
It really has, and this is the first time in a long time we see Odoamne on the Rumble 3,000 gold ahead. You know, in the Joker where it's like, you wouldn't get it. You know, you've seen Rumble, Odoamne play Rumble for so long. It's a classic. If you've watched the LEC since 2015, 2016, then you'll know it's one of his staples. And
no skin, of course, because skins weren't out back in his day. He doesn't know what Rumble looks like with a skin.
Based.
Of course, he did play against Mad Lions as well. Did have a couple of good games there earlier in summer, but it has been a while since we've really seen this amount of domination from Odoamne on the Rumble. Now, once again, XL looking for that objective control that they have come to be known for across the last couple of weeks. Oh, that's not enough.
Medic didn't even flinch.
I don't, you know, a part of that is, you know, I've seen enough of them, I'm just, you know, dead inside to them. It's just like, yeah.
What, so if you'd have got it, you'd be like, well, yeah, cool. No one steals the Herald.
Nice.
Unfortunate,
Noah,
yeah.
you know. Sag.
Oscar, does he have W for the combo? No.
Nope. Might have it for the stun to follow up. The Bellows Breath used alongside the flash. Odoamne could chase with the Electro Harpoons, but decides against it. A 5,000 gold lead now for XL, 16 minutes into this game. And Fnatic, in the last game, we saw them start to become a little bit desperate around this point. Look for bush ganks, look for people being caught out of position on rotations. They can look for that once again, but it feels like perhaps that's all they can really look for. Oscar in it, calls down the ball, the Ram in fact, and dies for it. But now Humanoid looking to collapse Patrick here as well, and Humanoid might have just gone into his demise. Clears out the wave, Odo tanks now. Limit will do so. The knockback on Limit is good. Humanoid flashes away, trying to trade onto Odoamne, and that's perfectly played from Humanoid as he finds the shutdown.
That really was perfectly played. Weaving in and out his spells, basically flawless, as we'll maybe see a replay. I think instantly killed the ward, knocked away the Alistar on the W, flashed the Q, knock up, and then managed to get the kill onto Odoamne. So really well played from the mid laner of Fnatic there to get a kill.
Humanoid's Jace has been something that, you know, you read the comments and support from fans. They believe that you wouldn't get to see this anymore so far in this tournament. Humanoid's Jace has been a masterclass on the champion. And while, of course, so far things have been difficult for Fnatic, he continues to have a good performance where he can. And a great outplay from him in the bot lane. Maybe he could be their saving grace, but of course 5k gold down. It's going to be a difficult mountain to climb as we got to look back at this play.
Yeah, so here's the dive. Oscar pulls in the ultimate, but then Limit is going to get knocked down.
Oh, sorry.
And he puts some confetti. Anyway,
my bad.
Humanoid lands the QE combo, uses the W to kill the ward. Then he goes into hammer form and kills the wave off. And after that, he's going to knock away the Alistar on the WQ. Then he's going to flash the knock up from Limit, and then get the weave in autos onto Odo with another shock blast. So well played from him to get 900 gold. There's the confetti.
I thought you were going to do the one that we have aptly named Dumpster Fire.
No.
Decided for confetti instead.
That's for later.
Fight up towards the top side right now as Odoamne pushes in. Bot does have the TP. Noah looking for the damage across the wall. He can dash forward, knowing that only Patrick and Limit are here to defend. All Fnatic, 5 members strong. Pushing through mid right now. The Dragon up in 2 seconds time. Fnatic get mid prio for it. Abadage does have the TP to join back up with his team. Peach flashes away here. Patrick with the cleanse. Peach stunned up and down to half HP. The Ignite ticks on him. But Odo, he's waiting in the bush. He's hiding. Will you go down to the woods tonight, Fnatic? You might be in for a big surprise if you walk down that river.
There's Maokai will play a flash combo on Alistar, no flash on Jace. Fnatic are going to get wiped, I feel like, if they walk in here unless they find a pick first. Looking for Patrick, no cleanse. Q's not going to land. There's Yornal though.
Patrick will flash this. Takes a bit of damage with that accelerated shock blast. Nature's Grasp now coming in from Peach as they look for the chase. Only landing onto one. The equalizer not perfectly placed, but Limit lands. A double man knockup, and now Patrick has the time to open up alongside Abadage. The Fate's Call coming in, and the knockup straight down. And Fnatic go down into the grave. XL get 4 and lose nothing for it.
XL just continue to dominate in the team fights. Fnatic, they tried to find a pick onto Patrick, but the moment that engage tool from Oscarinin was used, Peach saw his window, he threw down the ultimate, and it just became a chasing game for XL. Look at this, you'll see them trying to catch Patrick out here. He's isolated away from his team, but of course he does have the flash. And then look at Patrick, immediately sees the window, throws the ultimate down. Odoamne knows the assignment, lays the red carpet, and who's he laying it for? Limit. Look at this beautiful engage. 3-man knocker. Makes it easy for Abadage to get that initial jump in, gets the second reset. And all Fnatic can do is run to the base. That provides no safety as XL find themselves 4 kills.
Yeah, you can see the damage that the double AD carry can do, but Odoamne, even with the equalizer only landing onto the Ornn, he manages to pull out 3k damage with the overheat and the Q, just running them down, nothing to stop him in his tracks. And really good chase potential again from XL's comp, similar to that game 1. Now Baron's up, double AD carry should be an easy Baron, especially with the Kalista Rend, with that Guinsoo's and the Blade. It's just a case of when they want to start it up. Sweep out this vision, push out both top and mid, and wait for Peach to come out of base.
XL in firm control of this game now, 8,000 gold ahead. Looking to go 2-0 up. Reminder, if you've joined us late or if you haven't been following along, if XL win this series, they are into the season finals, where our top 6 teams from throughout the year battle for 4 seeds to Worlds. No one qualified for Worlds as of yet. You have to win at least 1 series in the season finals to make it to Worlds. If XL lose this series, not only are they out of the season finals, but Koi will qualify to the season finals. I have also been informed whoever wins this series, whether it be Fnatic or XL, will be in the upper bracket of our season finals, which does give you that double elimination. A little bit of an easier road to our top 4. Gives you that second chance. XL now setting up around the Baron. Odo has the TP and the Equalizer and 2.5 items to boot. He's in a very powerful position. Patrick, no flash, no cleanse. They have to play a little bit safely around that AD carry, a little bit tentatively as Fnatic now start to wander into the jungle. Oh, Noah knocked up. Call of the Forge God coming out. Noah will use the dash away. Patrick will be able to walk away from that Call of the Forge God. The root only landing onto 1. Twisted advance forward as XL look for the fight. It's only onto the tank, but Fnatic have to abandon him, and the damage is ticking on him. Limit thrown in. And another kill over as Odoamne now needs to try and escape. Doesn't have the flash, but he turns back around with the flames, and he spits fire onto Fnatic. Trimby falls, and now Abadage is feeling himself as he dashes forward. XL find 3. Importantly, they kill off the jungler, but the poke still alive for Fnatic.
How much can they get done?
Oh, not
Shock
too much
Barrage
now.
is good. Shock Blast is good. Patrick has the red buff. And a little bit of lifesteal. This Baron could be a startup here, but Oscar has TP in 10. They need to get this down quick. What's Abadage doing? I think he's trying to get the plant, so they're actually going to go for this. This is very risky. Abadage might have to jump backwards here, so he's going to be completely zoned away. Maybe he's going to die. Oh, the Shock Blast so close.
I mean, Humanoid should be able to kill him off. Flashes forward. Oh, Buster shot enough to keep Abadage alive. The rest of XL now on that Baron. Patrick has a honey fruit to eat. Limit. Looking for the stuns across the wall. The saplings helping out as well as Odo TP's in. Nature's Grasp has been popped. Humanoid forced away. Odo joins the fight as he secures the Baron alongside Peach. Humanoid's going to try and back away. Limit knocks him up. The Equalizer comes down and Humanoid falls once again. XL with as clean an execution as can be expected in the situation. Take the Baron. And an 11,000 gold lead here, Betty.
17 kills to 4. 11,000 the gold lead. And once again, we're only 23 minutes in. It feels like that we're experiencing some late game fights, but XL are just dominating at every single opportunity. Engage starts off from Limit. Noah gets away to safety. Peach then throws out the ultimate. It's the front line that soak things up. that becomes the target for XL. Oscar does a good job of buying time on the backline. Look at that 3-man knocker, but the rest of his team can't really offer assistance as XL chases the kill. Here though, knock-up from Daisy onto Odo. Noah sees a window where he can get a pick. Unfortunately, that baits Fnatic to overextend, and then Amadage and Limit become unleashed.
Was quite nice. The kills for XL initially, the poke back almost turned the fight, but Humanoid couldn't get that kill onto Amadage, the knockback just in time. I think he might have cancelled one of his auto attacks, but nevertheless, XL have the Baron now. Odo no TP, neither does Amadage. They're both towards mid. Looks like they're gonna go for some kind of 1-4 here with Tristana alone in that lane up against Humanoid.
Oscar's been so shut out of this game as well. He's still only level 12 to Odo's level 14, meaning that his passive really hasn't come online at all. Hasn't even upgraded his own mythic. Never mind anyone else's. Nature's Glass coming out. This is just trying to force Fnatic away. The Equalizer used as well, but the shield and the heals from the Ivern enough. Alongside that Locket, but Amadage having a field day with the mid lane inhibitor tower. He'll pull that one down brick by brick as it does fall. XL now can push it. Daisy smited. Peach just trying to deal with it. Trigger Seed once again on it. Daisy will fall. XL can push forward and take the tier 2. Amadage continues to put pressure in the mid lane. Ocean Drake alive. XL will turn their eyes towards it. Will be their 3rd dragon of the game.
A lot of breakthrough items available as well for XL. Rabadon's ready for Odo, perhaps in base, and you can see Amadage getting close to that Bloodthirster, so it's not going to get any better for Fnatic at this point. They put themselves on soul point here now are XL, and Baron will run out in 40 seconds, so no more towers to take, but XL will just rinse and repeat, control the top side, go for Drake when it's up, and if Fnatic make a mistake, they'll try to end the game. They can siege top if they use the Rumble and Maokai ult to push them back. Shield though now complete for Patrick, just to make sure he's safe.
The only important thing there for Fnatic is that they haven't actually lost an inhibitor as of yet. They did lose the inhib tower in the mid lane, but no supers will be pushing in. And as you say, Kadril, this Baron going to expire in 16 seconds time. A 4,000 gold lead off it, or gold advantage off it for XL. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with that. And as you also mentioned, item spikes coming out for their lineup. Rabadon's now complete on Odo Omne. 3 items as well on Patrick and Amadage. They are in an incredibly powerful position right now.
They are. Now it's just a matter of keeping this pressure up. No objectives are going to be alive for a while, but with the gold lead that XL have, there's nothing really for them to worry about. The ultimate going to come through.
He flashes away. Glacial Fissure has been used. Odo, the Equalizer from so far away. Razzle forced to flash. Redemption heals him up above half HP. Call of the Forge God now being used as Fnatic look to collapse and Limit. Maybe a little bit overextended. Pulls back with the Fate's Call. We are seeing some signs of life from this Fnatic comp, especially the healing and the shielding that can come down from a Redemption Moonstone Renewer on Razzle.
But 3 ultimates are gone now from Fnatic, so XL, they shouldn't be that afraid of continuing their siege. Of course, the Waves aren't in a fantastic position right now, but this Rumble ultimate's going to come off cooldown very quickly. Peach's ultimate is already back up. It looks like, okay, for now, XL, they're going to choose to disengage. They're going to back off for now. They're going to take their time. All right, so they're going to wait for these next objectives to spawn. 2 minutes until the Baron. Just gives more opportunities for Fnatic to find a pick, but to be honest, again, we come back to this gold difference. We come back to the experience and randomization difference. XL should feel so strong right now. The only way they really throw this game is if the Baron gets stolen, or perhaps if something like an Elder can be brought onto the table, then maybe Fnatic can find a way to steal it and turn this game around. But so far in every single fight we've seen, it's been an XL-sided one.
You can see a 2-level average advantage for XL. Alongside that, they're holding 56% of the combat gold in the game. Fnatic will be making a miracle out of something if they can find a way back. Obviously, their poke is effective. You know, 3 items on a Jace is nothing to be sniffed at, especially when you have squishy members like a Trist, like a Kalista, but they have a strong front line and they have some lifesteal in their items, so unless that poke is matched by continued pressure, Fnatic won't be able to actually make any of that damage stick.
Maybe looking for an engage here.
Equalizer going on to Razzle. He's got no flash. Remember, in the tree is Belled. Oscar in the next target for XL as they look to just pick up 2. The rest of Fnatic are able to escape, but XL might not be done yet. They're looking at least for the inhibitor.
Can they push for an end? Ezreal ult is down for a little while. Should get it back up if he can stack that passive and get cooldown down. Midwave's coming through. They could try and end on it, but they're lacking a couple of ultimates. Maybe going to look for a bot inhib as the wave is around there. I mean, their easy objective here is just to go towards Baron. But they are hovering on the spot side of the map, maybe looking to take away the red buff, then take that reset, and then fight the Baron. But again, easy kills for XL. Razork, no flash. Rumble ult, Alistar combo, and he's gone.
Nice engage once again from XL onto Razork. I saw that Rumble ultimate and I thought, oh, that seems a bit whiff, it seems a bit awkward. I thought they would try and throw it onto the entire Fnatic team, but the goal was very much to find themselves a pick.
Long way back here.
Yeah, this is a much earlier engage, where they tried to force, and this is when they burned that flash away from Razork. The re-engage then came through from Fnatic, but then Limit, of course, brought to safety. That was not the replay they wanted to show. But the Baron has now been secured. Yeah, that's why he lost his flash.
And there's the Baron for XL. And I will say, lads, XL have played so well that I think it's like a little beyond comprehension how much they're beating Fnatic by in these games. Like, it's been so one-sided. Yep. It has been so good from XL, and Fnatic have really been found wanting in these games.
Yeah, during the regular season, XL's was 5-4, I think. They didn't look like they stood out or shone at all in the best of ones, and everyone thought G2 was just a tier above everyone else, and it would just be a bit of a mess from 2nd to 6th, 7th roughly. But now I feel like looking at the XL G2 series, looking at Fnatic versus Heretics, and now XL versus Fnatic, if this is a clean 3-0, I feel like it's XL and G2 that are on another level.
I'd agree with you. XL obviously still have to close this one out, and they're looking to do that as they go in once again. Oscar in and burned by the flames of Odo Omne. Limit chucked into the middle of the team as well as Trimby falls low. He flashes away, but already Humanoid's dead. And it is over, says Cadril, and XL seem to agree. They tanked the towers a little bit too long there. They still have the Baron buff for 2 minutes, and they are looking for these Nexus towers. Fnatic still have Noah to defend, but Limit's trying to end that streak right now. The Nexus towers will begin to fall. XL will take them, and they will be 1 game away from the finals.
And locking themselves in the season finals. Let's not forget, if they were to lose this best of 5, they're out for the rest of the year. So such an important series for them. And they look cool, calm, and collected underneath this pressure, making sure that everyone's on the same page. We actually favored Fnatic in the last 2 drafts, saying that their team fight might be superior. They've got a lot of poke, they've got a lot of front to back, but XL, with their lanes at least, are just getting ahead with the pushing lanes and managing to collapse onto objectives first.
It's just incredible play all around. I've said it so many times, I'm going to try to stop saying wow, but I really have.
It's wow.
I keep being impressed. Like, it's impressive with the fact that it feels like, as you rightly said earlier, Cadril, they've just kind of come almost out of nowhere. Not that it wasn't expected that they couldn't make a good run throughout the group stages, but for them to be as competitive as they have been here in the top 4, I think has surprised all of us beyond comprehension. We thought that that best of 5 between G2 was close. We didn't realize that this is what the result of that would be. An impressive run, and XL, the organization that struggled to qualify for playoffs for the first time in their history, are 1 step away from securing a spot in the Summer Split Finals.
10th, and then maybe the finals. What a run. What a run for them as a team. What a run for all their players as well. For Fnatic, back to the drawing board, it seems. We're going to hear from our analysts how they think the next game will go and whether Fnatic can manage to strike back.
But first, we're going to a break.
It is a break.
Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be 1 move ahead of everyone else. To be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Celebration gate, Patrick tanks it. Unbreakable used by Limit. Patrick tanking everything. Oh, they kept him alive. Oh, he dodged it. He's still alive. He's dead. What the? They're still alive.
Okay, send it. Can you send Wilson? I think yes. Send and just still play it slow. I can push the Ivan out. I think it's win. I think it's win. I'm still not there. First target is run off push. Can you do? Oh, yeah.
Limit chucked into the middle of the team as well as Trimby falls low. He flashes away, but already Humanoid's dead. And it is over, says Cadril, and XL seem to agree.
And welcome back to the LEC, where XL find themselves at match point against Fnatic. Now, I wanted to take a look at some very basic and simple plays by XL that managed to get them a lead in the early game before we start breaking down the entire thing. But we started the bot lane, and obviously you have a bot lane which is Alistar Kalista against an Ezreal and Braum. So getting lane priority kind of easy. Ezreal has to go back for the beginning here just to get a few items on himself. But what's really pivotal here is the fact that when you shove in a lane and it starts crashing on the enemy turret, the enemy minions will start gathering up and start what's a slow push. Now, normally what you would expect is that the XL bot lane would be recalling, and you'd be right, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. But what you're going to be seeing here from the side of Fnatic instead is that Trimby wants to go out and roam. Because of that, Noah is not fast shoving the wave to get a push into himself against. He's making sure that the wave can go slowly ahead, so while Noah is pushing it, he wouldn't be in danger of Patrick and Limit coming down to try to be running him. Now, the crucial part, as you can currently see right now, is that while Trimby has finally gone out, his reset was way later. He wants to assist on the topside skirmish, where, of course, if you saw it in-game, they're actually able to get a kill on Rasor. But what happens here in the mid-game is that from the 2v2 skirmish we had earlier, Humanoid still doesn't have flash. And XL has been really good at punishing every time a summoner spell is down. So Limit's just gonna flash in there. It's super easy. Once again, it's basic, but it's the fact that you just get lane priority, and instead of just roaming in with a support, they bring in their AD carry. So let's now look at the bot lane here. What did they lose by making this play? Absolutely nothing. Noah was setting up a slow push, but in this instance, he reacts to it way too late. When the crash finally comes through, Patrick is down there. XL gets the topside skirmish, they get a pick in the mid lane, and they lose nothing on the bot side, and Trimby is just outside wasting time, also losing the experience. So yeah, Noah gets a bit more, but in the end, XL come ahead hugely with this. Now, this is just one thing they do well. I'm going to leave it to the rest of the desk to break down the other things that they have done to secure the lead in the series.
Thank you, GB. And I think it's one thing they do well, but that's something that they needed to improve upon. XL used to be really, really bad when it comes to approaching the early game. Now it feels like they have a decent to good approach to every stage of the game and can also carry through every side of the map.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that has come from people like Limit. I've been really impressed with him over the course of groups and playoffs, how much he stepped up and just roaming around the map, having that impact. And I mean, yes, this time they brought Patrick in tow, but it has definitely been a focal point of can Limit and Peach work together to get that mid lane ahead? But now we're starting to transition to not only the mid lane, but also moving down to that bot lane where they're finding big success as well.
Yeah, and I think this is just one of those games where it's just kind of a perfect case study of this is like the best case example for him to be able to do it, right? So much freedom because of the lane matchups, and I think that mid lane roam in particular, I think, was the one that kind of caps it all off, right? Because at that point then, not only do you already have, you know, winning side lanes, then you've already then impacted the mid lane, so you end up with 3 winning lanes by the end of it.
Especially after Abadaga kind of sprinted, to be fair, in the early stage, like leaping in immediately after burn his flash, but that wasn't really the big focal point. It was actually where we got to move over towards this play here as well, where they could actually use some of that pressure to lean into this top side and find some of this early success for Odo, and Odo Omni has been incredible.
I mean, Odo on Rumble is, it's a classic, but I didn't think he would be able to play the champion today. But Jamada, we've talked about this. What kind of OPs do you want to buy? Do you need to ban? And it feels like Fnatic is running out of options when it comes to drafting themselves good situations.
Yeah, I mean, the one that's obviously, I feel like, on the front of everyone's minds is Fnatic on blue side. They banned Kai'Sa. They didn't pick it up first, right? Noah's got a game on it, so I feel like, well, if you're on red, you don't want to give that up. Like, you play it, so it's a bit. If it's a bit of a head scratcher to allow Odo on such a powerful pick that he's very solid on this one.
Yeah, and this seems to be a big problem for Fnatic now. All day yesterday in their series, they're banning Xayah and Kai'Sa on the blue side, not willing to pick either of them. And we saw Noah even going back towards things like the Aphelios, the Zeri, these kind of things. And now it genuinely does raise the question, as Jamada was saying, like, can you play this champion? Like, what's it going to be? But I mean, when you're going up against Odo Omni putting scores like this, like, that's a bit disgusting.
That's the thing. There's the OP picks that they can play perfectly, and especially with the Rumble here. There's some pocket picks that they have as well. What do you do when you're Fnatic in this situation? How can you adapt? Because yesterday it felt like Heretics couldn't come up with answers and Fnatic was in the driver's seat. Here it feels like XL is in the driver's seat, and comfortably so.
You know, I think funnily enough, we had Trimby yesterday on PGL last night, and I said, you know, I feel like you guys look a lot better when you have the agency tools in your hands. I feel like this is one of those drafts where you just you only have the on, right? I feel like you want to maybe look to try and stack more of that on and not have a situation where you're sat on your hands and you're allowing the enemy team to play their game.
But the problem that I'm seeing is that Fnatic keeps making a bollocks of every time they try to go for playing bot lane. Like every single time they've gone for some sort of dive, it's completely backfired. We saw it in game number 1 and then coming into game number 2 as well. Like they took so long to get that set up onto the dive that they actually get the TP then from Odo, which then gives him more kills and gets him accelerated. And then we look in game number 1, they go for the dive with Annie and with Humanoid, but Humanoid's just used the ult mid. So he comes down to bot lane, is like, I'm not really providing the burst that I need. And it just, to me, feels like Fnatic haven't thought through their game plans or how much time they can actually spend on these bot lane dives, and Excel are responding well.
And on the other side, you have Excel who can respond well, who bounced back the best way from the series they had against G2, because I was wondering how impactful would this one be when you lose, when you're so close to winning and you can't make it to the finish line. How impactful is it going to be? And here, they show up. They're one game away from saving their season, reaching finals, reaching summer finals, reaching every playoff that you can imagine here. Can they do it, though? Do you think they have it in them? Or is this going to be one of these cases of tripping close to the finish line?
I'll say exactly how I see it. I think right now, the way that XL are playing, this is probably going to be a 3-0. I honestly think that the onus is fully, and I mean fully, on Fnatic to adjust how they're playing, how they're approaching with the drafts. Because again, when they have agency picks, fantastic. I feel like when they're able to actually make fights happen, they look great, but that hasn't been the story this these drafts so far in the series.
And I think it's the fact that, again, it doesn't look like Fnatic's comfortable on the patch. Like, they aren't able to play the Kai'Sa. They're not willing to play the Xayahs. Like, it feels like they're kind of defaulting to things like the Varus, but the bot lane isn't working for them. We're still seeing things like Annie that was kind of been pushed out of the meta if you look across the globe, coming out for Humanoid. It just feels like they haven't caught up, and now Excel are overcatching them.
So Fnatic is one thing, but there's Koi season on the line here as well in the next 3 games. And before we get into game 3, Trouble is standing by with their bot laner, Comp. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Lore. Comp, thank you for joining me here. Of course, coming in as a spectator today and rooting. Rooting for a Fnatic win.
Yes.
Now, Comp, the brutal reality is you're 1 game away from a 5-month vacation.
Yeah.
But also 3 games away from potential chance at Worlds. How's the feeling in camp? How's your team feeling? How are you feeling?
I mean, for sure, it's been very stressing even last week. I think the moment we saw Excel taking G2 to 5 games, even game 5 was like really close. I think Excel was even winning. But yeah, I mean, there is only hope that we can have, right? And until it's over, we'll keep praying and hoping for Fnatic to carry us.
Now, I feel like Fnatic need a little bit more than hope. They need to restructure, they need to get back into the game, they need to get their heads back into the game. How do you see this approach from the outside? What do you think Fnatic needs to do to actually turn this series around to their advantage?
So from what we've seen from Fnatic, even last week's, they have very low prio on Kai'Sa, right? Even on blue side, that's why they keep banning it. I personally don't really mind this. I think the biggest issue is they need to find some room to ban Odo's Rumble, that's for sure. And also I think maybe they should allow themselves to play Rel, because they have also been banning Rel on blue side last game. So I think step 1 is definitely ban Odo's Rumble, and from there I think both teams will have good drafts, so it's up to execution.
All right, Comp, thank you very much for your insights. We're gonna throw it over to Mehdi, Betty, and K-Drill to see if Fnatic have the chances to turn this one around in game 3.
We'll see if Fnatic can reverse the series. It was only 335 days ago that they managed to reverse sweep XL to play up against Misfits and then make it to Worlds. We'll see if they can do that again. Yep. Koi waiting in the wings. You know, I learned this fact while I was scuba diving, you know, in Malta, and I kind of wanted to share it. You know,
did you go scuba diving?
I did go scuba diving. I haven't actually shared it there because, like, we had to do a fish identifying course, right, as part of the advanced open water course. And I found out that Koi always swim in packs of 4. Right? Because you have the if a big fish comes along, you have the A koi, the B koi, the C koi, and then the decoy.
Oh, the D. Wait, I was gonna.
Thank you very much.
Don't applaud that. It enables him.
Very podcast time. Episode 3.
I'm so mad.
Anyway, huge amount on the line, and perhaps a bit of a jovial start to what is a serious game.
What
I hate
Comp
you, Medic.
said
I hate you, Medic.
about allowing the Rel to get through so that Fnatic can actually play it themselves. The 2 most successful support champions for Trumi in terms of win rate across his career, Rel and Rakan.
Yep.
Like, perhaps a higher priority on these champions needs to come through for Fnatic and give him the ability to actually start these fights for them.
never mind, Kai'Sa Maokai bans. They can
That's
still
still
leave
fine,
the Rel
yeah.
open, but obviously XL could also ban out Rel. We haven't seen the LeBlanc ban yet from Fnatic, but expectations are they will either look to pick that on 1 or they'll ban it on 3. Poppy Zion once again for XL on red here.
Chase ban from Fnatic. They likely want LeBlanc on first pick or Rumble. I'm not quite sure which one they'll go for, which one they would rather.
We'll see where XL go. Could, of course, look towards the Rel as well as that P1.
You could leave everything open and play Tristana Rumble again with Sejuani or something. I don't know, something along those lines perhaps. I mean, the Maokai is the main pivotal point of that. So if they ban Trundle, right, LeBlanc, Tristana, and the Rumble is open. What does Fnatic do? Do you go Rumble?
Rel.
You go Rel.
Okay, they do want Trimmy on that engage.
You get Trist into the LeBlanc, right?
Do you give them LeBlanc, Rumble, and then an AD jungler on 3? It could be a bit risky. We'll see what XL decide to do against Strafton.
Could they do Rumble, LeBlanc, Sedge?
A bit too heavy AP.
I think Peach actually played a huge amount of Viego in the ERL, so I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to bring that back out. There's the Trist instead of the LeBlanc, so that fixes your heavy magic damage top side by putting Tristana in mid.
Yeah. Ornn into the Rumble, they're going to run that back, and Annie into the Tristana. They're not going to...
has been Humanoid Dancer into the Tristana.
Do you pick LeBlanc and go AD?
Yeah, would you ever flex the Trist? That's what I'm thinking here. LeBlanc a little safer into the Annie. We saw Abadage actually school Humanoid on the LeBlanc into Annie earlier on. Very hard to gank mid as well.
Sorry.
It's not going to be Kassadin.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's all right, mate.
Do you ever cook too much in draft? Do you ever remember cooking being like, if we also flex the Tristana into the bot lane, then we put this,
Pedro was just on Volt order.
There was one game where we overcooked, I remember, and I had to play Jace jungle in scrims, but it was actually fine. It was actually not the worst, and it got us good lane matchups. But there's Sejuani, as expected, just sub it out for the Maokai. LeBlanc's going to go through this draft, and Rel, of course, is that flex pick. XL.
I mean,
will they go for the Kalista again? Is Kalista worth banning, you reckon, from Fnatic?
I don't think Fnatic need to be scared of the Kalista. I was just going to say that I think that XL seem to just have found the perfect formula on this patch. This does seem to be their patch, right? Where they have so many power picks that they can dip into. Fnatic going to remove the Alistar. That does make a lot of sense into the Rel.
Probably get rid of the Nautilus here as well.
Maybe?
But if you ban Alistar, I feel like the Rel might be going to support. If they ban Nautilus too, do they just go for Rakan here, XL? I feel like Limit on Engage has been phenomenal.
Yeah, his Alistar really has been fantastic. His Nautilus. Will they choose to ban away Rakan? Will they get rid of the Braum? Expectations are that Limit will play more of the Engage, so maybe the Braum ban is wasted. Maybe it will be that Nautilus that you were talking about, Medic. Let's find out.
Oh, we'll see. Could, of course, if you're really scared of it, ban the LeBlanc here and make sure that Trist can't be flexed, but no. Will be the Nautilus ban. XL here can look towards that Rakan.
Yeah.
It's not the best into the Rel. If you ever get caught in her Magnet Storm, you're kind of locked there. It's very hard to dash out as the Rakan because it's always pulling you back in, but played well can be exceptional, and there it is.
Yeah, now they have to kind of put the Rel bots. There was a world where if they blind pick Braum there, XL, and then Fnatic takes away Rakan and plays Rel jungle, it's a bit of a pain. So they'll be up to last pick AD carry. They could go Kalista Rakan, but we'll see what direction they go in. Sivir could also work quite nicely against their champ so far. Fnatic looking at the Vi as their jungler or Viego. Yeah, any AD jungler fits in well with this double AP solo lane. And Razork's played all these 3 hovers so far, so I don't think he's in a struggle.
I think Viego Annie has that huge burst potential if you want it, but when the Tristana can buffer or jump away, it becomes a little bit harder to make sure you're landing that CC chain. So instead, a more DPS-orientated AD carry in the Kindred does mean that Razork will be looking for those marks in the early game. It needs Fnatic to have control so that he can try and get in towards those scuttle crabs or even into the enemy jungle to steal away some of those marks. Ashe a possibility here. But instead, looks like it might just be safety for Noah.
I think this is a denial as well if they go Sivir, but no, it's Comfort.
It's going to Comfort, yep.
It's Comfort on the Zeri.
Okay. So, I mean...
Tristana bot.
There it is, there's the flex.
Oh, they actually flexed it at the last minute, all right. We did talk about the potential. My question for you, Cage, would be, do you think they've overcooked or do you think this is fine? Because we talked about, like, when we initially pitched the Rumble, Sejuani, LeBlanc, we talked about how, like, too much AP on the top side.
Yeah, with Rakan too. I think they might have overcooked against Ornn, but we'll see. I think a lot of magic resist will come through from Fnatic. Things like Banshees, Maws, Wits Ends, perhaps, easily built up. But on the other side, Fnatic do have quite a lot of magic damage as well. I think Abyssal Mask will be really important in this game for both sides. But it's hard to say. I feel like the Fnatic drafts that we've seen in the first 2 games, we've actually liked the idea of it with their poke comps and their range and their team fight and their front to back. It all looks good. But XL with their kind of winning lanes / single target damage, on top of things like the Maokai Rumble have just been really oppressive, and Fnatic haven't found ways to deal with it. By the time they get to fights, even though on paper they look pretty strong in those fights, they're so far behind in gold that they can't really match up to XL.
I think Peach has, quite frankly, had Razork's number so far this series. We have not seen Razork really unlock Fnatic in the early game, and while there have been a couple picks here and there, tower dives have not gone the way of Fnatic this series. So the early games need to change for Fnatic to stand a chance and bring this series back in their favor.
Do or die for Fnatic. Lose here and you are out of Summer Split. You do have another chance in Season Finals for XL. A spot in Season Finals, perhaps just 30 minutes away. Let's get into Game 3. We've said it a ton, but I'm going to say it one last time. Open your ears, turn off your second monitor, stop watching Netflix, and prepare for the knowledge bomb. If XL win this, they are into Season Finals. Koi will be knocked out. XL will join G2, Mad, BDS, SK, and Fnatic in our top 6 with a chance to qualify for Worlds. Obviously, XL as well will play up against G2 tomorrow for the Summer Split Championship. If XL lose, Koi lock into the Season Finals, and Fnatic will lock a spot in the upper bracket. So, with it all on the line, Razork steps forward, hits with an Electro Harpoon, and Odo clears the ward. 5 gold over to XL.
Yeah, it's lost.
15 love over, it's XL. They've basically won.
5 gold gap.
Oh, it's going to be answered.
That's huge. That is huge. Huge. Big response there from Fnatic. I knew they'd be able to come back from that deficit, but XL now could set up for level 1. Not fancying themselves that trade-off.
Would you have taken that level 1 if you're XL?
Yeah, I would die trying. My mental in solo queue, I just find everything.
I actually wonder what Limit took first, because if you take Q first in this lane, the trade isn't the easiest.
He's taking nothing.
Oh, he hasn't taken anything. Yeah, so you can Q first trade, and you have the Guardian as well, so you can actually win out on those trades a little bit if you play them perfectly, but would be a little bit of a tricky one. You have to dodge away from Trimby's stun, at least for Patrick. And in the end, all to do about nothing as D-mats abound in this game. Odo's got one, Aba's got one, Patrick's got one. There's 2 for the bot lane of Noah and Trimby. They really want the push wherever they can find it. Expectations are that Noah will be going the static shift build.
Yeah, Patrick as well, maybe. They lack a lot of wave clear. I think that Tristana does help with wave clear, but it looks like he's going to go static as well, and that'll help a bunch more now. How far ahead can Abadagi get on this LeBlanc? So far, we've seen him on 2 exceptional games, and it's just a case of how much can they snowball through mid, which I think is what they've been doing the majority of this series. XL just trying to unlock Abadagi. And Peach is already going to pay a visit. Maybe he's going to go for some kind of Q flash shenanigans, or he's going to walk into Razork's jungle. 5 seconds on his smite. Razork should be able to finish the red in time. And now it's a guessing game for Peach as to where he is. Luckily, he doesn't get spotted. Maybe he goes towards bot side. There's a wall in Tribush, though.
It's a tough lane to gank, I feel. The cannon minion where it is. Peach is sitting on a ward. XL unlikely to know that. They don't have sweeper available at the moment.
Baited. And the way Trimby's playing around it kind of gives away the game that he at least expects there to be someone around it. Wastes Peach time for a couple of seconds, and Razork will have done a full clear by the time Peach gets into his bot side camps.
Level 3 acquired for the Fnatic bot lane. XL should do the same right now. Humanoid very low. Abadagi finding some great trades. The fleet footwork coming in very handy when it comes to trading in the 1v1. Now the Mark gamble.
Do we win the flip?
Do we win the flip?
Nope. Nope.
No.
Top side. Odo's actually going to run straight to it and take that Scuttle Crab to make sure Razork can't sneak it away. Razork uses the smite towards towards the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side. So as the extendo beam from Noah clips a Limit and Patrick's heals.
Yeah, not the end of the world for XL in this early stage, but it's just a case of Peach needs to clear out 2 more camps till Razork's full cleared and gotten a crab. That ward doing so much work to spot him out so that XL can play safe. Nice ward over the wall from Patrick. And Razork will just have to back away, reset, and clear top to bot again. You have to imagine there's not much else really to do here unless he wants to cover a push out.
Good trading here from Odo Amne. Once again, uses the overheat. Of course, very well known for his Rumble. Medic showed you the stats in the last game. We'll continue to highlight how talented of a player. Oh, you need to add another win to that column, though. We haven't updated it since the last game.
Yeah, probably a little bit more damage as well.
Probably a little bit more damage. Probably a higher KDA too, but that one's actually a little bit more debatable, depending how often he died. Regardless, Odoamne could be returning to another final, which is crazy to think, like, he won last year with Koi. He was benched. He then joined XL, went 10th.
As Patrick goes in, Noah able to dodge away from the knock-up here. Does have that ghost. Trimby looking for the re-engage with the crash down, but can't quite find his mark.
But that Odoamne story, yeah, 10th. And he was getting kind of annoyed of people saying it can only go up from here. And he's like, well, I could go 10th 3 times in a row. And I'm like, that's a fair point.
By people, you mean you.
Well, yeah. And now here he is, 1 game away from securing another spot at finals.
Who would have thought?
Not me.
Not me.
But Odoamne finds a way. If there is a will, this man will find it. And huge props to Patrick as well. His whole career has been very up and down depending on the roster that he's been on. But finally returning to the top of the league. A lot of these players have a lot of history here in Europe. Who would have thought that this combination is what would bring them to where they are today. Still though, a lot of this game left to play. Razork right now looking for an opportunity in mid lane. Humanoid needs the stun.
That's the Tibber is ready.
I think bot lane might be the place to be. Patrick and Limit look to crash in one more wave. Peach worked his way down there as well, but in the end, nothing really will materialize.
No Dragon Start either just yet from XL. It's a bit difficult with Rakan being in base. He's coming out of base though. Patrick's actually staying, trying to watch Noah's base. Noah's been trying to base a couple waves in a row now, and every time he recalls, Patrick kind of guesses for the push out, and then Noah stopped his base, but now Patrick's kind of timed it pretty well to the point where he can push out this wave, deny one, get a reset off pretty easily.
Peach right now protecting the crab spawn, and it seems like everyone is here to assist. Razork is going to try and...
Puts the wolf in.
He's not going to gamble it.
They do trade. It's really going to hurt
They
bot
save
lane.
the smite as well.
It's going to hurt bot lane a bit though, because Patrick needs a reset still, so Peach hopefully stays around and helps that Tristana get a base off, because Zeri's come out of base, he can start fast pushing into this Tristana, and I think Patrick might have to lose a wave if he doesn't get any help here, as he will move that towards the bot side and catch. As you say that, he's just going to take a recall. See what Noah does. Looks like he's kind of holding at the moment.
So when the dragon goes down, maybe he'll shove it in?
No, he's just going to hold it in. So yeah, I mean, Patrick won't lose much at all, really. This will just slowly push into him. And he's absolutely fine as Limits come out of base, and all is quiet in the world. I will say, though, Odoamne going a lot more even this top matchup. I can't remember exactly what the early game lead was for him, but...
It was about this, to be fair, he was only like 9-10 CS up first time around.
Yeah, wave's pretty good as well, so nice job by him. Now, can they look for something top? I mean, Oscar has 3 biscuits, so he can get that mana bar back up. But it looks like Razork just wants to take away the red buff.
And because Peach spent so much time making sure they secured that first dragon, it's relatively easy for Razork to go from his Razorbeaks up towards this red buff and sneak that away. It's not too much of a loss for Peach. Obviously, you do want your buffs early on, but all in all, he'll probably take the dragon over a red. Razork, though, could look for more. Odoamne, called at the Forge coming out from Oscar Winning, gets hit, flashes away, could just be dead here. Equalizer coming down, Oscar Winning tanking the tower, Odoamne falling over, first blood! Over to Fnatic.
Nice play there from the Fnatic top jungle. I thought that he would flash away from the Rumble ultimate, but he holds the flash. It's only when he actually sees Razork does he choose to flash away to safety. Razork wasn't level 6 at that point, so there was a world where Odoamne saw an opportunity to turn the fight around, but still, first blood drawn for Fnatic.
Glacial Prism was used there in the top lane. Looks like Oscar Winning flashed away from it. Peach still on the chase. Razork is waiting just around the wings. Could come across here. Good Bellow's breath to stop the stun. Razork on his way. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Abadage losing to Humanoid. Manages to survive. Lands the respite just in time. And now Razork with the red buff has the slow. Peach trying to get away, but Razork will flash forward and claim Peach's life and a stack.
Fnatic, this is the best early game they've had so far in this series. Already now 2 kills up against XL. There's been normally situations where Fnatic make a good play happen, they get a first blood, but then XL answer back so easily towards mid-bot side. This time around, Humanoid flashing away, managing to stay alive. XL trying to look for a Herald play off the back of that, though.
Making a beeline towards the Herald, but we're going to get a follow-up replay. Flash out away from the ultimate there. And then Peach ultimately just overextending. But yeah, 2 marks actually secured for Razork here. You can see he's got the Sejuani icon, which means that either getting a kill or assist will give him another mark. Believe it or not, he's only at 2. Hasn't been able to get a single Scuttle Crab as of yet. We'll highlight for you. Our overlay will keep track of those, so you can have a look at the icon in the top left. The little 2 indicates how many stacks the Razork is on, so if you are interested, you can follow along.
Ooh, stop on the base, Humanoid. Doesn't have the Tibbers though, so it's a bit difficult to engage that. Razork's gonna go towards the bot side. He's probably screaming for that bot crab, and we'll see if Abadage or Patrick try to stop him. They've got double pink down here, but he knows where the jungle support of XL is, so without smite, maybe he picks one up uncontested as Trimby's covering Humanoid, no flash.
Humanoid, there's the stun. The cleanse coming out from Patrick immediately. Another charm being used by Limit as Patrick flashes forward and Humanoid falls. Meanwhile, Trimby trying to survive, knocked up, but underneath the tower, XL can't go any deeper.
A lot committed there. Flash, cleanse from Patrick, flash ignite from Limit. Peach, of course, not having his flash. Humanoid was able to survive for a really long time thanks to Trimby, and the wave is still in a great spot for Humanoid. So while he did die, ultimately it's not going to be the end of the world for him, as XL really tried to force a play in that mid lane. While they will get themselves a kill, gold still in favor of Fnatic for now.
Double static shift complete though from mid and bot, so a lot of pushing power available for those lanes, and we'll see how Peach plays around it, but he has the ultimate, and I think they need to make sure Odoamne is a bit safe in this top side. He has a ward on the entrance outside of blue. He has some nice vision in the top side of that river as well, so he should be alright. Dragon's in 1 minute.
Importantly for Abadage as well, Humanoid no longer has flash, and this is what that can mean. A perfect Tibbers though, eating up the second chain there.
Yep.
Abadage not quite able to get that CC chain down.
But I feel like this double static shift is going to be so annoying for Fnatic to deal with. Humanoid's going to be stuck on a tower. And Noah will be close to being able to purchase his own, but we'll have to take a bad base for it. With 50 seconds till the Dragon, he's going to have to recall soon. He can also get back in time to fight this. So here comes the base from the Zeri.
Rift Out's available for Peach. Put it in mid or bot to help with the pressure around that next Drake. XL being so good at controlling the neutral objectives throughout this series, throughout the course over groups as well. Razork, though, very happy to come across here and gobble up a few of these minions.
So static on the Zeri. Coming out of base, 30 seconds on the spawn. XL have control right now, but Trimby, no flash. Being forced back here. Limit a bit afraid to walk up. Peach, he loves ganking mid. He loves ganking Humanoid.
Odo, no ult for the next little while as well. XL might just wait this one out. Glacial Prison goes wide. Humanoid able to dodge it. Doesn't have the stun stacked up yet. Will get it during the fight, but Abadage claims his life. XL find what they were looking for in the mid lane. Rift Herald coming down as well as Razork is joining up with his turret to try and defend. The Rift Herald will be able to get a charge in here.
I mean, what can Humanoid even do in this situation, right?
Die.
He's literally getting dove underneath this tower. There's a full wave in front of him. He didn't have the Tibbers, and there was no one there to cover, so Humanoid just being the point of pressure from XL as they reclaim the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, the LeBlanc can set up ganks for you, but it's also very difficult to gank for the enemy team or even try and shut down with jungle support. Razork gets the fourth stack in
Doesn't
front
have
of
flash
XL.
though.
Limit could commit, but doesn't have flash either. Humanoid's coming out of base, doesn't have that rocket belt just yet, but Triforce on the Kindred. Maybe they want to look for a fight. Patrick, I have to jump away here.
We'll do it. Has that honey fruit as well if the team can defend him towards getting it. Fnatic now getting the push in the bot lane. Humanoid's flash back up, Tibbers up in 7 seconds. Peach trying to fight or dash across the wall. Has that blast cone if he wants to rejoin the fight in the river. Noah's going to stop him from having that way to approach.
So Fnatic gets some control here, but still Mythic missing on Humanoid. Limit could look for an engage onto Trimby, no flash, but he's going to back away. Playing very far up here is Fnatic, trying to push out the next bot wave.
Odo just base, doesn't have the TP.
Yep. Oscar doesn't have the TP just yet either, so maybe Fnatic were trying to walk up here to stall, maybe fake pressure XL away from this objective, but they might have to just give this with the TP situation, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
See, I mean, that's the beautiful situation about this. Oscarinin is calling Odoamne just based, I don't have TP. That con then goes to the rest of Fnatic, which means that they're like, if we try and force this fight, he's going to TP in, we're going to lose. But then they don't even expend the TP, because the threat of the TP is enough to actually dissuade them. So XL get that objective completely uncontested, as Abadage continues to find favorable trades.
Chain almost lands there.
Remember that in the first series, Humanoid picked the Annie into the LeBlanc, but now it feels like that Abadage more than happy to play that matchup. He demonstrated how well he could play the lane in Game 1. He's doing it again here in Game 3. And XL looking very convincing as they continue to build up that advantage, but slowly. Fnatic definitely not out of this game just yet. Abba?
I think it's sequences like this over the last few minutes that give you a lot of hope for XL. They felt a little bit behind. Fnatic were the first on the board, getting kills in the top lane, managing to get their Kindred to 4 stacks. But XL just macro played really well. It wasn't about just forcing fights everywhere. They've managed to take mid-tier 1. They've managed to get 2 dragons in the early game. And because they're just playing the map so well, they are 1,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, 50 seconds on the Herald, so Fnatic really want to establish some kind of mid-control. Level 11's coming through slowly, which will benefit champions like the Rumble and the Annie so much in these team fights. You can see pings in the own base of XL, pinging waves. You can see the next one coming out of base is probably what they'll play on. So as that wave comes past the tier 3 from their base and comes towards mid lane, it's very likely that XL starts to step forward, push it in, and then move around the map for vision with this Herald spawning. But right now they're trying to secure the crab. Stacks up on the Wolves. Abbedagge easily winning out on this side lane against the Ornn. There's really nothing Oscar can do. He'll just heal up with Fleet. And here comes the push from Patrick. 15 seconds on the spawn. They'll, I guess, transition topside now.
Odoamne also playing in the fog of war towards that bottom lane. Humanoid's the one matching him. Both of them have TP to join a fight if it does begin. Odo might just look to equalize out the lane after this objective goes down. We'll want to save it, obviously, in case needed for the objective right now. That ward outside the pit is spotting XL as they start up the Rift Herald, and Fnatic look to try and respond.
Razork, their first.
Noah tries to get away. The flash charm stops Noah from getting to the wall. The Buster shot, not enough to take him down, but no longer flash or ghost on that AD carry. Abbedagge now keeping Oscar in at bay as the Rift Herald resets, and XL should be able to claim it. Humanoid might look in. Great stopwatch! Oh, Odo going for gold entirely in this series. He's a man transformed on the Rumble.
Wow, Odo is locked in right now. Herald will be secured. Oh, he does. You know, he did make that tweet. No shot am I letting Koi in the season finals.
Yeah.
He is adamant to win this series for himself and his team. Herald going to be dropped top, as you were talking about earlier. Cavedra, they're going to unlock that final outer tower in the bot lane. And Fnatic, they had a good early game, but Medic, you were talking about how XL are just methodically moving around the map. The macro continues to be strong. They're trying to interrupt the Herald, and they will.
Call of the Forge coming out as well as Noah looks for the chase here. Humanoid TP behind. Peach going to flash across the wall there. Abbedagge trying to put some more damage down onto Oscar in him, but it's not really the target you want. Peach gets the super mega massive blast cone. Trimby still on the chase, does have the flash, but doesn't really want to go any further.
Peach just does not care. He's going to brush that off as a mild inconvenience and will disengage from 4 members of Fnatic. TP committed from Humanoid will not result in much as Odoamne should be able to secure this tower in the bot lane as well. There is no one to answer him.
And remember 2 minutes ago when I said XL had a 1,000 gold lead? XL have a 3,000 gold lead right now. 17 minutes into the game. Now well in control of this one as the Limit manages to dash away. Chem Soul, though, not the ideal soul if you want to try and close out a game, but I'm sure XL will continue to try to control that bottom side of the map. You can see a couple of deep wards fall from them. Odoamne could look for those around the next Drake fight. We'll see if they're cleared out by Razork. It's hard to maintain vision control against the Chemsoul just because of these enhanced Scryer's blooms, but Razork doesn't hit it, so it's a little bit easier to control that vision.
Yep. Spawn in 38 seconds. So Fnatic trying to establish some kind of control. The only problem they have right now is the TP situation again. Razork playing really far up.
Going for Odoamne. He doesn't really realize it. Maybe not the Peach is here. Odoamne still has that equalizer. Trimby coming in. Razork able to force Odo back. The TP available, though, for the Rumble.
Yeah, but similar situation. And he's locked in top with no TP, whereas Abbedagge has it. So if they want to fight here, Fnatic, they've got about 5 to 10 seconds. Humanoid can maybe stop the LeBlanc. That's what he's doing, just trying to chase Abbedagge, try and stop his TP if he does decide to join. As Fnatic might want to pull the trigger, but Noah is catching the mid-wave at the moment. 5 seconds on the spawn, and Humanoid's actually going to abandon top and run down towards this dragon. That gives XL the option to play this side lane, play for this top tier 2, get that 600 gold onto the LeBlanc. They're going to start it up here, Fnatic, and the soul is not that important. Chemtech Soul doesn't really change the entirety of the game, so XL maybe thinking of giving up.
Bunch might just look at the steal as well.
Humanoid's going to show top, maybe they can take this fight.
There's the stun, the Tibbers on to Abbedagge. Peach trying to get into the pit here. It's already down to 2,000 HP. Abbedagge is dead. Peach, though, gets the Chemtech Drake. The Call of the Forge coming out as Fnatic already lost one in the middle of the Dragon Pit. Razork trying to dodge away, does still have that Lamb's Respite, and XL realize maybe they don't want to take this fight anymore. You've already got the Drake. You paid for it with your mid laner's life, and they will just back away.
Ultimately, it's a 1-for-1. Abbedagge loses life on a side lane, but XL are now 1 dragon away from the soul. props to Humanoid, who are likely going to get a replay and see exactly how he was able to get that one shot. But XL ultimately still in the driver's seat.
Investing the TP here, Odo, to defend this top tier one. I think he stunned him on the tower, didn't he? Got a couple of tower shots in. As he ults him here, the wave's going to die. And then Humanoid gets his full burst down, and as he dashes, he could rocket belt his W as well, and then get the last Q in. Abbedagge even flashing, and then this fight on the Dragon, they have the double AD carry with the Kindred and the Zeri, so the longer the fight goes, the better. They can just keep chipping down with DPS, and Razork still had the ultimate up, the Lamb's Respite, in case anyone would fall too low. A lot of ultimates already used to take down Trimby, and then, yeah, unfortunate for them, XL seal it away. Peach nail on the head with the smite, but now the Baron's spawning. All the pressure is transitioned to this top side. Abbedagge still has that TP, although Amne used his, so he's going to be playing the side lane against Oscar once again.
They constantly move Abbedagge into this lane against Oscar. They know that he can deal the most damage against him. It's the most obnoxious for Oscar to have to deal with. But now with all out of towers, you highlighted it, Cave Draw, they're kind of slowly moving their pressure around the map depending on what neutral they want to play for. I'd be surprised if this team just tried to force the Baron. But they can threaten it, potentially look for a pick. They may very well just continue to farm, keep attacking these side lanes, looking to steal away some enemy camps, moving that vision deeper and deeper. But it does give Fnatic an opportunity to scale. When you look at things like Kindred, you look at Zeri, definitely no slouches when we get to the late game. But when we think about late game so far this series, it's just been the XL show. Admittedly, this has been the most even state, I would say. Yeah. And when I say that, bear in mind that XL still have a 2.7k gold lead right now. So let's see what Fnatic can do. One good fight could very much swing this game in their favor.
Still have the flash on Humanoid as Odoamne chips away at Razork's health bar. That Lamb's Respite could, of course, be incredibly powerful as well as Peach. Face checks a little bit. Trimby pops out of the bush as well. Bolstered by Razork. Fnatic looking for this top tower. XL looking to deny it from them. 4 members of Fnatic up here now, and Odo could equalize the wave, but do you really want to do that before possible Baron fight? XL instead will just back away, accept their losses, give up their second tower of the game. Meanwhile, Patrick pushing in mid will take a tier 2 in exchange. Peach going to keep Razork around. Now Peach needs to get out of here. We'll get the stun onto Razork, then can dash away. Trimby W's forward, didn't have the flash, but Peach not taking any chances.
Could this be a collapse coming in from the bot lane?
Yeah, look at limits. Let's see what angle he finds here. There's TP from Abbedagge. Where's the Rumble Lords?
Going Fnatic. Counter TP being
they're
used
stuck.
as Oscar Winning joins the fight. Odoamne looking for that equalizer. All of Fnatic teaming up. Glacial Prison only hits onto Oscar Winning. Humanoid looking for the stun as Abbedagge dashes forward. Humanoid still holding onto that Tibbers. Flash onto Abbedagge. Call of the Vortex coming out as well as the equalizer. Hits Humanoid and Oscar Winning. Limit and Patrick fighting down towards the bottom side as Humanoid's already fallen. Razork still holding onto that Lamb's Respite. Could buy a second for his team in the right moment. Trimby locks up one. The shutdown for Noah, and Limit will fall as well. Fnatic trying to turn this around as XL run for the hill.
Huge kill onto Patrick there. Is this a Baron? No TP on Abbedagge, and he's quite low HP. Odoamne has a TP coming up soon, but doesn't have the equalizer. Peach, no flash, has the smite. Lamb's Respite available if he does try to go for the steal. Oscar and Razork and Fnatic can place that ultimate down to try and disengage any kind of smite steal. Odo can play the vision game.
The Kindred ultimate is everything here.
Yeah, it is.
Jumps in, you just put down that ultimate. It's so difficult.
Yeah.
For that secure from Peach. Fnatic will hold it around 4,000. Peach can jump in.
They're going to get this down quickly though. Abbedagge's on the way.
Peach goes in. Oh, it's taken by Trimby! Oh, Razork holding his own for another game, but somehow Fnatic still find it. Trimby dies for it. Odoamne on the chase.
I think what they did there, Fnatic, was everyone bursted 1.5k. Everyone save a spell, any Q, Zeri W, whatever it may be, Oscar with the W as well. Just everyone use one spell at 1500, and I think that's exactly what has happened. So it's Trimby that ends up getting it, but it's Peach that actually doesn't smite as he comes over the pit. Uses it in the end as he falls, but doesn't get the smite down onto the Baron. Huge fight for Fnatic, getting themselves back into this game.
It's a crazy series of events here. The ultimate comes out from Peach, but there's no real follow-up initially. Humanoid then threatens the bot lane of XL, flashes onto Abbedagge, but the follow-up just isn't there from Fnatic. At this point, I was thinking, oh, this is a bad fight, but now look at the bot lane from XL. A great engage comes in from Trimby as he's able to catch Patrick out. Patrick is going to try and cleanse away the safety, but the damage is just so... it's too much.
One shot. Yep.
Absolute destruction there coming out from Fnatic, and then the gamble on the Baron.
I think they burst at 1500, but we're not going to see it. Soul point.
Soul point. Patrick has the flash up, limit quickness available to him. Peach, Glacial Prison up as well. Odo's TP'd in, has that equalizer. Fnatic now looking to defend. Humanoid, no flash. Razork already down to half HP. That Lance Dress Bite still a possibility. And Trimby finds a perfect engage onto Patrick. Oh no, trying to bow Noah down, but Noah still has the flash to escape. And now Fnatic found 2 kills. XL left wanting in their first neutral objective fight, it feels.
This is looking oddly familiar to Fnatic XL last year, where XL's up 2-0. Not as many base race shenanigans going on, but Fnatic finding leads and finding fights to come back into the game in a match point scenario. So we'll see this again. What a turn from Trimby.
Yeah, I mean, Abadage gets really good poke down onto Razor. That initial engage, they were not expecting that at all. Flash in from Trimby. Patrick caught completely unawares, doesn't have the cleanse available, means that he is just chain CC'd to high heavens. Odoamne does get the flash out from Noah on the backside, but not enough damage to secure the kill. And it's now Fnatic driving how these fights play out. The difference between Trimby having that engage, you can see it's night and day. He's been put on Braum duty, but now he's the one responsible for finding these engages, and he's doing it for Fnatic.
Yeah, Patrick trying to cover off this mid wave, clear it out. Mid-tier 1, really easy objective for Fnatic. XL still have a lot of damage, but Fnatic have evened up the game, and their comp is really good at playing those front-to-backs, locking down one target, and Humanoid now has the Rabadons as well, just going full glass cannon on this RE. Noah playing a bit safe, gonna go to the red buff, get some health regen ready for him, building towards that Bloodthirster. Patrick going the exact same route. So how much can they get with this Baron? 8 seconds left, it's gone. They managed to deny the Dragon Soul, but they don't even pick up this mid-tier 1, so Fnatic have stabilized the game, but no advantages to be found at the moment.
I think they'll take that though. In the last couple of games, 25 minutes, they were usually staring at their Nexus towers falling, or at least in the next few minutes. So Fnatic stabilizing here. They've managed to win the last couple of fights as well. They've shown exactly how they want to play it. And Trimby engage, exemplary, as Oscar Rinin now too tanky to be dealt with by Abadage, and just push out the wave.
Yeah, he's just completely mitigating that side lane pressure, isn't he? And because there's no objectives to play for, and XL have kind of had the wind taken out from them, Fnatic is stabilizing. They've got decent vision control across the entire map right now. The ward is kind of littered with blue wards. They also have swept out their half of the map, which means XL don't have as much information as they did before. And overall, Fnatic are in a much more comfortable position. One that could perhaps be the beginning of a reverse sweep.
Yeah, Ornn ultimates, Ornn passive, sorry, coming through. Already built onto Noah. Can get the next one perhaps. Ornaments, yeah. Next one perhaps could be good for Razork or something along those lines. Get those 80 carries ahead, the backline damage so pivotal, and stopping limits engage is everything to make sure Noah and Razork can get that uptime. There's a world where Razork gets hit by a Sejuani ult on top of a Rumble ult and a Rakan ult. He dies, no Lamb's Respite, chain CC. We saw that a lot at MSI when Kindred was meta. Just constant chain CC on the Kindred, no ultimate available. Fight is lost. He's building towards what I expect is either a Hexdrinker or a Wit's End, because there's a lot of magic damage on XL. We talked about this in the draft. In an even game state, when you have Ornn and you can start building defensive items on his enemies, you can get the magic resist. Abadage
comes down. Abadage trying to get away, but where are you going to go? Humanoid hits level 16. Noah now on the chase. Abadage pops the W. Call of the Fortune comes out as well as Abadage dashes back, but Humanoid secures the kill. Abadage caught out in the side lane.
Another good pick from Fnatic. They saw Abadage pushing and they moved their mid-prio into the bot side jungle. You can see some of those wards littered throughout this bot side. XL trying a cross map on top. They believe that Fnatic not going to be able to respond in time, so there should be another tower. But Fnatic should be able to do the same thing in bot lane. They have a wave, they have 4 members. Nice equalizer will buy some time.
Yeah.
Perhaps protect this tower.
Though, yeah,
we'll die anyway. Demolish available, cannons there. So it's a trade-off of towers, 40 seconds on the Baron spawn. What items have we got for these players in base? You can see, I think double Bloodthirster will come through for both these 80 carries respectively. And then it's just a massive fight will ensue on the top side of the map.
So how do you navigate
Lord Dominic's
this fight?
actually there.
Yep, Lord Dom's third on Patrick. How do you navigate this fight if you XL? Because the last couple have gone very poorly for you.
I mean, it's all about limit finding that flank, right? If you can find a good engage, I think that can be the difference maker. The Wombo combo is there, the opportunity, but you don't kind of have the same. In game 1, we think back to the Ezreal. The Ezreal had the ability to chip away, poke a lot during the team fights. But with Tristana and LeBlanc, it's only LeBlanc that can kind of go in, maybe get an auto off and then bounce back.
It's going to sneak around here.
Yeah.
Humanoid has the stun ready. No QSSs, no Mikhails, means that once that stun lands, that becomes the target for Fnatic to quickly assassinate.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Odoamne in this next fight. Level 16 Rumble, 3.5 items. so strong right now. His equalizer can change the entirety of the game. See if he can layer it with Limit. That flash has come up, like said. Can Limit find the angle? Can he find Razor? Can he find Noah? Chunking them out would be good as well.
We still haven't seen the Lamb's Respite in a fight, but even if you manage to find Fnatic, if Razork is free for just that half a second, you can put that down and really stop you in your tracks. Your damage will tick off. Equalizer will run out as Abadage looks for something in the mid lane, can dash across the wall. XL.
Oh, look at Limit, look at Limit.
Position round towards the Baron. Abadage can try and clear. You can hear Trimby saying care for Rakan. Well, XL are looking for the Baron right now. Trimby on the front line. They turn their eyes straight towards him. Odo, the Forge got the Magnet Storm, but only hits onto Odo. The equalizer being used as well, but Odo's already fallen the shot down. Over to Noah. As XL now looks to disengage. Abadage trying to get in towards the back of the fight. Patrick with a good buster shot gets the knockback. Limit dashing away towards the top as well. Now can Peach steal as Abadage continues to chip away. The Lamb is already down. Peach looking for the spine. Trimby keeps him at bay. The stun. Peach gets in, but not in time. And Fnatic secure the Baron. Oscar ridden on the chase as Peach will be locked up. It's Fnatic and Razork take the fight.
45 seconds on the spawn. Double TP available. How aggressive do Fnatic want to go? Looks like they're going to play it safe. Move towards this dragon. Not push down mid with these two members dead on XL. But my god, what a fight. Trimby just screaming. Care for Rakan. Finds the engage onto Odo. Odo doesn't react in time with the flash to get away from the Magnet Storm. He falls 4v5. They move forwards. Lamb's Respite keeps Razork and the rest of Fnatic alive from Abadage's poke. But that smite, there was a fraction there where it was around the 100 health. Razork managing to get the finish. Peach not in time into the pit.
Trimby's engages have been instrumental for Fnatic in this game. He found in the top lane, the bottom lane. In the river, he found Patrick once again. Now in the topside river, he was able to find Odoamne. Just an incredible performance from Trimby, and Fnatic are riding this momentum.
Watch Trimby here. Rakan spotted with the Q, walks up, pops the E, gets the stun on Trimby, and then instantly here he's going to flash W Magnet Storm onto Odo, who does react in time. Jump from Patrick was good. And then the front to back comes through. Abadage is a little bit split off to the side, so they can run them down 3v5, and there's nowhere for them to go, really. So much chasing. The Zeri dashing over the wall, the Ornn coming forwards. Nice knock there by Patrick, but this is where the Lamb's Respite comes in.
So far this series, it's just been XL determining when the fights start, how they start. They've been getting the fights on their terms. Now, for the first time, Fnatic are determining how the fights begin. Limit was forced to run away with the ultimate in that last exchange. It felt like that XL had no way to turn the fight around. This could be massive for momentum if Fnatic can get a win here.
Yeah, Odo will get this box here too. Abadage's pushing in mid. You can see XL trying to play on two lanes, but they don't have the Baron buff. Fnatic are going to run it down top, and they have TP on Oscar ready to join the team. Now, they could TP in and force his inhibitor, but Oscar needs to be patient and wait. See what happens with the engage. Limit still has the flash, so it's still a lot to be careful for. Fnatic might have to settle with his inhibitor and then back away. Reset, play on another lane. Keep denying these souls. Keep the vision up, and it only gets better and better for them. The magic resist is coming in. There's 4 Mercury Treads, there's Hex Drinkers, Wit's Ends. Everything's slowly being built up. The Void Staffs are coming through as well, but Abadage should be all right with the dash.
Double dashes away.
The next spike for XL is double Rabadons. When that comes through, they will really have the firepower to fight back. So for now, Fnatic really in the driver's seat, can get towards them more. But yeah, I think that's what XL will try and stall out for.
It's taken 32.5 minutes, but for the first time, Fnatic have broken open the base of XL. Now 4,000 gold in the lead, and everything is coming up roses for them. A lot of it off the back, as we say, off Trimby's engages. Now they just need to close this one out. Fnatic versus G2 is a series we have seen many, many times before in the LEC. But this year, it has looked incredibly unlikely. Now Fnatic looking to prove all those doubters wrong as they push through the mid lane, of course. For the 4th to 5, the equalizer, the charm, the Lamb's Respite though enough to buy some time for Trimby. And now Limit's in the middle of all of Fnatic. Trimby low, Abadage getting onto Razgor in the backline, but Noah's already killed off 1. The Timber's doing so much work, taking up the tower here as well as Noah is still full HP. But a chain from Abadage. Noah doing the damage onto Odoamne, Noah down to half. Abadage continues to dash in. Humanoid falls down to a third of his health bar, but Oscar Rin is still so tanky, and Fnatic now on the advance. Abadage continues to poke into prod, and Patrick almost stunned up there by Trimby, but not quite.
There's just too much mobility on the side of Fnatic for XL to really lock down. That looked like a best case scenario wombo combo. Look as the Rumble ultimate comes down, the ultimate from Peach as well. It all looks fantastic. Razzle immediately ulties. They even get knocked out of the pit with the Tristana ultimate, but it's still not enough.
Yeah.
Noah dives into the backline to get the execution on the Limit, and Fnatic walk away the victors.
I think Limit was just out of range with the Flash Charm knockup. If he landed that, Razork wouldn't Lamb's Respite, and they might pick up some kills, but just out of range. Razork gets that ultimate down, and then Noah really does play that front line, doesn't he? He manages to find the first kill, and then he keeps dashing forwards to push Odoamne back soon after. So 1 minute 30 seconds on that Chemtech Dragon. Won't put Fnatic on Soul, but it will deny it from XL once again for the 3rd time running.
130 on the Baron as well. So both those neutrals coming up around the same time. Fnatic now pushing in mid. That inhibitor in the top lane, still 2.5 minutes before it respawns for XL.
Look at Limit,
once
look at
again,
Limit, look at Limit.
It's Limited Peach on the sideline. There's the quickness, there's the charm, there's the stun, and everyone's locked up. Humanoid pumps the stopwatch. Dragzor now here to join his team. The call of the Portugal being used as Limit for and Noah flashes in once again. Fnatic, they eat the engage, and then they eat XL alive. Limit to fall. The inhibitor short to follow.
30 seconds on the Dragon respawn. Fnatic needs to be careful not to get too excited, but they might push for the end. Humanoid is basing with TP. Limits down, that's their main form of engage. A lot of ultimates missing, but they have double static shiv. These waves can get cleared in an instant. Fnatic needs to be careful not to be too greedy. They have the TP if the wave gets underneath the tower, and it does. There's the TP.
Set up the Lamb's Respite as well. Razork tanking the tower. Patrick goes in. Patrick locked up for a second. The stun, the CC onto him, the shutdown. But Noah, meanwhile, Oscar in and tanking the tower, and the Lamb's Respite buys enough time for Fnatic to destroy the Nexus towers and to take us to a Game 4.
Fnatic are not down and out just yet. Some incredible engages from Trimby. Razork and Noah in the last few team fights were unwavering. And they take a map off of XL. They bring us to 1-2. We're going to be getting a 4th game. A lot on the line in this series. And the stakes only continue to mount as Fnatic find a win over XL.
Yeah, it's getting tense now, isn't it? XL, I'm sure they won't be sweating too much. They've been in a 5-game series already with G2. You know, they've been
and they lost that one.
They lost that one, but they managed to.
If they lose this one, their year ends.
I'm just talking more when it comes to fatigue in these series, right? I think taking a loss on the chin, they should be able to bounce back. But it's about Fnatic finding what's worked for them in that game because they were at a deficit that they had to come back from.
It's Trimby, man. Trimby's engages, I think, was so the difference. We heard Comp initially pitch the idea that they shouldn't be afraid of playing the Rel themselves, and look at the difference that it made. It was Fnatic being the dictators of when those fights started, and now it's up to XL to see how they pivot. You imagine they're going to go back to blue?
You would expect so. You would expect so. What a difference the Rel makes there for Fnatic. We're going to hand it over to the analyst to break down Game 3.
Yay, thank you, Medic. Comp giving the great advice, honestly, for the Fnatic, and I think the fans can chill here. We're gonna have a series, guys, and this is the Fnatic that I've been waiting to see all day.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, as Betty was kind of pointing out, is the fact that we've gotten Trimby back onto something he's a bit more confident on. We kind of saw it yesterday in the series as well, where it took him kind of a game or two to get rolling, but once he did, he looked absolutely fantastic. And I think that's where I'm trying to look for a lot of this, is can Fnatic try and keep that composure on bot side, but then lean into trying to get control over mid again.
It has been, yeah, you want to say something?
No, I think it's just also like, it's really nice to see a completely different iteration of how they wanted to approach these games. I think they were mentioning on the desk, talking about the Rel. I think Kindred was such a pivotal champion in terms of what XL wanted to get done with their champion. The fact that Razork wasn't necessarily on a tank, you know, he was just on a champion that is a Razork champion. And I was asking the question to myself, where is the Razork I saw in regular season? Well, there he is, arrived in the 3rd game of the series, finally picking up a win for Fnatic. His ultimate was absolutely crucial in shutting down all the ultimates that came out from XL.
And I think as well, it also gave Fnatic the opportunity to kind of regroup. I think in a lot of this, XL, as you can see in this kind of fight, are trying to come in from multiple different angles because they don't want to give opportunities for an Oran ultimate to come through, for Trimby to have an easy setup. So they're trying to attack from different places, but it does end up giving them an opportunity then to go, okay, well, we can buy space. But the second you see these openings, Trimby's going in aggressive. You're getting Oscar and going in with the Oran ultimate. They're very quickly going, right, Abadaga's used his mobility. Let's now take our opportunity to engage. And I think it was that decisiveness that really showcased here for Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's the first time that I see XL being so, I don't want to say lost, but felt lost on the call they were making and how they were planning fights. And we're talking about the Kindred. I really love this pick here because, as the guy said, XL was in the driver's seat when it comes to dictating the pace of the fights, and with a pick like Kindred and Ornn also, you can just temporize as much as you can and bring back this control in the fights, which is what they did here.
The thing is, it came into a state where
the LeBlanc is usually a champion that's going to be really strong on side lane with the static shift, but all of a sudden couldn't even match the Annie on a side lane. So that win condition fell out of the picture. Going the static stick build on LeBlanc, you're not going to do as much damage as if you were full, ability power, just fully send it out there. And at the same time, the fact that there was a static shift on the Tristana and the fact that he couldn't even find himself in a position where he could jump in and go for the damage because the disengage on Fnatic was as good as it was, kind of nullified the composition of XL in the late game. It's not to say that they got outscaled, because there was a point in time where XL just could have driven it home, won the game, but that, these fights where Fnatic came back just really destroyed that momentum for them.
I do want to ask you the weird question of the Zeri pick, because Fnatic loved their Zeri. They kept on playing the champion. Obviously, they find success with it. How do we rate this champion in what the game should be right now?
I'm kind of mixed feelings on it. I think we are seeing that it's become a crutch for Fnatic in a way, because they're banning the Xayah, banning the Kai'Sa very consistently. Although this was a red side ban for XL for the Xayah, but I still think it does show that they're uncomfortable on the patch. But I still think it has its moments, as you can see in this game, where it can work.
Yeah.
And I think as long as you're still comfortable going, hey, we can keep these bans, that's going to be fine. But if you end up in a position where, okay, well, now you're costing it at the a rumble or something along those lines, that's where I see an issue. But at the moment, like in this game, he was able to stay safe, he got good poke off, he was able to stay in behind his tanks and was able to deal the job that he needed to do.
Yeah, is it at the top of the 80 carry tier list? No. Is it good on Noah in some of these late game team fights? Yeah. Does it offer Fnatic what they need in the game in terms of where they're falling short? No, not either. It's a great early game, or it's a great late game champion to have for themselves, but where Fnatic is really struggling is the fact they never get ahead early. They never find a lead for themselves. And while it did happen a bit in this game through Razork, it wasn't necessarily through the bot lane, which is what we saw most of from the regular season, and picking up these early drakes.
I think it also kept the bot lane very safe, which is one of the big things that we did see, where the bot lane was kind of stumbling, falling behind game 1, game 2. This time around, you were able to play safe in this area, and then lead it into, okay, we can play around top side, and then open up Trimby to have these big engages that we could see in some of these objective fights, because he's able to start playing around a little bit earlier onto the map. And when you've got a Rel that's linking up with the Kindred, you've got your engage, your setup, you've got your damage, and even when you try and play around mid, extra CC to set up there nice and easy. You got like your Ornn that's able to set up super easy. It just makes these team fights so incredibly simple to do. And I love seeing Razork on something where he can actually be a damage dealer.
I mean, that's the thing. For now, it feels like Fnatic found not a good solution, but a good band-aid to the weaknesses they have with the Zeri pick, giving them more agency to the late game. Oscarinin having maybe the best game he had this series so far with the Ornn. What do we want to see for Game 4? Thank you guys for highlighting side selection here, as XL will be back on blue side. And I'm just wondering, has the momentum shifted with this Fnatic comeback here? How do you see things developing?
I mean, I definitely hope that Fnatic is way more willing to commit to early plays. I think going into red side, you can get into the stage where you can finally actually try and develop some lanes that will have priority, specifically the mid lane. It would be great if Humanoid was on something that got that early priority so they could contest the earlier objectives.
The big problem that I'm seeing for Fnatic is you're going to red, you're banning the Kai'Sa, you're banning the Xayah, and that only leaves you one more ban. Are you banning Maokai? Are you banning Jace? One of these is going to be left open, and it feels like then you lose that mid priority, you lose your big jungle fight, and it fixes a lot of the opportunities for XL to actually play for these team fights in the manner they want to, because you could see that game, they just couldn't find their comfort on the fights. Maokai is just the fix for that.
I mean, I'm going to give some hope to the Fnatic fans here, because back in 2022 summer playoffs, XL was up 2-0. Fnatic came back in game 3 and reverse swept XL, eliminating them from playoffs and world contention. Are we going to see this today?
Yeah,
I love the drama.
It's the game we saw earlier in today, if you were here from the start before we went live with the show. And it also just felt like it was a game where XL was going to 3-0 it. Patrick gets caught in the enemy base. Bit like this game as well, in the top side as well, where they got caught out. I'm not saying that history is repeating itself, but there definitely was glimpses of the same kind of game in this one.
Yeah, I'm really interested into seeing how both teams are going to act now, and what is the approach going to be like? Who would you give it to, Dagda, leading into Game 4?
I mean, I've been favouring blue side the whole way through playoffs, so I think the fact that XL now get to blue, I think Fnatic are now handicapped a small bit coming in onto this red side, and as well you add the fact you're going to get that first pick. I feel like XL should be able to close it after this one. They just seem to have a stronger game over the course of the series.
Yeah, I agree with him.
You agree with him? Okay, well, that's great. We'll see what happens here in Game 4 as Fnatic fight back in Game 3 and stay alive here in the LEC Summer Playoffs. Can XL close it out, returning to the blue side, Game 4, right after the break, guys.
That looks very bad.
We have to walk down. We have to go down.
Nice.
Look this tunnel.
Look.
Nice.
Nice. Together.
They've got to get this down quickly though. Abinaga's on the way. He goes in. Oh, it's taken by Twenby.
Go down front line, by the way. Go front line.
I'll go
soon. Look.
Good. Tres. Very good.
Nice.
We kill them all.
First target.
Can we go Rambo?
Chill. Guys, careful, Rakan.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh, look, LeBlanc.
I hit the
Guys, these guys. Guys, go on trees, go. Okay, GM. I can go there. I'll be behind.
Welcome back to XL versus Fnatic, where XL are one game away from locking their spot in the Summer Split Finals and in the Season Finals as well. But Fnatic struck back in Game 3 with an incredible performance as they managed to get their first win on the board.
Adoamne right now sits alone on the stage, focused, ready. He knows what's on the line here. A win means Season Finals.
Yep, you're in. And Summer Split Finals.
Summer Split Finals.
Match against G2 tomorrow.
Lose means
5 months of holiday.
5 months of holiday.
Means game 5.
Yeah, in this specific.
Actually, okay, sure. Okay.
Come on, guys, wake up.
Get into the. I always thought you were the pedantic one.
I'm
Turns
good.
out.
I'm just gonna let him cast.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you know.
Fair enough.
You're gonna sit in the audience again?
Yep.
Game 4, Fnatic found their momentum. They were able to bring it back. They found themselves at about a 3k gold deficit, but they found a great fight. They converted it into Baron, and they were able to win out. But now, XL return to the blue side, and we have to think about what adaptations they can make. The Rel, they're clearly not going to give that away. Well, they prioritize it themselves. What happens to the Maokai? What is that for on the priority list? What about the Jace? Is this something you still need to remove? A lot of questions for both teams to ask.
It's because Fnatic just beat Rumble, LeBlanc, Tristana, right?
They did.
So it's a case of, do you want to run it back and kind of, not run it back, obviously you'll be on different sides, but do you care about those picks as much? I think they will still care, obviously. It's just they had to claw their way back in that game a little bit. XL was definitely in the driver's seat, but yeah, that big fight where Noah got a massive shutdown onto Patrick. That kind of turned the game around.
I mean, it was the Kindred that was the issue a lot of the time, right? The fact that she always had the ability to stop people from dying. Because we saw a couple of great engages at the end where people would have just died.
Yeah, the Zeri was really strong, though.
Yeah.
Like that big shutdown, the 1k gold almost that he
true.
got. He was able to just dominate there, I think, Noah, when he got those 3 items.
I also think that there was a lot of mobility on the side of XL. Kindred and Zeri, both very obnoxious champions to lock down. And even if Rakan did get on top of them, Rumble Ultimate just wasn't enough. You know, you basically had a composition that kind of wanted to dive, create a wombo combo while also having a front to back. And it came back to the question of, did they perhaps cook too much? Perhaps there were other options for them to go for. Regardless, we move into game 4. XL back on the blue side. What will the first ban be?
Poppy. And then Xayah, probably. Yeah, that's what they've been going for. We'll see if Fnatic decide that the Kai'Sa, LeBlanc are their main bans. Instead, Jace will be removed by them first.
Like Jace, Kai'Sa, Maokai for Fnatic, right?
Yep.
I don't think there's much wiggle room. Unless Rel is banned. But then you're giving them Maokai or Kai'Sa. So there's Jace, Maokai. I think Kai'Sa has to be the last one. XL could ban Rel and then first pick LeBlanc.
True.
But they could also leave Rel open and ban LeBlanc and pick it themselves. It's a bit of a weird one right now, because I feel like no matter what Fnatic bans here, it kind of sucks. You either give Limit Rel, if they leave it open, XL, or you give Patrick Kai'Sa.
Or you give them both. Depending on what you decide.
Just play blind pick.
Well, because like Fnatic haven't played a lot of Kai'Sa. I'm not saying they can't play it, but they have been banning it themselves a lot of the time. There's the Kindred ban. So Fnatic now Kai'Sa
So they're
and
thinking
Rel.
about Sejuani already.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they first pick the Sejuani, though.
Do you think if both teams had blind pick, it would be like Rumble, Maokai, Jace, Kai'Sa, Rel from both teams?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Jace Maokai I could definitely see, but I think the top line pick would vary.
Yeah, maybe. Here's the last ban from Fnatic. You could leave open Kai'Sa and
Rumble
Rel
as well, we haven't talked about.
and Rumble and LeBlanc and Tristana.
There's 5 very strong picks still left. Rumble is their ban.
I feel like Kai'Sa has to be the one for XL, but I think they're going to go Rel, you know. I have this feeling they might just go
I
Rel.
think they're going to go Rel as well.
There we are.
So Fnatic gets
Kai'Sa LeBlanc,
Kai'Sa Tristana. They can get Kai'Sa, I mean Sejuani, if you want to take that away from Peach with Kindred banned.
I don't know, it's Kai'Sa plus something, isn't it?
It has to be,
It's
right?
the expectation.
But we see Fnatic ban Kai'Sa a lot of the time.
That's
right?
the thing, they don't play it
Do
that
they
much.
play Kai'Sa? Do they
That's
want
the
it?
question I'm asking.
I'm asking
Fnatic
it
is
too.
like, I agree.
No, but like, I
Answer the
said it a
question.
moment ago and I got confused last week. I was like, what if they just leave the Kai'Sa open?
Noah. You can't. Surely you don't give over Kai'Sa Rel, right? Tristana picked up for Humanoid. I'd be a bit shocked if they leave it through.
Ivern, maybe? They're talking. They're thinking about it.
I could be talking about later in the draft as well.
Could be.
What do we play with the Kai'Sa, you know, if we do lock it in? Do we want to lock
The
Kai'Sa?
thing is, they could also put Rel jungle.
There it is.
All right. So Kai'Sa will be locked in.
What if, plot twist, it's Humanoid Kai'Sa and it's Noah Tristana, you know?
Maybe.
They still have that
Possible.
flexibility. Kalista, I think we'd not really be surprised to see that one picked up with the Rel. I think it's a staple for XL at this point.
XL against G2 got double flashes out of that Kai'Sa bot lane early on when they were playing Kalista, Alistar, I think it was.
You know, I think they might do Kalista mid here.
LeBlanc.
Well,
Jinx.
do you want LeBlanc?
No Jinx.
Do you want LeBlanc into Trist is the question?
It is a
Because
big-
I think they want to keep the Rel as a flex. So you either keep it jungle or you put it support, right? So mid makes the most sense. That's
He offered acid in the last time as well, okay? Like, I don't, it's not
Maybe
mouse
Annie.
power.
What about Annie? You know, I think Annie was a pretty powerful pick for Humanoid. With Kalista Rel, does go nicely together. It's
Peaches
Peach's
Ivern, okay. I mean, it means that LeBlanc's likely going to be banned by Fnatic in the second rotation, assuming you want to get rid of that. Does give away the fact that the Rel is going towards support as well for Limit. I believe he went 2-0 on it.
I think Fnatic need to ban LeBlanc Azir then, don't they, on 4-5 to deny a mid-pick from Abadaga.
Sure. I agree.
That then makes it so if they go Alistar here, it's likely the jungle gets pinched for Razork. So probably something along the lines of Sejuani, Viego.
You're Ivan. What mids do you want when you're playing Ivan?
Any melees are good, or any super hyper carry late game champions, you know. Jace is a great one. Azir is like fine if you have a melee support. Renekton is always a nice champ to have on your team when you're playing Ivern as well. Sylas taken away to deny it from the Alistar, so that's another melee mid. Akali could kind of work, but I feel like that lane might be a bit difficult. I feel like it's either Azir, Ahri, or Annie, kinda. I mean, 2v2 arena, Ivern, Annie. Daisy plus Tibbers.
Plus Tibbers.
That cooks.
It's the summons comp. Renekton going to be banned away by XL. Okay. Fnatic. I guess they're well, no, you would imagine that Fnatic will go for jungle next, and then they'll actually look to counter top. So the Renekton is a little bit surprising. I would have thought that XL would try to pinch the jungle a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe you get rid of some. But I guess that like maybe Lilia I would even consider banning.
Do you think? Final pitch. I know we've been brainstorming a lot here. Abadaga could go something like the TF.
Well, I also thought TF, but then I didn't think it made sense because I was just like, aren't you just going to lose the push early?
I feel like they need
scale well. Do you have enough damage?
I feel like they need to carry top if they do that. So if they go something like Jax TF, that kind of makes sense.
Sure, I can see that.
But I don't know if that's an XL style. I mean, we haven't got any games from Odo on Jax just yet. I also think Poppy top blind here, or Poppy jungle on 4. Poppy's banned, sorry. Would be a good pick. But yeah, like I said, it's banned on 1-3.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
When you get this is what best of 5 drafting's all about.
Yeah, I mean, when you get deep. But I mean, you've been in this position, right, K-Droll?
He would have picked the Mauser.
Good one, Medic.
Good one, Medic.
You made that joke for the 100th time today. Yeah, I think Viego or some maybe jungle like Sejuani is an easy one. Not the best into Ivern. Ivern's pretty good in Sejuani overall.
What about Lilia? Nah, probably not, right?
Yeah. I'm just curious. Yeah, there's the Jax. So I think Jax TF on 4-5 could have worked for XL. They've denied that away. It's just a case of what can Odoamne pick into it. I mean, you can go Gragas top, you can go Gnar or Ornn or something to just tank and take the L.
I was thinking Malphite, but it's probably not, is it, into those 2 AD carries?
Could be.
Good.
There's the Azir.
There is the Azir.
Gnar? Also
I mean,
okay into
fine.
the Jax, yeah?
Yeah, Gnar, Azir. I mean, but I can't say I love XL's comp if they go Gnar, Azir. It kind of does like a lot of different things. Now, Cassio, I do like more. Great hyper carry. I think it can work very well with the Ivern. Also, good matchup into the Trist.
As soon as you say you like something more, they're going to pick the other one.
Maybe the Cassio?
No, I think Abadaga's most comfortable champ is Azir.
It's most played.
I get that.
Most played.
I mean, all right.
Oh, Vedi.
Ooh.
Don't talk about the hovers.
Yeah, they're flexing a little bit.
I think he's just going to go Sejuani or Viego, you know. We can talk about the hovers, but there could be some. I think they have so much damage already. They have Tristana, Kai'Sa, Jax. There's so much damage, they need some kind of frontline engage, right?
They're cooking now.
Yeah. All right, so...
What were you expecting?
So Fnatic playing the double AD carry with Sejuani. They've got Jax for a side laner, which should win out on Gnar after Sunder especially. XL have really good front to back with the Azir in the winning lane through bot.
I think we've said this so many times this series, but I really think I prefer Fnatic's comp again.
XL's comp.
They have stronger side lane threats. I think they have options in the early game. I think the bot lane's going to struggle in the initial 2 versus 2, but it will get better with time. They have a nice mixed damage portfolio. They have good range, great poke, good team fighting.
I like XLs, you know. I like
really?
Ivern to Sejuani. Really nice jungle matchup for Ivern. Can basically do whatever you want because there's no duelist jungler on the other side.
Sure.
Winning lane through bot. Rel with an Ivern and an Azir in the back line, and Kalista being able to be your strong side. As long as Odoamne goes even in this matchup, I feel like XL can really push through bot.
I also think just objective setup with the bushes, when you have the threat of a Rel engage, the threat of a Mega Gnar, the threat of an Azir sliding in,
I'm still concerned
it's
about
so hard to avoid it. I can understand the concern about range. There is a lot of poke and a lot of range coming out of Fnatic.
It's just XL will force, Fnatic will look to force topside. Jax, Sejuani into Gnar, early kills can be pretty easy. If Odo can withstand that pressure, and they win out on the bot 3v3 here, XL, they should have a good transition to mid game.
He's known as the weak side king for the majority of his career, Odoamne. see if he can bear the brunt of the pressure that Fnatic will put down. We'll see if he can take this XL team into the season finals. Game 4 of this best of 5 up next. It's on to Summoner's Rift we go.
How many days ago was it, Medic?
335.
335 days.
It's the last time you said you loved me.
And Fnatic made a reverse sweep happen against XL, and they knocked XL out of World's contention. They often say that the lessons of history are doomed to repeat themselves. Sure, that's not the actual quote, but something around
Close
those
enough.
lines. Let's see if XL can defy history and change their fate.
I mean, I will give XL some credit. The actual quote is, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
There you go.
And XL will see if, as an organization, they have learned from history. Because obviously, most of this roster was not on XL.
Just
at
Patrick.
that time.
And
Just Patrick.
Yeah, just Patrick, really.
But I think, if I remember
Patrick
correctly,
having flashbang.
it was
flashbang.
a lot of it did come down to him getting caught out in that series. And we did see a little bit of that in Game 3 as well. So we'll see how much he can alter the record books for this Game 4 as a reminder. And we have said this a few times. I'm going to say it again.
Yep.
Start of every game, we hit the stakes. If XL win this, they are into season finals. Firstly, they play G2 tomorrow, obviously in the summer split finals, but they also make it to our season finals, which is our top 6 qualification tournament for Worlds. If XL lose this, Koi will take XL's spot alongside Fnatic in that top 6.
So pressure's on, as it has been this whole series. XL only 1 game away. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this jungle pathing. Bot side clear from Razuk towards top. Kedra, you talked about how they wanted to play for top side of the map. Odomnate versus Oscar Rinin.
Way to cotton pick a second there, Betty.
Can we get a quick Ivern check?
Can we look at Peach?
Oh,
nope.
Gone for the 6th.
So you're disappointed right now.
So disappointed.
Yeah, doesn't use the blast cone tech. Saves a few seconds, but...
Ooh, you tech. Oh! Does that
He's gone for the Gromp tech instead. Yeah,
Didn't burn smite either on the Gromp.
Nope, needs Marcus bot camps, but I think he wants the ward here.
Ganking top.
I think it's more for a ward, really.
Gank it.
We'll see if he does gank it.
No shot they
ganking top.
If Oscar jumps in with E, this is definitely...
There he goes! No E, though.
Doesn't use it.
Odo still on level 2. There's the trigger seed. Oh, Oscar flashes away.
I love the Peach camp there. On the bottom left, manages to get the flash out of Jax and gets a ward early for Odoamne in this lane phase. Need to get the Gnar in an even state. Razork's going to find him on the face check. No, he's not. Nice W there from Peach. Going to spot him out. Gives vision. He's going to run away. He needs to get his bot camps now, so it's a bit awkward. He has to drop top lane, which is not ideal. There's a world where they can set up for a dive. So Odoamne is being told by Peach, hey, I need to go bot. You need to base and TP back here.
Humanoid jumping in. Bring the damage down onto Abadage. Trigger seed just used from Peach actually means that Abadage won't have that little bit of extra shielding and comes down a top fight.
Razork,
Good look for a mid fight here.
Good Q flash here if they time it perfectly with the Humanoid getting damage down. They know Ivern's around mid though, so Razork's probably calling it off.
The level up as well from Abadage means he's up at 300 health, makes it a bit harder for Humanoid, who has gone Demolish here. Peach covering that gank is on a ward. Takes his red, takes his Razor Beaks, and now it will work his way towards that bot side. Scuttlecraft.
Nice bit of damage there onto the mid tower from Humanoid. Expected to have that push against the Azir early. And the bot side also going as we expected. Patrick with an early base. We'll pick up a couple daggers. But overall, nothing too chaotic happening across the map. Nice adaptation overall, I believe, from Peach to just make sure that he can cover for top, get that flash out from Oscar Rinin. Just alleviates some pressure from Odoamne, maybe gives him some opportunity. But look at that.
Oscar dodged everything here. The jump away from Odoamne, but he's going to have the flash. Oscar was holding that auto.
Yeah, massive misplay there in the lane from Odoamne. Doesn't, of course, have the TP, but takes a trade that Oscar Rinin was more than happy to take. Nearly gets himself a kill. Now that flash advantage that Odoamne had effectively made redundant.
Nice movement by Oscar though to dodge the stun, to force that. And now we've got a force in the bot lane perhaps as Fnatic are trying to crash the wave. Peach is going to stick around. See if they jump on top. The Rel, he could swap here into the... He could look for the... Oh, it landed!
Oh, his cleanse. That was a really nice root caller from Peach.
I did not think that was going to hit.
Nor did Noah, but does burn the cleanse immediately. Wave not in a good spot here for Odoamne. Doesn't know where Razork is as well. Coming down towards this bottom lane.
Razork a little bit concerned about Peach hovering at what side of the map, so he wants to come and assist. We'll clear out this vision and help Noah and Trimby push this wave in so that they can look to base. Bit of a stun, but I don't think that will result in a huge amount. You can see the Kalista passive proccing there as well. Looks like they'll look to try and freeze the wave here. Oscar in with another good trade.
I think the big thing for this top matchup is Oscar still has TP, which is really nice for him. He can just keep trading aggressively and then eventually TP back, and we'll have some agency in this lane phase. Level 6 is coming through for the mid laners. Abadage will have the shuffle available, but the Ivern doesn't have that much damage, so killing the Tristana becomes a bit complicated. Hovering around this Peach, but he's on a ward. Maybe wants to take away the Raptors. Little does he know Razork's actually on the Dragon, so when he hears that go down, might go towards the Raptors. Yep, and there's the backtrack to take away that camp. Or go top. Could go top. Maybe looking for a dive.
Oh, look at Trimby though, already on his way out of base,
Might
heading
as well.
towards top lane.
Stun, nah, back, Oscar, no flash on him. Remember, the Trigger Seed coming out as Oscar in it now. The good smite from Peach for the root corner. Oscar in it falls in the top lane.
Wow, they make that look easy. Nice smite from Peach to be able to connect the Q. And Oscar Renin will give first blood over to Odoamne.
I feel like they knew Peach was going there with the ward. They saw him walk into their jungle area, and Odoamne had a big wave. Maybe Oscar, not expecting as much damage kind of coming out of Odoamne. Will TP back.
I mean, Trimby was on his way. Maybe they thought that he could get there in time to offer assistance, but yeah, they should have had information to speculate that that was a possibility. It was also a big wave in top, but that TP advantage Oscar Renin had, going to be forced to use it. Not sure how much of the wave he was able to actually catch, but when you look at the CS difference, it's not that dramatic. If we have a look back now, so obviously right now they don't have information.
Oh, it's the cannon. He wanted the cannon.
Oh, a classic.
No -1 though.
Yeah, no -1.
Nice smite.
-1 life. Like, I know which one I'd rather have.
Fortunately, unlimited number of those, not an unlimited number of cannons, Vedic.
True. True. It's a weird way to live your life, just, you know, can die as many times as I want as long as I get the gold.
That's off the cannons, man.
DMAT used by Limit in the mid lane just to give himself that relic shield stack, because there's a slight gold lead for XL in this early game. Most of that obviously being on Odoamne in the top lane. Oscar Renin, though, does have his flash back up. Looks like Razork's resetting to go towards his top side camps as Peach is about to finish that clear as well. Both the junglers, well, Razork already level 6. Peach will be level 6 soon. Might be going for an invade here. Try and sneak away this red. Ivan actually a very good invading jungler because you go in, you press this, you press smite, and you just walk away from the camp. Don't have to spend too much time behind enemy lines.
Love the way that you describe that. Press this, press that, boom. Yeah. Cook it together, what'd you get? Camp stolen. Peach spotted Razork.
Brings down Daisy. Peach can flash away here. Razork looking for the stun. Peach tries to get onto the other side of it. Oscar Renin flashing in, manages to get it with the counter-strike. Peach. Trigger Seed not enough. Fnatic claim back their red buff.
Sejuani Jack so strong in the early stages, passed just after level 6. Really good 2v2 setup and a good kill there. Oscar just in range for the stun from the counter-strike, like you said there, Minik. Now maybe Fnatic looking at a Herald start. Should be a pretty easy pickup, I think. Bot lane is trying to get their XL, but Fnatic's trying to cut them off, slow them down. They really want to match this. Abadage is there too. Maybe it's not as free as it looks as Humanoid tries to turn.
Odo, no. Misses it as the wallop comes out as well. Counter-strike not able to get the stun. Odo down to 250 HP as Abadage looks to keep Razork at bay. Razork does still have the smite. Needs to get the Intel down low enough and will secure the smite. Humanoid trying to get towards that eye, but has to flash away from the root caller. Razork could jump back into the pit here, but Limit is on a long flank as Patrick's about to join. Level 6 for Patrick means that the base call a possibility. Oscar Renin going in with the counter-strike. The killer instinct as well as everyone dives forward. Trimby marks Limit perfectly and takes the kill on Peach. Patrick cleanses away the base call being used as they shove Limit back into the fray, but he's in the midst of 5 members of Fnatic now. Odo and Abadage trying to join the fray from the bottom side. They get another kill. Fnatic now corralled in the middle of the river, and Patrick starts to open up with the spears. Can he get enough down? No flash on Humanoid, no jump to him either. Odo flashing forward, and Humanoid will be ripped to pieces. The cleanse away from Noah as he tries to escape, but the chase continues, and the level up from Limit in the middle of the fight means he lands the Magnet Storm, and Noah goes down.
It was such a scrappy and long fight, but in the end, XL managed to pick up kills on the back half. The Herald gets picked up by Fnatic, and Humanoid manages to get that buff. I can hear Trimby through these soundproof headsets just screaming calls non-stop. And the first thing he said was Rel was out of the fight. I think he knocks away Limit on that Rel. think here, maybe Odoamne could have fallen if Humanoid got the reset on the W and the E came out from Oscar in time, but nevertheless, Razork has to tank a lot of the Azir damage. Manages to pick it up as the Abbedagge using the pushback there. Kind of unlucky for XL as they have to retreat, no dash on the Azir, but it's Limit getting there first, but Trimby pushing him out.
Yeah, it becomes a chaotic fight because Fnatic want to contest this. They know that Odoamne is not very healthy. It's a 4 versus 5, but look at how much time Peach actually is able to buy. He's able to get away to safety, then Trimby and Noah flash commit. Patrick is forced to run away, but then Limit, in the middle of all these members, chooses to re-engage the fight. Patrick from a distance has the damage to secure the kill onto Trimby. Oscar Ridden is getting danced around on by Odoamne and Abbedagge. And then Patrick sees his window to chase the opposition down. Flash in from Odoamne to make sure the Q connects so that enough damage from the Rend. But I think Patrick didn't actually have enough mana for the Rend.
No, he did. He got it off, but he went for auto attacks on Razork instead to try and get a double.
Right.
He popped the Rend onto Razork, but didn't get the kill. Looking for 2 there. Was here to carry of Exile as the Dragon spawns.
The damage.
Dragon now spawning. Herald in mid lane from Humanoid. He's going to try and push his wave in, get the explosive charge down there. That'll kill the range creeps as well. So really putting a lot of pressure here on the mid lane. As Exile trying to push bots.
Back on Humanoid, he tried to buff the W. He was baiting it out, smarting as Razork comes in for the fight, as does Oscar Ridden. And the Jax will secure the kill. The Gnar back from Odo. He TP'd into the middle of 5 members of Fnatic. And Odo will fall too. Fnatic by 2 in the mid lane as the Dragon is being taken by XL.
Can they get there in time? No smite on Razork. XL can look to finish with Kalista, but can they escape?
Where do Trimby go? Trimby on the flank route, Caller will lock him up. Oscar Ridden doing the same, going a long way around. The Shadowing Strike will get the stun. Trimby knocks Limit out of it, but the Magnet Storm will be enough for the moment. However, the Killer Instinct for the chase. Follow up the TP in from Abbedagge. Limit pulled back as in the middle of them all. Peach is going to fall as well. 4 kills for the Drake for Fnatic.
And on match point for XL. And with a small early game lead after the Herald fight, it's Fnatic that punches back. Really good mid play here from XL, from Fnatic rather, as Razork's ready to respond. It was initially good for XL as he gets pushed on a tower here, but doesn't actually get the aggro because it doesn't auto attack and Razork gets the stun. TP comes in from Odoamne onto 5 members of Fnatic. Nice pushback with his ultimate as well, but yeah, he falls and now it's a 5v3 scenario. Abbedagge will TP in later on, but it's just a chase down for Fnatic.
At this point, XL are very limited on their options. Limit does what he can. You can see he's going to stun up Trimby, then he's going to try to engage on Oscar Ridden. He gets hunted out by Trimby.
TP behind Odo. No flash on him. No Mega Gnar either. And Odo will fall. Fnatic 7 kills to 4, up now with a 1,000 gold lead.
You could kind of sense it in the air after that game 3 that this might go to 5. And right now, Fnatic, really good lead. Double AD carry, have the Jax. 3-1-3 now, Humanoid on the Tristana, static shift complete. Noah will have his on his next reset as he channels the recall now. Abbedagge trying his best to get gold back, but it's on Humanoid this game. So far ahead of that Azir and should be able to push out on those side lanes. Doesn't have as many creeps, but he's just been looking for those kills.
1.5k gold lead for Humanoid. 3-1-3. Even though Abbedagge has the level advantage, it really doesn't mean that much.
It's the plates as well from that Herald.
Yep, so much. And he's going to get himself even more plates. That's going to be another one for him. 1.5k gold lead for Fnatic.
Play of the Ruin King now finished on Patrick. Only lane with a lead is that bot lane for XL. 30-20 CS up as well, but Peach has been neutered on this Ivan. Fnatic have done such a good job of finding positions in fights where they can re-engage. Trimby as well, keeping the engage tools at bay. It's on fine form. And although this game is not done yet, it's the 2nd game in a row that Fnatic are in control of. And we know how the last one went for XL. A few moments to lick your wounds here. Do still have, obviously, Azir. They have team fighting later on with the Rel. They've got that AoE composition if they can get to team fights. And so far, Fnatic have been just out-fighting them across the map.
Yeah, and they've gotten so many more plates as well. So Oscar, yeah, matching this side lane up against Abbedagge, and Humanoid will go up towards top side against Odoamne, who's very close to that Trinity Force, which will help him out on this side lane, but 30 seconds on the Herald spawn. If they pick that up, Fnatic, they should be able to crack open a mid tower if they want. Still no tower fallen just yet for either side. Fnatic establishing vision around mid. Base is coming in from Humanoid and Oscar to regroup towards that mid lane. XL have to push at the moment, so the jungle support of Fnatic have to give up. Abbedagge gets the Leandries coming out of base. Big spikes for almost everyone. The Daisy lives.
Just a can't eat the honey fruit, sadly.
You need to watch Trimby with the flash knockup. I feel like he's going to pull the trigger on XL once everyone's grouped up here. Humanoid's going to pick up the Raptors. Not going to be level 11 just yet. Whereas the engage, Limit has the flash. Trimby has the flash.
Abadaga's got Leandri's now.
And Limit's been having such a fantastic few series on the engage, pulling the trigger. But Trimby's been stepping up in more recent games in this series specifically. Looks like Fnatic just give it up, go for mid tower, get the first brick, and let them have the Herald.
I think it's a pretty reasonable trade. Open up that mid lane. You can also get a bit of damage down onto that bot tier 1 as XL are slowly sieging onto this. Will they push for another? Peach, of course, does have the Herald. No, looks like he's just going to disengage.
In the end now, this is first brick for a tower and a Herald, so we'll see how effectively XL can use that Herald later on, assuming they do manage to take this tower, which they will.
I'm surprised Trimby's up here as well. Maybe he's covering off that second tower rush with the Herald, but he needs to get down to bot side and start putting these wards down. 40 seconds on the Dragon. I think that's something that both teams will try to fight over. You know, XL don't really have a cross map with the top tower because they've all based. And Peach is coming out towards his bot side to get his red, so I expect a fight to happen. I mean, unless Humanoid plays for the top tower and they give it.
Also, can you quickly check Humanoid's cooldown on its TP? Because the Dragon's spawning in 27 seconds.
38 seconds on
38 seconds, so, I mean, I imagine that TP will be up. He can keep pushing top if he wants. I think that the teleport is an option, but he's going to instead choose to regroup with his team. Wants to make sure they can contest that mid-prio. Fnatic doing what they can to steal away some camps. Should be able to, oh, never mind. But just a bit of vision in the entrance. TP comes in.
Peach needs to complete his jungle item, and so does Razork. The jungle pet 3 stacks away for either side, but mid wave's more important. It's a 4v4 here.
Daisy. It's a 6v4 now.
It's a 6v4 now. As Fnatic might have to back. They're going to smite the Daisy and try and get it down. The shield will
keep it alive.
Herald will crash, but they won't get the tower.
As you say, won't quite finish it off. Daisy looking for that knockup, can't land it. Daisy dies. Flank though, flank.
Trimby and Oscar.
Trimby goes in, lands one. The counter strike coming in as well. The Glacial Prison's already used on the Peach. He has to flash away. He'll survive. TP now invested. As the Magnus on the back is huge. The shuffle as well back from Abadage. The stun onto Humanoid. The nerve into the wall. Odo kills Humanoid. Meanwhile, Trimby's looking for the re-engage as Patrick dances away. Limit looking for the knockup. The bushes. Helping out Fnatic right now as Patrick begins to open up once again. Limit with a good stun. Odo can try and go in. The cleanse away from Patrick. Trimby with the knockup. And Oscar in with the kill. In the end, it's Fnatic that come out on top in the fight. Oscar able to run away right now as Odo looks for more. Trimby doesn't have the mana for the QW combo. Oscar falling low. Peach, the root caller just wide as Odo trying to bring some life back into this fight for XL. Everyone's so low on Fnatic. Only Noah with a health bar above 50%.
Humanoid has TP, here it comes. Gonna rejoin the fight. Abadage doesn't. That was a 3-for-1 for Fnatic. Yeah. That looked terrible for Fnatic. I mean, Trimby combos onto a Rel who gets Kalista ulted instantly. Oh, interrupted on the Hex Flash there as Trimby as he tries to go over onto Peach. Does Humanoid have the damage with the reset, the ultimate?
That's enough. Buster shot on the trigger seed. Humanoid could have autoed and then went for the buster there.
In trouble now.
Doesn't really have a way out.
Does Trimby?
How much mana have you got?
He sacrificed
130 for the combo, I believe. He might just use the W on Odo Omne. Limit still looking for the chaser. Humanoid doesn't have the mana for the W either, and the Shurelius is enough, and Humanoid will fall as he looks for that kill on Peach. XL gets something back.
Wow. What a chaotic fight. Look at this engage onto Limit. Just as the flank is coming in from Oscar Rinnin, they chain CC him, but Patrick is able to pull him away to safety. Meanwhile, Peach gets chunked out on the front line. And then the target focus from Abadage and Limit straight onto the back line. They want to assassinate Humanoid. And then Odo Omne can't quite get in range until now. Roots up both against the wall, gets that initial kill as Razork flashes out. But look at the other side of the fight. Noah is still alive. Patrick and Limit are kind of getting zoned out of the fight. Peach does provide the brush to give him an avenue to escape. But then the cleanse here, Patrick doesn't have the flash. Trimby and Oscar Rinnin together have enough damage to get the kill. And Fnatic miraculously end up winning out on that team fight.
I don't know how they pulled that out. So many things kind of went wrong for them, but nevertheless, the double AD carry standing tall, but it's Oscar Rinnin that does the most damage in that fight and carries Fnatic through it.
And 317, he's been involved in every single one of Fnatic's kills. The only player on the team to have a 100% kill participation. He's been on form in this game after being shut down by Odo in a couple.
We've got another 5v5 around mid. XL want the mid tower. Fnatic want to defend it. A lot of flashes missing for XL. A bit risky to walk up if they want it.
Fnatic don't have a single flash either.
Trigger if they want.
Goes in. Glacial Prism being used, but good jump back by Limit. Trimby now low. Oscar winning, looking for that flank once again. Humanoid dashing in. The Emperor's Divide. Knockback. with a bust still in the box. They give out nowhere. He managed to get one. Peach with the root caller though is Odo. They tries to open up. Has that Magnar knocks him into the wall. The wall up as well with the stun. Noah's still surviving, but Odo's taken two. And the Magnar storm the chase. Excel diving in, and they manage to get
Oscar.
Needs to get away from it because Oscar in just slaps him down. Imagine what this man could do if he had a real weapon. Oscar gets a double. Only Limit left standing.
4 for 3. Limit is running for his life as Oscarinen and Razork try to hunt him down. What a crazy fight. Noah is able to lock down Abadage. The combination here is amazing. But Limit, he oversteps here. The re-engage from Trippy. Chain CC up, the engage from Razork. Abadage tries to buy space with his ultimate as Limit is able to stun Oscarinen on the side. But then watch Noah as he dives onto the back line.
It looks great. The W lands insane snipe. But then he dies, so it's a 1-for-1, and it looks terrible for Fnatic again. It's a 3-man stun. They're all on top of this Mega Gnar. Patrick's in range to start free hitting, but then it's Oscar who pulls it out for Fnatic in this 2v3 on the Jax. Manages to take down Patrick. All the damage is gone. 2 supports left. Wins them the fight. So these multi-man knockups, multi-man engages and stuns are working for XL, but it's Oscar who's left untouched to do all the damage. And Odoamne, he really wants to get to those season finals. 5,000 damage in that last fight.
I wasn't expecting Odoamne to have done so much damage. But yeah, Oscar is proving to be a problem.
He really
His
is.
counter-strike is just so effective in these skirmishes. And now he has the Black Cleaver finished as well. Patrick yet to complete that second item, whereas Noah sitting in a very healthy position right now. Third item being worked on for Humanoid. And Fnatic begin to move their vision control around the Baron area. Dragon not for a minute and a half, but as I say that, Fnatic slowly starting to move that vision to the bot side now.
2,200 gold lead for Fnatic. 2,000 of that sits on Humanoid in the mid lane. Navori, static shift complete. Abadage still only at 1 item on his way towards his second. Has 1,000 gold in the bank as well, so we'll be there relatively soon.
It's at Nashers. There's the Rage Blade for Patrick. 2 items are slowly coming in for XL, but Fnatic hit those a couple minutes before. Even in that last fight, I think they had those double item spikes, so XL really needs to get to that breakthrough.
Are they thinking about this? They're thinking about a rush.
Humanoid has TP though.
Vision in the back of the pit for Fnatic.
Maybe they just get the TP out and they accept it.
Might be the play. Well, they have Azir Kalista. They can secure this with the Rage Blade. TP's coming in from Fnatic.
Immediately. Fnatic walking into darkness. XL trying to call them out. TP seen. XL back away. Dragon up in 25 seconds time. XL now have the opportunity to put Odo down towards the bottom lane, can control more of the map if they want, but he's going to join up with the team as Razork looks for a flank hit.
Razork looking for an engage perhaps.
As the Glacial Prism stunned up, jumps in, Prism onto Limit immediately. He's locked up, but the Fate's Call will pull him back. Odo coming in, nowhere near the Mega Gnar, but the Magnet Storm hits 2. Razork already down. Oscar winning able to dodge away. What can XL do here? They take 2. Will they be greedy? Will they look for more? Will they turn their eyes to the Baron?
I think they will. Jungle down for 30 seconds. It's only 2 AD carries and a Jax left. Oscar doesn't have the ultimate, so we'll see what they can get done here. It's only Limit that's down, so still a lot of damage available. Odoamne still has the Mega Gnar, but it's going to run out in just a sec. Won't be able to use that ultimate. The Baron getting shredded. They have Kalista. They have a Smite. They should be able to secure it. Fnatic need to stop them.
Jumps in, Humanoid. Low, the root caller wide. The Baron still aggroed by Patrick. Oscar in it, though! Goes godlike as he kills off one, and Odoamne tries to get one in response. He gets it, goes into the bus and tries enough! Odo survives, the double kills him off. Noah trying to do it again, but he's pulled to pieces by the spears.
Odoamne completely pops off in the fight. This man refuses to give up this series. What an incredibly close fight around the Baron. No one will secure the objective. And look at that, we're going straight into the replay.
Odo might have put the last nail in Koi's coffin after that fight, because if Fnatic got that win, they would have got the Baron as well. Let's see what happens. A little bit too deep here by Fnatic. Razork gets caught out and dies. Trippy falls as well. A lot of the front line is gone. It's a 3v4. Limit's down. And it's kind of a weaving in and out scenario from Fnatic to try and stop them and pull them off this Baron. It wasn't as quick as you'd expect, as we see them jump in here in just a second and get down Abadage, I believe it is, to begin with, as Humanoid goes so aggressively. Patrick almost dies to the Baron in just a second, as he wants to keep the spears triggered onto the Nash.
Oh.
But it's a flash away into the shield that saves him, and then it's Odoamne flashing forwards, gets Oscar, gets the Triumph,
and
I think it is.
Shields from Peach as
then
well.
the shields from Peach to kill Humanoid, and then Noah left up against the jungle AD of XL. What has XL done from this? They've got on themselves the Dragon, denied the soul point, and taken the tier 1.
The focus on Trimby, trying to rally the troops, but once again, we're back in the action.
Trimby on the front line, has the Unbreakable Will. Flash is available for Noah and Trimby. Limit has his, Patrick does not have his.
Odo!
Yeah, he's feeling himself, Odo here. He's going in again.
Odo goes back in, he gets the kill. Oscar in pops the Counter-Strike as Excel. Need to decide what they're doing.
That's a Baron star.
They're looking for the Baron now. Mega Nut available for Odo.
Excel have 15 kills. Odo has 10 of them and has 4 assists.
Noah able to supercharge away. Odo hit with the Glacial Prism. Oscar in and forced down towards the bottom side as Odo goes in for the stun. The stopwatch will buy a second hit for Oscar in with an arm into the wall, up into the lockup. Is enough to kill off the Jackson. There's been stopping Excel. Amber slides in and Excel look to glide their way to the season finals.
4 members dead for Fnatic, and the Baron is open for XL. What a phenomenal team fight. Fnatic have pushed XL to the brink, but Odoamne says, not today. I've got a date with G2 that I refuse to be late for. We look back at this re-engage. Odoamne gets initiated on by Razork, but then the stun from that, he misses it. He misses the Q. The stopwatch comes through for Oscar, and Odoamne, just before the Mega Nut runs out, gets the chain CC to allow for the kill onto Oscar, and then the ultimate from Abadage. Good flash from Noah, but the only thing that flash will do will take him to safety as a triple kill is secured by Patrick.
What a turnaround for Odoamne. Struggled against G2 a little bit, getting solo killed by BB here and there, but now in this series, stamping his authority. He knows it's his last chance of survival this year, and he doesn't want to go out without a bang. And boy, is he showing us a banger of a game here with those 10 kills on the Gnar. Was very suppressed in the early stages after losing the early top jungle 2v2 against the Jack Sejuani. And it was the Oscar show in the first few fights, but he's down 3,000 gold now.
Yep.
Odoamne, 3.5 items, building towards what looks to be a Randuin's, and the Baron's still up. Actually, they've got the Baron buff, rather. They managed to take that down. It's a siege on top, but Odoamne...
He's in danger here.
Noah has ult.
Forced to jump out with the E.
Redemption.
They're chasing this. Noah has ult.
Might be dead. Odo will knock him back. There's the wallop as well. Peach trying to get in with the trigger seed. Odo the other jump across the wall. Explosive. Charge will be enough, but meanwhile in the top lane, Abadage and Patrick pushing in.
Yeah, a lot of time was wasted. Odoamne was able to draw so much attention that Patrick and Abadage can siege onto top. Limit now trying to offer assistance as the inhibitor drops.
TP. Double TP. It's under a tower.
No flashes on these carries of XL.
Oscar in and going in. The Magnet Storm pulls him back.
Oscar.
Counter-strike not enough to buy enough time. Fate's call now as XL could smell blood in the water. They can see the date with destiny in their eyes. Patrick dodging away. Trimby gets the knockback onto Limit. Peach and Abadage now going to join the crew as Humanoid catches the wave importantly and dodges away from the XL engage.
Odo has TP in 10. How confident do XL feel? There's one more wave coming in that they can play on if they want to end this game now. Abadage looking to base, but Razor wants to fight.
Limit going in, they get the stun onto Razor. Humanoid now locked up as well.
He's dead.
And you can hear it in the air, you can feel it in this moment. XL, not to be denied by Fnatic again, are looking to find those final moments of this game. The Nexus Tower's their target, and Odo sends his regards. XL are going to finals.
For the first time in the organization's history, XL will make it to a final. Not only that, they have qualified for the season finals and will have an opportunity to fight for a shot at Worlds. Look at the smile on Odoamne's face. He deserved it after that one.
Oh, he did. He definitely did. And XL will be our last team there in that season finals. Fnatic, of course, will be the other team there in that top 6 too, but for now, they'll have to wait before they can compete there.
Big hugs between Trimby and Odoamne. A hard-fought series. That game 4 was incredibly tense. But wow. XL, Fnatic, as you rightly said, will join those top 6. This is not the end of the year for Fnatic just yet. But XL, they'll get their rematch against G2.
Yeah. What a series that's going to be tomorrow. Our summer split finals to be played between XL and G2. Of course, commiserations to Koi, who are eliminated from season finals, with XL winning this series. Just not quite able to do enough to lock their spot in our top 6. But what a game. Odo was not giving that one up.
I mean, it was really a battle between the top laners. I felt like we were watching Oscar Renin just create chaos in those fights. And then Odo Amne, he just said, I've had enough of this. Decided that this game was his to win. And huge props to Peach, by the way. Just came in, rookie this split. Was playing in the ERLs before, will make his first finals.
Yeah, he struggled in this game, but I mean, he's Ivern. Just put the shields down, huge job, and
he did his job.
I mean, he was crucial in some of those around the Baron.
Shields, those millisecond
the shields were crazy.
Keeping Odo up for his clutches.
And then the Callista as well, and that 1v1. It was.
Abadage didn't have a kill till around 30 minutes. Yeah. Both him and Peach at a point in the game were both 0-4-17. Yeah. That's how much damage Jackson and Callista were doing. So mid-jungle synergy there, supporting the rest of the team, but what a series ending for Odo Amne especially.
You can vote for one of the players as your player of the series at LEC on Twitter. Odo Amne, Abadage, and Limits are your options. All of them had great performances, obviously.
Odo Amne's probably going to get it for the game
100%.
I mean, Limit really deserves a shout-out. He really did have an overall fantastic series. Huge props to him and Abadage. I mean, a really impressive playoffs run in his entirety. While I think he wasn't the most standout performer individually today, he definitely had his moments.
I think Limits just had such an amazing split. I think this meta
100%.
is perfect for him. His engages were insane. I think the turnaround from the meta shift, from his range support, has done XL so many favors.
Very much agree with you. I think this this patch, specifically for XL, has just shown them as an incredibly strong team and one not to be trifled with. We'll see how they can fight up against G2 tomorrow. But for now, we're going to hand it over to Patrick and Limit, who are standing by with trouble.
Thank you very much, Medic. Patrick, Limit! Congratulations to both of you and XL.
Thank you.
You guys locked season finals. Patrick, I'm going to come to you first. That's your second ever finals in the European scene. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel good.
Limit, about you?
Yeah, I think it's my first one after playing for quite a few years in LEC, you know. It's definitely a nice moment, especially after a terrible last year for me. So yeah, I'm very happy that we won and we can get our revenge against G2 now.
This is so exciting. You had so many fans at home rooting for XL. Of course, you guys knocked out Koi by locking in season finals. You take the final spot right here. But you said you made it for the very first time, came into a team, weren't very sure about it, bad last year, straight into the finals. Congrats again to both of you. Now, Patrick, do you feel like Fnatic gave you big of a challenge in this best of 5?
Well, I mean, it wasn't easy for sure. I think we were able to get early leads like every game, but they team fought pretty good. So I think that's why we threw game 3. I got caught a bunch of times and then we kind of lost. So yeah, I think they put up a good fight.
Now, on the terms of Callista, Comp also told me that Fnatic has been banning it a bunch of times because they don't apparently play it. When they locked in Kai'Sa, did you expect that and did you count towards it?
I think the Callista... Oh, you want to go? Go ahead, it's your role. Yeah, I think the Callista is something we simply copied from G2. You know, they play it and they win, so we're trying to do the same, and it's kind of working, I guess.
Sorry, I meant the Kai'Sa from Fnatic. Is it the same thing? The Kai'Sa from Fnatic, they were banning it a bunch of times, and now they chose to play it. Did you account for that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Thank you, coaching staff.
I was ready to play Kai'Sa if she's open, but we were kind of thinking that they just perma-ban her from both sides, so... Yeah, I guess they picked her.
Now, you guys, has been a pleasure to watch both of you grow in the bot lane. Limit, when you joined the team, what was your role down in the bot lane and how has this developed together with Patrick?
So when I joined XL, they pretty much told me they need a guy that's going to do the dirty work. You know,
and what's that?
It's like engaging and talking about stuff, what we want to play, making sure we are in sync. Especially now with Peach, since he came in.
The one who sometimes their KDA looks bad?
Sometimes he wins,
okay.
but he wins, doesn't matter. You know? That's something you accept when you play these champions. But yeah, I mean, ever since Peach came in, we made effort to, him and I, to play together. Jungle support synergy is something that's very important for everyone, right? Not only for us. And yeah, I think we're doing a decent job right now.
Patrick, how has the duo developed for you on your side?
You mean the bot lane duo?
Yeah.
Well, I think over time we're improving a lot, and we talk about matchups. So yeah, I think we're doing good. Maybe we do get ganked quite a bit too often when we play aggressive. So that's what we have to fix. But other than that, I think we're pretty good.
On the note of getting ganked, I'm going to ask my production to play a particular clip where you got ganked by 4 people in the bot lane in an Alistar Kalista game. Please run me through this and how in the world do you get out of this?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, we're kind of dancing right now. We're begging our top laner to TP. He's like, you guys are dead. Please TP, man. Okay, he's TPing. And then I'm very thankful for my AD carry that picked Kalista here. They grouped out pretty nicely for them. I'm thankful for them. And yeah, it was a nice little counterplay, I guess, yeah.
I'm just going to say that this was played like within seconds. Is there time, Patrick, to communicate that you're going to be picking him back on a certain skill shot? And how did the communication work?
I think in that moment I wasn't saying anything. I was
he just threw me in, you know. There's not much comms.
Well,
You're
he
going
did
in.
save you as well.
Yeah, he did
so
save
you
me.
controlled your fate.
For me, I was just like focused on the dodgeball because like I was kind of playing the game, and then there's 4 people bot, so yeah, I didn't really say much, and Otto then saved us, so that was pretty nice.
Patrick, I'm going to bring some deja vu for you. Last time you were in finals, it was with Origin, 2019, spring. Your opponent was G2 Esports. You guys lost 0-3. You're facing them again tomorrow for the exact same thing. How do you feel like it's going to go? Because last week, you went to all 5 games.
I'm very confident we will win because when we played them in 2019, or when I played them, they were like the best team on the planet, so it was pretty difficult. But now, like, they do a lot of mistakes, and we already took them to game 5, so I'm confident we will match them and win.
Can I quickly get your thought on that as well, Limit?
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to play against G2. You know, it's the team that pushes and challenges you a lot. We did learn some things from them, but we also have some things of our own that we want to play and try against them. So I'm really looking forward to playing against them tomorrow.
Any quick last words for your top laner that's waiting over in PGL?
Flame Koyo a bit, Otto. I know you will enjoy it.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations on Loki season finals. Lord Jamada and Nodavne will be in PGL for you guys. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Trouble. We'll see if we can get the spice here. But welcome to the LEC post-game review. I'm joined by Chamara and Odoamne. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you know the spice will come. I've been cooking this one for a while.
we will get there, hopefully. But first off, I can't even imagine how you must be feeling right now. So talk me through today, from getting to the studio to being in PGL right now and making it to season's finals at last.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible. I even cried a little bit earlier, but I don't know. It's just been a huge weight off of everyone's shoulders because when you start 10th twice, it's not pretty, and I think we felt quite confident coming into today. We are quite happy, I think, with our performance last week against G2. I feel like even a little bit today we've been looking forward to the final rematch a little bit too much. I think we had to kind of tone it down a little bit and refocus on Fnatic because based on how we played, in scrims leading to this match today and also our performance against G2, we thought we were the favorites. It was quite nice that we lost game 3, I think, because we were kind of feeling the 3-0 too much, I think, and it was nice to kind of get your head kicked in a little bit and kind of wake you back to reality. It's been a long one. It's been a long journey, and I think today everyone was very, very confident, and everyone was like actually really excited and anxious to play. And yeah, a little bit too much thinking of G2 rematch, but that's coming tomorrow.
Yeah, and talk to me about that game 3. You said it's useful to get your head kicked in a bit. What got said after that game 3? Because those first 2 games were incredibly dominant, and then obviously you have that trip up. What are the emotions going through your mind, and how did the team handle it, and how did you guys get back on track for that game 4?
we lost, so we were like, yeah, you know, sucks. But even though we lost, we still felt like in control the whole game. We just kind of made some misplays. I think Abe getting caught on tier 2 top was a big one because Annie was completely out of the game. And I also think maybe drafts could have been a little bit better in that one. So our takeaways were like, you know, let's adapt. But we're still quite happy with how we played. We still felt like we were dominating the game and we were like, you know, having cleaner macro, cleaner concepts, better approach to the game. But they just had a lot of tools. And once we fell behind, I also think Abe didn't build Night Harvester second, so he was kind of an NPC for a while. Yeah, so it was like, you know, some small adaptations, but we were like, you know, yeah, you lost. It sucks, but we were happy with our game. That's good.
And let's talk about game 4 then. Leading into this one, we had this discussion on the desk actually that is the momentum going to shift? Is the XL history going to repeat itself again? So tell me about the approach this draft and handling Jax as well, which seems to be an issue at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite unhappy with that game. I mean, I think the draft was good. I think we could have had some adaptations in the bans in 4-5. We were a bit. I mean, when I saw Sejuani Jax coming, I was like a bit like, ugh.
Yeah.
Because we knew it was gonna come and we messed up. But it was a little bit of a rough game because they have a lot of pressure on me, and it's a lot on me to not make the Jax be a win condition. And we were really, really good in the game up until the mid incident happened, where we're like, okay, let's do Drake, and then I was like, oh, they're putting Herald. And then he just flies in, and I'm like, oh, you're flying in, I'm gonna TP and help you out. And then the gang pulls up, and we're like, oh man, we just threw. But yeah, I don't know, it was a hard game. I think the game was maybe a little bit lost after that mid play, and they started getting, you know, some gold on them. But then I think they just kept inting somehow. I think Tristana was in a position where she was so incredibly dominant in the game, and all of a sudden she fell off of a cliff and her power spikes dropped.
I mean, when you look at the gold graph, it didn't look easy watching this from an audience perspective. It didn't seem easy either. How do you guys stay calm and collected in moments like this? I mean, and especially knowing these players, like, there's so much on the line for you guys, and it can slip at any moment.
I mean, it was quite stressful because, yeah, I mean, I think there came a point where we were screwed. But I don't know, I feel like they had this weird macro thing they were doing where they're just kind of over-rotating and they're just sitting 5 on mid and doing something. At one point, I think Sejuani just inted or Alistar just inted. And then we're just starting to collect free kills because they're just like, you know, they're just pulling the trigger and they're going super ham. And then we realized, you know, after the Jax got like, I think a quadra kill in their jungle or whatever he got, we were like, okay, guys, I think it's time to focus the zero tenacity Jax and just when the moment he uses E, just go on him. Anyone just go on him. Just save, just kind of like outrange them. Be non-committal because our Azir and our what did we even have that game?
The AD was Kalista.
Oh yeah, our Azir and Kalista are just so much stronger that we don't need to dive their backline to eliminate them because front to back we will win. We can tempo the fight a lot with Ivern, Rel, Nar, and just wait for the Jax to jump in or the Sejuani to jump in and int, and they kind of did that a bit too much. I think if they would have played for Phalanx a little bit more and stop rushing so much, because I feel like it was just a scrim game, a bloodbath.
It's the strength of your composition as well, I think. It's so good at holding ground. If they're coming into you like that, you know, I think all of the shielding, the healing from Ivern can sometimes also be overestimated, especially when you've got those big... It was just mosh pit after mosh pit. Everybody was just on top of everyone, right? I feel like probably even from your perspective, sometimes you thought you were just dead, but then you come out and you're still half HP just because of how those fights can play out, right? So.
Yeah, I think they were just overstepping a little bit every single time, and we were just getting better and better trades because, again, we don't have to commit. They have to pull the trigger and commit. Otherwise, we can just tempo the fight. And once Sejuani and Alistar, their cooldowns are there, their comp doesn't really do much.
No.
I want to reflect on a specific player who you got reunited with at the beginning of the split, Abedagger, long-time Schalke 04 teammate, I feel. He played really well, I feel, and he stepped up during the G2 series and during this series also today. And there's a MasterCard play of the day that we want to play here. Game 1, LeBlanc, triple kill bot lane. What was communication at this moment, and how do you reflect on your mid laners' improvements over the course of the past?
Yeah, I mean, comms here were a bit hectic. We were like, okay, try to survive and buy as much time because Abe will come. Because I think Abe at this point in the game was very strong, so we kind of knew that we were cleaning up. But I feel like also they're just misplaying. But I mean, it's been incredible growth, you know. If you look at Abe at the beginning, you know, his first week, even after the sub came out in Spring Split, where VTO when it got subbed out for him, his performance was like, you know, a little bit shaky. But yeah, after week 1, I think even, I don't know when he had the last bad game, honestly. It was maybe like even week 3, but it was a little bit shaky. But I think he started getting a lot more confidence, because if you think about it, his situation was not the prettiest when he came into Excel, especially when you come into Excel at 10th place after being on the bench in an A, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a lot of pressure, I think, on him to perform, and also on the roster. So it hasn't been like an easy time for any of us, you know, especially for him, coupled with the splits being a disaster and him being like, you know, everything's on the line for him, because already, you know, you can say he hasn't had maybe the best performances in recent times and stuff. And usually people forget about you quite easily. And I think once he got more comfortable with us, he started shining a lot more. And I think he's just doing an exceptional job, especially on these champs right now. I feel like he's one of the more versatile mids we have in the league right now, because I don't see a lot of teams being willing to, you know, trade all of these OP mid laners the way he does.
How do you rank Avadager among other mid laners, Chamada, and how do you rate the impact that he has within this Excel lineup and what he can provide?
It's almost a hard question, because I feel like the mid pool is so stacked, but at the same time he's had so much growth, right? And the ceiling has improved so much. I think for what he provides for you guys, I think it's almost that you can't really put a value on it, I feel like, when you watch how you guys play. So I'm not even necessarily going to place him. I just feel like this formula that you guys have with Abba is working, clearly, right? And I think what he's bringing, like you say, is being able to trade all of these picks and happily sit in any matchup, it feels like, is basically just freeing you guys up to play whatever you want in draft. And I think that freedom is probably giving you guys a certain level of probably, you know, comfort as well, I suppose, in knowing that he's not necessarily going to go into any matchup in a negative position either.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the drafts a lot in the playoffs, and also in group stage. There's a lot of teams who are like struggling to I mean, that might just be team diff as well, or like coach diffy, you know, because maybe you're just having like bad drafts or bad meta read. But for us, it's like, yeah, the fact that he is so comfortable into anything frees up a lot of us on the team to, you know, find better situations in draft for ourselves.
A bit more on you, though. You got Player of the Series today. I think 73% of the votes. Yeah, I know it used to be a meme before, like you getting Player of the Game. Well, you got it this time, but I think it's rightfully so. But I want you to elaborate on the importance of this series for you personally. We touched on the fact that there was a lot on the line for you, qualifying, making it to season finals, knocking out a former team as well in the process. But yeah, talk me through how much this series meant to you.
Yeah, I mean, going from winning in Malmo to being dead last in LEC twice, in that situation, not a lot of people can stay optimistic, you know. And even for me, I was like, what can you do? Are you calling it quits early? What's going on? Because it's hard to stay, you know, as a faithful. And for me to go on this roller coaster from being, you know, last year the best or like one of the very best in the league to being dead last, and now back on top to have another chance for the summer playoffs, which for me, summer playoffs felt impossible. You know, when you look at the beginning of the split and you're fresh off of 2 10s, someone's like, "Hey, you make finals, you make summer playoffs." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, sure, bro. Have you seen what we've been cooking for 2 splits? That's not happening, chief." So yeah, now being back on the top and having a group that I have faith the way I had in Rogue is incredible for me, you know, because as I said, it was really easy. I was very close to just, you know, calling it.
If I may, what do you think got you to that point where you feel like you're as comfortable as you were with that the Rogue roster to now? Because obviously the journey has been so, you know, so perilous. What do you think got you guys here to this point?
I think, I mean, roster wasn't really the greatest at the beginning, but I think our staff with Cass, Hidon, Lewis, everyone has just been doing incredible. You know, I feel like our team right now might be one of the bigger coach defeats that we see and that we've had or that I've been a part of. You know, even though it wasn't looking great or pretty at first, they've established, great, amazing culture, and I feel like we're actually so supportive to each other. But I also feel like all of my teammates have been so receptive to feedback and improving in scrims. It's been a while since I've been with a team that plays so clean and so disciplined. And honestly, I didn't even have this with Rogue. We're a bit more freestyly, maybe more talented on paper and all of this, but we have great amounts of discipline right now. And yeah, I mean, massive shout outs to absolutely everyone. I mean, it's been a ride, and I'm really happy that none of them let me down, and all of them have been doing amazingly like they've been doing so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a teamwork in the end, and about to, I don't know, make these different pieces just connect together and make a team, which is what you guys seem to be right now. Like a team, you're on the same page, you play well, there's some improvement, and you're going to have the rematch against G2 tomorrow in the finals. Interestingly enough, last year, you took down Fnatic in semifinals, you beat G2 again in finals, after getting beaten by G2 the week before. So how's this one going to go, you think?
I mean, I entered enough in the G2 series,
Got out of your system.
I feel like they won too many games off of me inting. But the script this year, Rogue versus Fnatic was 3-1 in lower bracket, and we all saw what happens in the finals, so it's happening again.
I like the strong words. I'm just gonna ask Jamada what he thinks of this, because you know how much G2 can wake up usually when they get a performance like the one they had last week. So I don't know what to expect on the G2 side.
I don't know either, because I feel like, and you'll know firsthand, sometimes G2 will play out of their mind and they'll feel untouchable, but I'm kind of on your side. The script the writing for the script feels so strong, right? So I'm not sure what side I even necessarily lean on. Remember, I'm an outsider, so I don't necessarily. Well, actually, on the opposite side, I could technically just pledge my allegiance and leave. So there's no problem. But I think for you guys, seeing what I saw today, I think no matter what, you're making G2 sweat. Win or lose, regardless. I think G2 have to be worried about you after the 5-game series and after seeing what you just did to Fnatic. There's no way that they can take it easy against you guys now.
I mean, yeah, you guys could say also that, we caught them off guard and stuff. They feel like maybe their drafts last week were not the greatest against us. They dropped the ball and some stuff. So they are for sure going to be more ready, They are going to have something else cooking for us. But I still feel like based off of our level and also our read of them and, recent experiences with them, they're all pointing towards, us winning, because even though we lost game 5 against them, I feel like given the tools we had, the mega draft defeat that was against us in game 5, the fact that we were so close to winning that game, it was a heartbreak, but I'm quite confident, they will wake up, they will be hungry, they will want to stomp us in the ground, but I don't see it happening.
I mean, that's the thing. They're going to be hungry. You're going to be hungry for revenge as well. So I think
it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger. I think we're going to have an insane summer finals tomorrow. And on that note, with these results, we now have the 6 teams locked for season finals: G2, Mad Lions, BDS, Excel, Fnatic, and SK.
Wait, there's no Koi?
Oh,
they're not here? Oh man,
I know
that
you had
sucks.
some strong words about this.
Yeah, I mean, you reap what you sow, so.
And we'll leave it on that note.
Yeah,
but
we'll leave it at that.
You made it. You still have a shot for World. You saved your season, as we said again.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is going to be interesting. Jamada, how do you reflect on the mix of teams that we have for this season finals? Maybe not the mix that I was expecting coming into this split.
I think given the early results of you guys and Fnatic and hell, even Heretics, right? Heretics had an opportunity to make it in. It's.
I mean, the fact that. Top 4 as well. That's kind of crazy. But 5-5, 150. Yeah, that's lovely. But
yeah. And G2 as the first seed actually going into season finals, they will choose between you guys and BDS. So we can have another G2 Excel banger going into season finals.
Yeah, we didn't have enough of those.
And SK and Fnatic are going to be in the loser bracket, of course. We will see about that one a bit later. First, we have finals on our hands tomorrow. I know you need to prep, so I'm not going to hold you for too long. Odo, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
And Jamada, it's been a pleasure having you as well. We're going to take the PGL selfie if my phone allows it here. Any last notes, any last words you have leading into tomorrow?
No, I mean,
No? Okay.
we're good. We're
good?
gonna vibe. We're
Okay.
gonna play some League of
Alright.
Legends.
Love
It's gonna be great.
Well. Nice. Thank you. Thank you again for joining us. And
Always a pleasure.
we'll be back tomorrow for the LEC 2023 Summer Final with this guy facing off against G2 Esports for the second time. Can Excel tank down the LEC powerhouse for the very first title?
No.
Tune in for Ready Check at 5:30 CEST. Game start at 6 p.m. See you then, guys.
Bye.
Is going to hit on Patrick, but he dodges away from the side of it. Limit's already down. Abadage now coming in to join the fight, but it's 2v4 once again. Abadage dashes in. No spells really left as Trimby flashes forward. No one's attacking the tower yet, but Patrick takes one. And Abadage is going to answer with two. Patrick falls. Abed looking for another as he gets his second.
They're very deep.
Can you fight?
Just poke. I stop watch.
Coming.
Any flash in. Any no flash?
Just play slow if you can. Ezreal.
No flash.
He's hitting Ivy, no Ivy.
Tries to get away, hooks himself back in, and Abadage finds the perfect flank.
Oh, God.
He distorts them out of existence, and now Noah will join his teammates in the grave. Acceleration gate, Patrick tanks it. Unbreakable used by Limit. Patrick tanking everything. The base
they kept him alive.
Oh,
They dodged it.
He's still alive. They're still alive.
Go front line, by the way. Go front line.
Now goes on. Look. Good. Tres. Very good. We kill them all. First target. Guys, care for a car. I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm ulting.
Oh, look. Left.
I hit.
My ult. These guys. Guys, go on trees.
Look,
Okay. I can go
Tower.
Fine. Spells are free, guys. Now is coming. No mega, no flash.
Yeah. Look at Kalista.
Not here,
Nice.
Guys, chill. I stand.
We win.
I stand.
We win.
Nice. I don't know flash. I stand him. Okay, chill. Do it.
Goes godlike as he kills off one, and Ono tries to get one in response. He gets it, goes into the bush and tries it. Enough! Ono survives, the double kills him off. No one trying to do it again, but he's pulled. The stopwatch will buy a second hit for Oscar in with the arm into the wall, up into the lockup. Is enough to kill off the Jackson. That's everything. It's been stopping Excel. Emma slides in, and Excel look to glide their way to the season final.
Oh, excellent.
Holy shit,
We're coming.
Let's go, guys.
Nice.